So good morning, guys. Yeah, it's glad to meet you. Make sure that you're in the right course. This is called, the PEP course for the PLAR, PLAR. And let me introduce myself. My name is Leo. I'm sorry I didn't sit here because I sit before the camera for the, for the video conferencing. Okay. So just write down the name. Okay. This is my name, Leo Feng. Okay. Leo is one of the professors in this school called the Ontario College of TCM. I was employed in this school as one of the professors. No. Thank you. Yeah, I was employed as one of the professors in this school teaching various courses, just like the diagnostic, internal medicine, and also so on and so forth. I came to Canada just for 2 years, so I'm a new immigrant here. But I was, graduate. I was happy to be employed here and to share with my students. And some of my students just say, Lim, I think you'll have a good time with him already. Okay. So today, first of all, let me introduce some of the structure of this course. Right. This is a course called the preparation for the PLAR. We are going to have 6 days together. Each day we have 7 hours. Totally, we'll have 42 hours together. I'm not responsible for all the courses because, actually I had to teach today. But, since not many teachers is available today, so I was, I used to teach in Markham's campus. I teach 4 days and 1 day in the clinic in Highway 7. So this is my extra day to come here to be with you guys. So we are going to have 6 days together. And the purpose of this course is for us to review on the 52 common diseases. You guys remember, far from now in 2013, when you guys register the grandparent members, you need to submit the 2,000 cases for the 52 diseases, right? And today we'll use about 5 days time to review on all these 52 cases. And these 2 cases, of course, will appear in your examination, which you have to face certain time later, right? So this is the background of this course. And, the purpose of this course, as I mentioned before, is for reviewing the 52 cases. And then before that, why you guys come here? Because the TCMPO request you guys to transfer to general class, right? With the before 2017. 2 ways 2 paths you guys can achieve the general the general class. One is through taking the examination, just like this. You have to answer questions within 2 hours. And the other path is like other people, they can join the courses in various TCM. I know that some students have finished their courses. Well, of course, they spend time to pay the tuition fee, and then you have to pass exam every day, right? So this is one of the 2 paths you can do it. So today you come here, I think just 1, we're reviewing your cases, and 2, of course, we're trying to get more knowledge in these 2 cases and for preparation for the examination, right? So this is the preparation for the case study examination today. And 2, we try to review the cases examination. And I wonder how many students here attempted the examination before? No, sorry, thank you. So you should have more experience than me, because of course, because I just tried the examination in general class, which took place in October the 15th. Of course, this is some, different pattern with you, right? And of course, if I'm wrong, please just correct me, right? Are you going to answer 3 questions within 2 hours? Okay, that's good, yeah. And within this examination, of course, you can bring in everything. You get a textbook, notes, and also any dictionary, of course not a computer, right? And into the examination center and there's a hall, and then you can answer anything. That's why we have these books. And these books. Why have this series of booklet of 5? We are going to have 5 booklets for you guys, and totally they have all 52 cases in that. The reason is because this kind of textbook can add as a reference for you, so you can have a quick reference when you attend the examination, right? The sort of examination is an open book. That means you can bring anything into that, and of course you can just use that, right? So what we're going to do is we're trying to review on those questions. But before that, you guys should know that there should be some other instructions from the CTCM-PO. If you go up to the website of the college, of course you can find some questions, just like what we call it let me have check. Let's see, yeah, guide. And this is one, right? What's that? This is the word. I think this is word. See whether I get it or not. Not sure whether I get it because I can ask the office to give you guys some. Yeah, this is it. Yeah, when you go up to the website, you can see lots of things just like this one, right? And when you move it down, introduction, and lots of information on that. And last of all, of course, you get this kind of a case study in there, right? So I try to, if you can see, I try to give you one example for that. Alex, will you please take photocopies? Can you get? And you can, for time being, it takes 6. Yeah, I think this all. Yeah. Oh yeah, that's right. Just again. Yeah. I'm so sorry because the staff is very, very busy at this time in answering the phone calls. So, yeah, while he's taking the photocopy, I would like to share with you guys all this kind of information. Of course, this as a sample, right? And during the sample, of course, you can find there will be some patient's information and also some chief complaint, of course, some family history. The most important is the assessment information, which will give both the subjective and the objective information from the patients and also from their observation on the tongue conditions and also the pulse conditions. And those are the what we call the case. Okay, during the 2 hours, you are going to answer 3 questions in this similar time. And then you guys are asked to what? To, 1, name the disease name. 2, you have 2, the differentiation of symptom, and then give the diagnosis. And of course, the diagnosis, of course, will base on what we call the differentiation of symptom according to the age principle, the 6 channels, and also what we call the 4 levels, all those things. And in the previous lesson, because I have been teaching this course for more than 4 times, and I found that some members who had tried the exam before but get failed because they are not able to answer the question of recent diagnosis with the principles, 8 principles, with the terms in the 4 levels or the 6 channels. So you guys should be familiar with all these terms, or if you don't have enough information, you can just go into the textbook and find this out. And of course, the most important thing is, as experience told me, that accurate diagnosis is the most important. Without accurate diagnosis, you can't get the treatment principle, you can't get the treatment plan yourself, right? So I think reasons for diagnosis is important. And then you get the treatment principle and then treatment plan of there, right? And of course, the treatment plan, I know most of you are going to take the exam in the RAC, that means acupuncture. Right? How many they are taking the TCM practitioner? 1, 2, okay. Really appreciate you guys because for me, I'm now teaching in this school for the TCM practitioner. I find it is very difficult for us to, get the idea about that, right? The reason is we get 2 years full-time in the diploma in acupuncture, but 3 years full-time in the diploma in traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. But as my experience told me that it is very difficult for them to, master all the knowledge within this year in TCM practitioner. It's not easy though, right? So I really appreciate you guys, especially you guys don't have a Chinese background, Chinese history background. This is really, really tough, right? Okay, and also I think most of you will need to answer the questions in the acupuncture part for the treatment plan, except for those people who are going to, in TCM practitioner. Of course, you need to answer also the treatment plan in the TCM practitioner. So last one, this more box just tell you the grandparent members using the title RAC only provide an acupuncture treatment plan, and grandparent members using the title RTCMP provide both an acupuncture and an herbal treatment plan. That means if you guys are going to use the title of RTCMP, you should answer the question both in acupuncture and RTCMP. Understand? And the herbs. Okay, this is the sample. And of course, he needs to provide the model answer. Model answer is most important because most of the time, if you don't know the model answer, how can you achieve the result? Okay, those are the answers, right? And the suggested answer that it is the tinnitus and also excess and also the reasons. I want you guys to analyze. Once you receive the sample question, try to analyze all those reasons. Those reasons contain 4 bullet points. One, you have to explain on the chief complaint. Like in this case, the chief complaint is tinnitus. Of course, you have to explain why the patient got tinnitus, because this is for the reason, because for argument, for anger on those of the wind. And second, of course, you got to answer the question to explain other signs and symptoms. Just like the taste in the mouth, just like the rapid pulse. A pulse condition and tongue condition are very important, especially, right? Associated symptom may not be so important. And the last one, I think, is not so important according to here, because the last bullet point just explain the channels. Why we use the channel of the sun gel and also the gallbladder channel for the acupuncture, right? Because he just mentioned that because this is to regulate the qi and remove the obstruction. I think this is for as far as I know, this one can be used as explanation part in the treatment plan and for acupuncture and other TCM practitioner. Okay. For me, I'm not going to sell. I'm not going to put anything in advertisement. I would want to put everything practical. So the time you come here for 7 hours, I want to make full use of 7 hours today, right? So what I'm going to do is just show you the target. After you finish all this 42 hours, after you study, your final target is to face this examination. So I'll just show you some of the samples, of course, here, and also the reasons, and later on, of course, the treatment plan. Acupuncture point, of course, during with the year, the erming or the tinnitus, of course, you need to take those from just the TE17, what we call it the Yifeng, and the GB2 here, and also the point just like the Zhongzhu, that means the TE3, and also the other points, since it's concerning with the liver, we are going to look for LR3. That means a Tai Chong, and all those points you got to know. Okay, or for those people going to use the title of RTCMP, please also note the herbal prescription. We have used one formula water Longdan Segan Tang, which is really famous when you guys study Chinese medicine. Of course, you need not do any modification. Just the representative formula is okay. So Longdan Segan Tang is a name for that. However, you guys need to do the dosage, right? No matter this acupuncture or the herbal prescription, please write down how many times a week you treat them, and until the symptoms, disappear, and then we got to reassess. And so same case you can apply in the herbal prescription. That if you apply the Longdan Segan Tang, are you going to use a decoction, or using the Chinese patent medicine? In the formal one, of course, you can taste it once a day. And for the Chinese patent medicine, of course, you need to take 8 pills at a time, and then you got to take 3 times a day. Each time you get 8 pills. Those are the dosage for that, right? So this is the sample question. Are there any questions? No? Okay. This is the one provided by the CTCMPA only, right? But upon that, many schools just like to, imitate or just simulate this kind of question and make up their own questions only, also, right? In order to prepare for the student. But besides that, I heard that the CTCMPA has run a course online sometimes before, and some students tried to attend the course, which composed of the 3 questions. I have 3 questions in this one, and also some safety precaution, and then some, the regulation about that. I wonder how many students attend those online course before. Because I missed that, because in the online courses, we also have some cases on the women disease, just like the menstrual cycle irregularity of that. I think if you guys get those live, please just provide, and then we can just share with each other. If you know some friends who attend the course and got those PowerPoints, I hope you can just share with your students. I think this is also another sample they got, because besides this one on the online, there's no other the sample for you guys to refer to, right? So if you got it, I hope you can just share with you and me, okay? I hope, okay? Yeah, question? The meeting is no, but the online course. The online course is the 3 times within the two weeks time, but I missed them. So that's why I hope if you guys get any. I think that's got to be a very good reference for us to look, because this only case, I think is not enough. Maybe you guys have some more reference. And then as I mentioned before, after the publication of this sample, and some school, we tried to, simulate some cases just like this one, right? Let me check. Come on. Yeah. And yeah, this is one. Sorry for that. I'm not going to take this one. So this one? Yeah. Because some other school, just like what you guys saw before, this is a Canadian, college of TCM. Yeah, this is the other people, they like to, get some more example. That this is another case, just like a 32 years woman who's suffering from migraine. Yeah, the case provided by the college itself is about the tinnitus, while this is another case provided by, the sample case provided by other, private college. One of them, this is about a 32-year-old woman who is suffer from the migraine, and then of course the diagnosis, you can see the treatment principle, the acupuncture, all the points you can get down. I'm going to give you the sample too, right? And of course, you ask me whether I got some. Of course, in this course we don't have enough time to run over all the 50 cases. I myself make up about 45 or 47 cases, but I have no time to put it here. So we tried to make a data bank there, but it's not for the school use, because the reason I got those 50 cases because I came from Hong Kong. When I was in Hong Kong, we have also the same examination. I get about 100 questions, but all in Chinese. So the time when I came here, I translate them to English and put it in my data bank. As far as I found it's useful, I sometimes share with my students in the college, but this is not for the school use, okay? And I'll just show you one of the example here. This is the case 1, okay? And you can see that all those cases were related with the common disease here. Okay, I'm going to print this one for you guys too. Yeah, you can find it. Yeah, in this pattern 1, it's the patient's information, male, age, and also his profession, and then we also have some information about the history, the patient's history, and also the assessment. about the symptom and also our physical examination. Of course, the most important part is not here. It's the questions we ask, just like the illness, symptom, treatment principle, treatment plan. But of course, I need my students to write down explanation, which are not required in your case study, and also herbal prescription. Okay, those are one. Okay, if you ask me whether to have the answer, yes, of course, we get the answer, the model answer. Of course, this is not the answer provided by the college. I can tell you guys, no standard answer from time being. And then no questions I can release to you. Otherwise, I will be charged. I will be taken to the court, right? Just guess. Just like I will get the speculation for that. Okay, this is what I make up. Okay, and in the same case, of course, I tried to make up some, the treatment plan and also the treatment principle. Like this one, I try to release exterior and also the dispersing the cold. And this is the reason. Of course, I'm going to explain why the patient got aversion to cold, why he got floating pulse, why he got the sweating. All those must be explained in the part of the reason for diagnosis. Okay. I think that's it for the preparation for the exam and the course. Are there any questions? I'm so sorry. I must sometimes have to walk because I hate sitting there. Okay. No? Okay. I think this time I'm so sorry that we spent half an hour for you guys to have a forward looking of what you're going to do after you finish this course, right? And then, of course, you have to face the examination. And, of course, the purpose of this test, the course, we are going to depend on a series of booklet, 5 days booklet. Okay? And, of course, book 1 and book 2 covers internal medicine. Book 3 will cover the pain syndrome, all kinds of pain. And book 4, of course, cover the gynecology and also the pediatrics. Unfortunately, among the 10 chapters, in book 4, we got 9 chapters concerning about gynecology and also 1 chapter on pediatrics. And the last booklet is on the 5 sense, that means E and T. And the ear, the nose, and also the throat, and including the skin. All those are the 50 cases in this book, right? However, as I was teaching in other courses, I had to make a claim that this book is just add as a reference, and this book is still under construction. I'm one of the editor. I'm one of the editor in this book because I'm not the first one. After I try to re-edit it again, I still find lots of problem in that. So during the teaching, I will show you guys which one is false, which one is wrong, right? Because I'm not the chief one. The chief is the president. When I was employed here 2 years before, he asked me to re-edit and try to pick up some mistake. As I mentioned before, this book is a reference only, and also no standard answer. Remember, and of course I try to read out the claim for you before I start it. The claim can be found on page 4. The purpose of this book is to help our students to grasp the idea of the knowledge and treatment method for these 52 diseases. Second, the treatment methods listed in this book is neither the only nor the best method. You guys should refer to other materials in order to make the best clinical choices. Number C, this booklet set is study reference only. Author is not responsible for any examinations or tests, not even the teacher here. And last one, this booklet is set for study reference only. Author is not responsible for any clinical disputes. So readers like you should perform practice under the supervision of any registered TCM practitioner or RAC. Remember all these things, right? Okay, thank you very much. Thanks a lot. Yeah, repeat. Yeah, this, I don't know whether you guys get this one or not, but anyhow, I will just show this to you. Okay, will you please pass it on? Yeah, this is first page. Yeah, this is second. Yeah, and this is the model answer. Thank you. Yeah, and this is the case studies. Case studies shown by other schools. Yeah, case studies. You're welcome. Case studies. Yeah. Yeah. And this is a case studies by other schools. Okay. So I want you guys to look at it in the break time, right? Yeah. A Wi-Fi password? Yeah, I think so. Alex, excuse me. Alex, one student want the Hi-Fi password. Pardon? Acupuncture. Okay, acupuncture. Thank you. You're right. Okay. So I want you guys to keep a track on this sample paper and also the paper by the other schools. Yeah. Okay. So in the break time, I'll just give you my case one here, right? Okay. After I announce the claims on A to D, I want you guys to know that this is no standard answer for this one, right? The 5 pillars cover all the varieties from the internal medicine to the pediatrics and also the 5 senses. And if you open this book, you will find that each chapter has the same structure, mostly of them. However, I can tell you some of them not, because the author when compiled this will just collect the information from other textbooks. Some of them may not in the format. Usually, the chapters start with a introduction, and then we got the what we call it the etiology, that means the cause of the disease, and then we got pathogenesis. And after the pathogenesis, we got the diagnosis, and then the treatment. We got the treatment both usually firstly on acupuncture, and then in the herbal prescription, right? And the herbal prescription part. This is the usual, the distribution of this book in any chapters. However, after the second revision book, we add one more part in it. The beginning of each page, we call it the summary of symptom differentiation. This is very important. Why we put this on? Because we collect the information from students that whenever they go to take the examination, after they find the cause, they will just remember which case is cause appear in. For example, in book 1, about the common cold, they just open to chapter 1 and find the common cold flu here, and just look through all the symptoms, just like wind cold, wind heat, wind dryness, and also interior wind cold, and just pick up, and then they will have a very quick reference on the acupuncture points and also the representative formula, right? Those are the quick summary reference. However, I'm telling you that not all the chapters have the summary of symptom correlate with the content. Sometimes you will find the part of the summary of the differentiation symptom may be more than the content, or the content may be more than that. Sometimes because at that time we just inform you guys, maybe they are not agree with each other. So this is the structure of each chapter. Remember that, okay? Just for the example technique. And the last one is the class period. The class period. Within this 6 days, we'll have a class from 10 to 6. Of course, we will not run 8 hours a day. Otherwise, everybody will, spoil to death. So what I'm going to do is we'll take a break, right? A lunch break is maybe, I don't know, because previously we have a 9 to 5. Our break will be at 1 o'clock. But today how about we have a lunch break about 1 or 1.5? 1:30, something like, okay? We have 3.5 hours and 3.5 hours. If you guys don't mind, I will just take the break at 1:30 to 2:30, right? So from 10 to 1:30, 1:30, and then 2:30 to 6. So each session we got 3.5 hours. And within this 3.5 hours, we got one break. Or anytime you feel bored, you feel sleepy, just say, Leo, can I have a break? Of course, I can give you some break for that, right? But when I was teaching in the school in Markham, we also get 2 breaks within 4 hours. 4 hours is really, really long. I can't beat it. Okay, so this is our structure for that. And of course, our teaching format here. Just want to give you guys a usual by direct teaching. And of course, if you do have any questions, ask me questions, right? And then of course, I have the difficulty in teaching this class because sitting here, we get a large what we call this a very large learning diversity. Some students may be very, very keen and know much more than me. And some students honest speaking. Although they get the name of their grandparent members, they didn't practice anymore. They just know a little bit about the Chinese medicine. So when they attend this class, they may have very little knowledge on that, right? In this case, I advise you guys, I don't have time. Remember, this is a course about reviewing only. I'm not going to teach you some, sentence by sentence and knowledge by knowledge in that case. If you have this need, I advise you to go to the school and take the regular course of a diploma in acupuncture or diploma in TCM practitioner. This is what I advise, right? I don't have time to spend that. So I've got to finish 5 chapters within the morning session and the other 6 chapters in the afternoon session, right? So in any case, if you want to raise a question, you just ask me, if you know, and then we can start now. Are there any questions? Any questions? Okay, no, that's good. Yeah, you're right. Of course, I always advise my students that in the class you always get simple questions. In the test examination, you get complicated questions. But when you guys in the student clinic or clinic, you always compose of a lot of things, right? Just like the case in the case 1. I just send you guys, right? This is a case concerning about the migraine. It looks like it's because of the liver fire. However, usually the root problem will be liver blood deficiency, right? So I agree with you that this is a complicated cause. Sometimes when we thought of some kind of kidney yin deficiency, usually it's a root problem. And what you can see when manifestation with the kidney yang or the heart fire, liver fire, right? So I agree with you that. However, the examination, I haven't attended that, right? I just asked her to tell you guys. Usually the case will be simple. I think this is one simple case. We won't give you the complicated cases like this. I don't believe in that, because examination is examination. The real case is the real case. So in this case, I still stick to the principle that whenever you find any case similar, just refer to the book and try to pick out those acupuncture points and also the herbal prescription. However, I think the most important is the explanation part. Then the reasons for diagnosis. This is the most important. Because as I mentioned before, accurate diagnosis is key to success. If you fail in the reason, if you fail in the differentiation symptom, you will fail in other parts of the exam too. Remember, right? So this is my belief. I think that the first important thing is you must familiar yourself with all sorts of differentiation symptoms, just like 8 principles, the 6 channels, and also the 4 levels. Those are very important. Others, just like sun gel and also the pathogenic factors, are all those as supplementary. I don't think so, right? So no problem. Just relax, and then we just try to look at read through the 52 cases, and then we can start. Okay. If no questions, let's start on our exam, our cases here, right? So, book 1. Okay, let's start from looking at book 1 today, and we tried to finish the 11 cases today. As I mentioned before, book 1 and 2 concerned with the internal medicine. I'm the professor in this school teaching the internal medicine 1 and 2. All we are going to cover the when I was in I'm sorry to tell you the school I graduated. I graduated in what's called it? Yes. Okay, yeah. Okay, thank you. Yeah, they just here. Okay, good. Thank you. Yeah, that's good. Yeah. I graduated in the Zhejiang, Chinese Medicine University. In that case, my major is internal medicine, and also my doctoral paper, my doctoral thesis is on the irritable bowel syndrome. That means my major is in the digestive system. So they just require me to teach these courses on internal medicine, which deal with the digestive system and also the cerebrovascular system. I think this is in my major. Okay, let's look at the first one. The first topic we are concerned about is the common flu, the common cold or flu. In Chinese, it's 感冒. Okay, here is a summary. Usually, this kind of a common cold can be divided into several symptoms. Why symptoms is also important? I think students sitting here should know that what is the characteristic of Chinese medicine. I always ask the student this question: what's the difference between Chinese medicine and Western medicine? Western medicine deal with the name, the disease name. They know how to deal with the name, just like diabetes, just like hypertension. But Chinese medicine will not. Chinese medicine practitioners always deal with what? Symptom. What do you mean by symptom? That means for any common disease, we try to divide the common disease into different patterns. Those people major in Chinese medicine may call them symptom. Laymen call them patterns. So that when we say differentiation and symptom, the layman people will call them identification of patterns. Because when they learn this one, they divide the common disease into different patterns. Like in this case, we tried to divide the 感冒, the common cold, into 6 symptoms. Okay, these symptoms just like the wind cold, wind heat, wind dryness, and exterior cold, and also the wind dampness, and wind with the summer heat, and also the wind constitution. Those are what we call it the patterns, right? So this is our trend. Starting from this chapter down to the other chapter, we also follow the same patterns, right? If no symptoms, Chinese medicine cannot stand. There's no Chinese medicine there, right? So we're concerned about symptoms. Only we can identify the disease to be correct symptom, and then that we can offer the correct treatment. Remember, okay? So let's go. Introduction part of the 感冒. 感冒, sometimes we call it in common cold. This is very common for every people. I bet everybody sitting here can suffer from common cold before, or what we call the flu or influenza, right? In Chinese medicine, we call those to be exterior syndrome. Why exterior? Why exterior? Because the pathogen is hiding on the surface of our body, just like the skin or the hairy level. And Chinese medicine believes that when the pathogen is still on the skin or hairy level, it causes a lot of the symptoms, which we call exterior symptom, and they will have the symptoms just like stuffy nose, coughing, and also the fevers and chills. All those can be seen. Usually, people think that this is in the springtime. This is wrong. That's wrong. Common cold can happen in all 4 seasons, and this is when you guys study this disease, you should at least know what is its term in Western medicine. So in Western medicine, they call them to be what? Either to be common cold, or so we call it the epidemic cold. Why epidemic? Because it happened in seasonal. Just like the SARS, SARS, in 2003 in Hong Kong. But now you don't have a Middle East severe syndrome. All those, I can tell you, also belong to the category of what we call it the common cold. But they're really severe type, okay? So this is an introduction. And after introduction, of course, we are trying to look at the etiology and also the pathogenesis. Anybody know what do you mean by pathogenesis? Etiology means the cause, right? The cause of disease. Pathogenesis, we can just divide them into 2 parts: patho and genesis. Patho means pathogen. Genesis means generation. That means how the pathogen is generated inside your body. We're trying to explain the pathogenic mechanism of the body, right? For example, when you suffer from exterior syndrome, why you get coughing? Why you get phlegm? Why you get stuffy nose? And this is why is the pathogenesis, right? So in here, when we mention about the etiology, of course, this is because of the exterior and exopathogen. The pathogen outside the body enter into your body and it will affect. And this, of course, will happen in various seasons, just like the climatic variation. And in this case, when the weather changes, this exopathogen will go into the body. When you guys study the TCM foundation, you should know that the etiology can be divided into external, internal, or non-external and internal, right? And this kind of disease is usually caused by external pathogen. How many kinds of pathogen there in external? 6. 6, you're right, 6. When you guys do differentiation according to the differentiation syndrome, according to the pathogenetic factor, you should know that there are 6, okay? Namely, wind, cold, summer heat, dryness, dampness, and fire. Right, you're right. And exterior syndrome are caused by these things. And among them, of course, who is the leader? Wind, you're right. Wind is always the leader, you're right. Always, yeah, this lady is really smart in knowing the foundation. Very good. Yeah, wind is also the leader of the evil. It can bring up everything into the body. Just like cold, heat, dampness, dryness, into the body, right? And this is the wind. And of course, as I mentioned before, it will lead to any kind of symptom, just like stuffy nose or the coughing, headache, and fever, and also, however, I told you guys before, this kind of symptom can be divided into local syndrome and also bodily syndrome. Lung is the first organ being affected, so you can have coughing, you can have stuffy nose, you can have a running nose. However, also lead to some body disease, just like fever, chills. All those lead to the body, not only in the lung, right? And the reason now we are talking about the pathogenesis. Why do we get headache? Why do we get shivering? Why do we get stuffy nose? Because of the lung. While the wind attacks our body, our skin, you guys should know the relation between the skin and also the lung, right? They are associated with each other. Once skin is being affected, the lung respond by contraction. When it contracts, it will lose its normal function. What are the functions of the lung? Lung got 2 functions. One, lung govern qi. Second, lung also govern the water metabolism. If the lung loses its normal function, what happens to lung qi? The lung qi always go down, but now it goes up. What's the result? Coughing. The lung is always going to disperse and also descend the water, but now it loses its function. So what happened to the water in the lung? Stay there. Become what? Phlegm. The less severe case will become phlegm. The more severe case will become the accumulation of water, just like edema in the lung, right? That's why many people, when they suffer exterior syndrome, they will, besides having lung, they will get some, accumulation of water in their lung, and those are because they're losing phlegm. So, as I mentioned before, wind can bring the dampness and also the summer heat into the body, right? So this is what we mentioned. Okay, now let's see to besides etiology and also pathogenesis, we try to look at differentiation syndrome. I want you guys to pay attention to differentiation syndrome, right? And usually, any common disease will have 2 causes. One is external, 2 is internal. However, in the common cold, or what we call the kamau, just got the external reasons. Externally, it is because of what? It's caused by the wind. So we try to divide them into patterns. This book like to use the pattern. So you can just outline those patterns, just like the pattern of wind cold, pattern of wind heat, and then the pattern of summer heat, and also the body weakness, all those parts. So you can just refer to your book on all these kind of different patterns, just like on the page 7 and 8, it deals about with the wind heat and wind cold there. Okay, and the most important thing I want you guys to bear in mind is, for any people who suffer from exterior syndrome, no matter it's wind cold, wind heat, wind dampness, or wind dryness, they should bear 4 major symptoms. Which 4? Headache, stiff neck, chills, then the aversion to cold, and also folding pulse. All these 4 situations must not be forgotten. Okay, repeat once again: headache, stiff neck, aversion to cold or wind, and last one is the folding pulse. All these are common to all types of common cold. All patterns of common cold, they should have this one. However, due to different patterns, they have different other associated symptoms, just like stuffy nose, running nose, coughing, and sometimes of the sweating, and sometimes you get sore throat. All those, what we call them to be the association syndrome. Okay, here for example, when you get the wind cold, you should have both fever and chills. But the wind cold chills is more than fever. Wind heat, fever more than chill. Remember this one, right? And of course, second is about the sweating. Sweating is usually found in the wind heat, but also found in wind cold. How come people getting wind cold they get the sweating? This is because sweating can be divided into 2 types. One is sweating with exterior excess, the other is exterior deficiency. People suffer from exterior excess who have no sweat. You know why? Because all the sweat pore kept closed. The sweat cannot go out. This is what we call the wind cold with exterior excess. For those people suffer from wind cold with exterior deficiency, the sweat pore keep open. They sweat all the time, right? And why do we need to separate them into excess deficiency and excess cold? Because when we are prescribing the Chinese medicine, we'll have the choice between the Ma Wang Tong and Gui Ji Tong. Those are the choice for sweating and non-sweating. Remember, okay? And besides that, we have the pattern what we call the summer heat. Summer heat is also associated with dampness because summer heat also always happen in the long summer. The questions arise here that in Chinese medicine we do have the 5 elements, right? But we try to match the 5 elements with the 4 seasons. How can we do? How 5 can match with 4? The solution is we try to make up one more season between summer and also autumn, which we call the late summer, right? So we have 5 seasons instead. It's spring, summer, late summer, autumn, and also the winter, right? And late, the people getting the summer heat. I mean the wind with summer heat always happen in late summer. That means that is at about August and also September time when the weather is really hot. How come we get so many dampness? Because when the sun shines on the ground is really hot. Suddenly you feel a little bit drop rain there, and then you can get more, evaporation, and those will be the cause of the dampness here, right? And of course, people suffer from dampness. It's really, really serious. This is very characteristic for people getting the wind dampness. You know why? Because dampness causes people characteristic in their symptom, in having headache, not the ordinary headache, but headache as if it was wrapped, as if somebody get a bandage in your head wrapped. So this is the first characteristic. The second characteristic for people who suffer from wind dampness is the heaviness in the body. They get very heavy. And also, some people also suffer from damp heat. If you feel damp heat, you will feel thirsty, but you are not going to drink because you actually is not so hot inside, right? And the pulse is really characteristic. For people who suffer from wind dampness, the pulse is what we call the soggy. S-O-G-G-Y, soggy. Soggy pulse means what? The pulse is in the top level, but it's very soft and very slow and very slow and soft, and also appear on the top. So this is what we call the soggy pulse. And if you see the tongue always display either greasy or slippery. What greasy means is the tongue coat is covered by a film of water on the top, and this water does not go away. So this is greasy. So remember, the tongue condition for the dampness is greasy tongue coat, while the pulse is soggy. Remember that, okay? I always place more time in the differentiation symptom because I think this is the most important part for you guys. This is the first chapter. I will repeat them again and again within this 11 chapter until you guys get used to that, familiar with that, so that you can apply them when you're doing your classwork, homework, or even attending the examination. Understand? I forgot to tell you guys we got 6 lessons, right? That means within these 6 lessons, we've used 5 lessons to share the 52 cases. While the last session, of course, is not taught by me. It's our another teacher who is the dean of this school. He will, guide the final examination for you guys. Of course, my duty is to equip yourself, equip you guys so that you can answer those questions, right? Good. So now, what is the purpose of diagnosis? I always ask my students, why do the patient visit your clinic? The most important thing is to get treatments. But before you get the treatment, of course, you get through a lot of process, just like diagnosis, just like differentiation syndrome, and then you reach the treatment principle. However, in this book, I don't like this book. Within the 11 chapters, this is one chapter, chapter 4, get the treatment principle. Other chapters doesn't have. I don't have time to get all the treatment principle in other chapters, but I just advise you guys that when you read chapter 4, pay more attention to the treatment principle. And book 2 is better. For book 2, the volume 2, you get 3 chapters. Okay, chapter 2, chapter 8, chapter 10, you get the treatment principle. And book 3, you get 3 chapter 2. Only in book 1, you get just 1 chapter containing the treatment principle. This is, I just add one more to you guys, okay? Okay, the treatment principle here, of course, it will due to, it depends on which symptom you get. But usually they get what we call the principal points when you are dealing with acupuncture. I know all of you guys here must take acupuncture, right? And of course, you just remember that the major point or the principal points for the exterior syndrome should be 4. Which 4? One is here, LI4. Okay, 合谷. The second is the LU7. LU7, we just find a point here, and this LU7. Okay, LU7, we call it 离缺. And the third point is a dijoy GV14. This is a very important. Some doctors do not like to put GV14 as a general or the principal points because they think GV14 is a point to release the wind and heat. They can only use GV14 in the wind heat. But the order here would like to include the GV14 as a general and principal points for the exterior syndrome. Whether you guys take it or not, it's up to you. But for me, I will stick to 3 points only. It's LU7, LI4, and also GB20. You know GB20 is really universal here, right? When you read GB20, that is what we call the 风池. 风池 actually, that means the pull for wind. And remember, guys, whenever you see the English word F-E-N-G, feng, same as my surname, okay, feng, that means wind. So whenever you see the 风池, 风符, or 风满, or the 风龙, all those means wind. So in here, GB20 means wind. So the 3 points I want to emphasize, one is the LI4, the other is LU7, and then the GB20. All those points can be used for principal points, right? However, due to different patterns, we need to do what we call the modifications. In Chinese medicine or Chinese herb, we call them modification. Of course, in the acupuncture, we call them to be supplementary points. For example, in the wind cold, besides those points, just like LU7, LI4, and GB20, we need to get rid of the wind. Although the treatment principle in Chinese medicine always say that we use the cold nature herb to deal with the heat disease, or we use the heat nature herbs to deal with the cold disease, but here don't use the principle in exterior syndrome. In exterior syndrome, although you get wind cold, don't use the warm herbs. Don't use the heat needle. Otherwise, you will ruin the situation, right? So here, instead of warming the body in the wind cold, we try to get rid of more wind. So which 2 points can help you to get rid of wind? One is the BL12. We call it the 风满. 风满 means the wind door. So BL12 can be considered. The other point is to look for the organ. In the clinic supervision, I always advise my student that Chinese medicine will always look for the organs and the meridians instead of looking at the local area. Unlike the Western medicine, they just have the principle that if you get headache, you deal with the head. If you get leg pain, you deal with the leg. But Chinese medicine, no. We are trying to look into the related organs, right? So in this case, if you think exterior syndrome is related with the lung, please look for the lung point. And the BL13, the face shoe, actually is the best shoe point of the lung. So in case of the wind cold, besides using the principal points, we are trying to look for the 2-point BL12 and also BL13. Understand? Great. How about the wind heat? Yes, wind heat this time we try to get rid of all the cold, but the heat point, right? So there's a point in the body universal for releasing the heat. No matter the excess heat, deficiency heat, any kind of heat toxin, we do look for this one. It is Li11. We call it Juqi. This one, Juqi. Juqi is very useful. Anytime it's very applicable. No matter if it's exterior syndrome, interior syndrome, during the heat. Even if people get acne in the face, or getting, the psoriasis, or getting the all sorts of the eczema, I can still use the Li and Li4 and Li11. Those are really useful, And of course, this is the second. The third pattern when we consider about the dampness, and also when you get the dampness, of course, when you get the summer heat, the dampness, of course, you will get one more point. We call it the Yinling Chuan. Yinling Chuan is the how do we talk it? Yeah, it's a SP9. Inside the body, there are 2 water points for us to remove excess water and providing water. Why do we say remove and provide more? Actually, in acupuncture, we have a principle that acupuncture can achieve the purpose of bidirectional regulation. What bidirectional regulation means is if you do not have enough water, you needle this point, you will regulate more water. If you have too much water, just like edema, you needle this point, it will regulate the water from edema to normal. This is what we call it bidirectional regulation. So there are 2 points in the body. We call it SP6 and SP9, Yinling Chuan and Sanyin Jiao. All those 2 points are very useful to removing water and regulate people suffer from yin deficiency. So whenever you get wind dampness, consider SP9. Okay, and of course, when people get summer heat, this time we want to release heat by a very special point which we call the Wei Zhong. That means BL40. Actually, BL40 I didn't use it too much, but the textbook used it. I just advise you guys just take it as reference. Whenever you have a BL40, 40 is using one locally, deal with the lip pain. Second, the BL40 is also the lower heat sheet point for the urinary bladder. So because of the urinary bladder problem, we can also look for the BL40, right? And BL40 sometimes can use for tonify the blood. Blood deficiency, we are looking for SP10. But in addition, try to use BL40 to assist the point. Do anybody know what is the treatment principle for people suffering from exterior syndrome? According to Chinese medicine, if somebody suffers from common cold or exterior syndrome, what will the treatment principle? No idea? Exterior syndrome can be relieved by treatment principle? No idea? According to Yellow Emperor's internal medicine, Wang Di Neijing, any people suffer from exterior syndrome should be relieved by, no idea, diaphoresis, inducing sweating. Inducing sweating. Even my grandma knows this principle. Whenever she feels discomfortable in the morning, what they did is you put some ginger in the water and boil it and drink the ginger soup. Go to the bed, cover with a blanket. And then what happened? Sweating. After sweating, the problem is gone, right? So this is a treatment principle. However, is it also workable for all people? No. No. Some people, which kind of people cannot induce sweat after they get exterior syndrome? Which kind of people cannot induce sweating? No idea? Anybody can stand for sweating? No. Some people cannot sweat. If you get induced sweating, he will be deficiency, will be weak. Those kind of people, no idea. The people with weak constitution. The people with weak constitution, they cannot undergo the diaphoresis. Otherwise, there will be more deficiency, right? But the problem is, this kind of people get long-term disease, become very weak. But suddenly he get exterior syndrome. What will you do? What will you do? Let it before? Lima? Do you have any idea? If somebody nourish him, nourish the constitution, it strengthens the constitution, right? If you cannot nourish it, if you nourish the people, you will just leak the external population in the inside the body. They will be more worse. According to Jian Junjing, our sage, if you are exterior syndrome and then you get nourishing or you got some purging, this is a erroneous treatment. Don't do that. Okay, what we can do is, just as Lima just mentioned, we will strengthen his body resistance on one hand and get diaphoresis on the other hand, right? So here the solution is we add one more point in addition to those principal points. This is a Zhusani ST36. What is the function for ST36? Everybody sitting here should have an idea. What is the function for ST36? Yeah, you're right, but you're half correct. You know why? Okay, repeat that. Can you repeat that? What is the function? Yeah, 25 stomach spin, right? Since ST36 starting with ST, that means stomach. ST36 is a very good punch for us. Even people have no sickness, we sometimes will get a mox up those points in order to preserve our health, increase our resistance. Actually, ST36, although you bear the name ST, not only 25 ST, stomach, also 25 spin, you're right, but also can 25 the chi, meaning 25 chi, 25 blood, 25 chi, a little bit blood, of course, mostly the chi and the spin and also stomach, remember. That's why the author here, just add one more point, ST36, in addition to those principal points, for those people who suffer from long-term disease with a very weak constitution, but suddenly invaded by the exterior syndrome. Understand? Okay. How about those people with stuffy nose? You're right. In my clinic, anybody suffer from stuffy nose or runny nose, I will put 4 points on that. 2 here is 影像. This is the LI20, right? And 2 more points on 鼻痛, this point. So he look like a cat with a 4, 1, 2, 3, 4 here, right? In order to stop the running nose, in order to, get the congested nose. So here we got 影像, this energy. And how about those who get a headache? And for me, I will not treat especially for the headache. For those people who suffer from headache because of exterior syndrome, because I believe that once exterior syndrome, dispelled, the exterior syndrome dispelled, that the headache will disappear. But for those people who suffer from severe headache, we try to add one more in the Taiyang. This one. This is the Taiyang. This is a special point. We don't have any symbol for that. Just Taiyang. Taiyang. Everybody knows Taiyang is the special one. Some of the EXHM5. I have no idea to remember that. How about the sore throat? If you guys are facing a patient who is suffering from exterior syndrome, you don't know whether he or she is suffering from exterior cold or exterior heat. That means wind cold or wind heat. How do you know? First, we look at the pulse syndrome. Second, we look at the tongue syndrome. Another syndrome very, very easy to distinguish is sore throat. People suffering from sore throat will mostly belong to wind heat. Remember, sore throat, wind heat. So people with sore throat, of course, what can you do? Usually I will not treat with them. But with severe sore throat, you can just use bloodletting. Bloodletting which point? of course, there are 2 points. Either you're letting the LI1 here, yeah, and or the LU1. So usually LU1 here, we balloting. People getting severe sore throat, we usually use balloting LU1, so LU11 or LI1. That means large intestinal 1 or the lung 11. Those are very effective in relieving the sore throat, right? So in this case, we try to look at this one. And how about the other thing is many people suffer. In case of exterior syndrome, many people suffer from general body aching. How is the body aching? That means besides the stiff neck, you get a sore shoulder and the lower back pain, and with the calf here also get sharp. I want to know if you guys are doing the examination now, if the people get body aching, okay, how can you explain? Why do the patient get bodily aching during the exterior syndrome? Because of what? You are right. The wind staying in the joints, in the channel, and in the muscle, which are not going out, right? So what you are going to do is to relieve the exterior, or what we call it, to dispel the wind. Either dispelling the wind or relieving exterior with a method to get rid of those wind, right? And then in this case, if you are using the needling, of course, LI11 is not enough to removing the general ache in your body. What you're looking at is you try the dual point. Now we don't call it dual channel now. What we call is a governor vessel. Governor vessel is still from here down there, right? And of course, if you look for the GV12, which is called the central. I'm always familiar with 2 points, GV10 and GV12. GV10 we call the 行道, 灵台, and GV12 we call it the central. These 2 points, I always use them for releasing the body heat, general body heat. So here, you can just stick to the principle of the principal points here with the central whenever the patient got the general body aching, right? So for the explanation, I don't want to talk too much. I just want to tell you guys that usually when the exterior syndrome affects people, it will affect the 太阳 first. 太阳 means what? 太阳 included 2 channels. 太阳 channel included 2 organs. One is the urinary bladder, staying from the BL1, that means the 睛明, 江主, all the down backward, and then the BL, all the point down into your leg, into your feet, and the small toe. Those is we call it the urinary bladder channel, which we call belong to the foot 太阳 channel. Okay, and the hand 太阳 channel is not so much because hand 太阳 channel just belong to small intestine. It doesn't matter too much, but we always deal with the foot 太阳 channel. And of course, always, why do we take those LY? Because the foot 太阳 always deal with the small intestine, large intestine, and all those. Therefore, we can just use the needle. And some people ask me whether we can use a moxa in the exterior syndrome. I say yes. Yes, moxa can do. And some people, they do not like using needling. You can use moxa to release the heat. And of course, guasa is also a way to release it for the elder people. They don't like needling or they don't stand for needling. You use guasa and also the cupping. All can do, right? So this explanation just tell you guys why we use those points, either because the wind point or they just want to release some heat for that, right? This is the situation for that. Okay, thank you. And of course, this is what I mentioned before. There are some alternate methods for treatment. Besides using the needling, you can use the cupping. The points for cupping will be the same, just like the GV14, the GV12, and also the BL1. I think the same. And of course, some people like to do other things, just like they do cupping and also the needling together. This is not my I want. Okay, I just advise you guys. Okay, to conclusion. Remember, this kind of exterior syndrome always happen in 4 seasons, but will not be in any spring, summer, autumn, and also this winter. If you guys have clinic, you should know that. Which time you have more patients, the most number of patients in your clinic is a time when between the winter and spring, between spring and summer, between summer and also the autumn. You know why? Because at the transitional period, people forget to put in their clothes. And the other thing is the daily fluctuation or the temperature, right? Like in the morning, you get 10 degrees. In the afternoon, you get 20 degrees. Sometimes you're getting cold and heat, and this is the time people easily get sick. That's why I mentioned that the exterior syndrome always happen when there's a transitional period between the two seasons, right? So in this case, you guys need to get some preventive measures. As I mentioned before, sometimes you have a good lifestyle, and sometimes you can get some moisture in yourself, and even you don't have a sickness, you just strengthen your body resistance. Remember, body resistance is very important. As I told you guys before, Chinese medicine practitioner or the acupuncturist not only prescribe the acupuncture point, not only prescribe the herbal formula for the patient, we also provide some lifestyle advice, diet on living. You know why? Because in that case, the patient will get recover soon, and also it will not get relapse or will occur again. This is why I advise them. So, enough resting, get a more bland food, don't take the spicy food, and drink more water. And of course, we always get more exercise, just like Tai Chi, just like the Qigong. I think those are really good for our health, right? So this will be the end of this part of the acupuncture, right? And for the herbal part, I will not spend too much time because I just mentioned about the representation formula. While the modification, I want you guys to look at yourself, right? So as I mentioned before, the exterior syndrome can be divided into at least 4 types: wind heat, wind cold, wind dampness, wind dryness, and here we got 2 more symptoms, 2 more patterns, just like wind disease with weak constitution, or sometimes how about those people who getting the summer heat, just like this one. Okay, first of all, let's consider wind cold. As I mentioned before, wind cold can be divided into excess, the exterior excess and exterior deficiency. For those people who suffer from wind cold disease, the textbook advise you guys to use a 金风白毒散. But if you look at some traditional Chinese medicine books, it advises you using 麻黄汤. 麻黄汤, according to Jian Jing, is very effective. But why do we use 金风白毒散? The reason is where you use it. For example, now if you are in Hong Kong, in China, and in Hong Kong it's different. China is north, just like the Toronto here. And Hong Kong is just like Florida, just like South America. Right? So the same patient suffer from the same disease in Toronto and also in Florida. They have a different treatment, right? Because in Toronto, the weather is dry. The weather is cold, so we try to use 麻黄汤. And those tropical area with high humidity and then with less cold, of course, we try to use 金风白毒散. This is what I suggest. Okay, so 金风白毒散is no problem. Okay, so this is a representation formula. And besides wind cold, we have wind heat. And for the situation wind heat, of course, we have no much restriction like this one, right? So for the wind heat, usually we get 2 formula. One is 银桥散. Second is the 双珠林. And in this textbook, it will ask you guys to 银桥散. 银桥散 is universal. And you can also buy this 银桥散 in the Chinese herbal shop as a form of Chinese patent medicine. 银桥散 and 双珠林, they got 2. But the difference is 银桥散 is for dealing with the fever, just fever. And 双珠林 is dealing with people who have a fever with coughing. But this book doesn't mention about that. I just use my experience to tell you guys, okay? So 银桥散 is a good choice. If you attend the examination, please write down 银桥散. Okay, how about 银桥散 with some 冲细鸡梗汤? I have no idea on 冲细鸡梗汤, but I know that 冲四 is 2 types of food stuff we eat, just like the onion, the spring onion, and then with some 豆豉. This is the fermented soya beans. All those are really mild if you just use the spring onion, and also the fermented soybean, those is not able to relieve your exterior syndrome. Okay, so you must combine with other herbs together, and this is a wind hit. How about this type of syndrome? What we call it somebody feel exterior cold outside, but heat inside with some dysphoria, and this is a very difficult situation, just mentioned by this gentleman before. This is not belong to cold, not belong to heat, right? But the heat is inside, while the cold is outside. So in this case, we are dealing with two situations. Exterior if you want, heat inside, right? And we're not going to deal with one by one. We can use one formula to deal with this situation, which is called the 带青龙汤. However, in the CTCMPO doesn't contain this formula. He has only solution which is called the 麻杏洗肝汤, 麻杏洗肝汤, to deal with this case, so that the exterior cold can be released while the internal heat will be released too, right? And the fourth case, we're dealing with summer heat. The summer heat here. Summer heat, of course, the formula we use is 新加香鱼饮, which is using to relieve some summer heat from the body, because this is going to use all sorts of herbs which is good for releasing summer heat, just like the water lily, the lotus, and also the root for the the lily. Of course, those are really powerful in releasing the heat from the body. And the last type we call it the wind disease in the weak with the weak constitution. In this case, as I mentioned before, besides releasing heat, we use something to strengthen our body resistance. So we are using a formula called the 麻王细辛汤. Please note that the English part is wrong. Can you see that? The English part for this is wrong. I want you guys to correct it. In page 13, and the bottom part, you can see number 5, weak constitution, prescription. It mentioned 带王附集细辛汤. Can you see that? Please correct it. 麻王附集细辛汤. Please cross out the DA, and then we use MA instead of DA. Instead of 带王附集细辛汤, we are using 麻王附集细辛汤 here, right? This is the point I just laid out, okay? So we finished the first one. Are there any questions for the exterior syndrome? I not use much time to explain that, because I know this is the first chapter. You guys know that, right? There any questions? Oh yeah, sorry. Can you see in page 13, down below, there's number 5. We call it weak constitution. Can you get it? In weak constitution, there's some English called the prescription. Prescription should be 麻王附集细辛汤, but repeated 带王 DA. Can you see that? Please cross out the word DA. Instead it's just MA. Can you get it? MA. Get it? Good. Okay, if you guys. How do you write the herbal treatment there? No, you just write down the name, the representative formula. No. The dosage, you mean? Dosage. Okay, dosage, you say once a day for the decoction. But if it is in form of Chinese patent medicine, we usually take twice a day. Each time we take about 8 pills. 8 pills at a time, and two times a day. Can you get it? Yeah. So pills usually 2 times, 2 or 3 times. Severe case is 3 times. Usually it's 2 times, right? So I'll give you some time to revise on chapter 1. See whether you have question or not. Okay, just 1 minute. No break. I will give you a short break later. Okay. No, not GB14 and GB12 and also GB14. No, for me, I would like to use LU5 and LR4, LI4, large intestine 4, and also lung 5. So lung 7, sorry, lung 7. LI4 and lung 7. No, exterior syndrome for the principal point. And also the other point, is, of course, is the GP20. You're right. You have an example? Yeah, sure. We have a in the break time. We'll give you the case one. Case one is for the okay. Let's look at case chapter 2. Creusot. Creusot is a Chinese name for the coughing, and of course Creusot. I think if you guys familiar with the common cold, there is no problem for you to know because coughing always associated with the common cold, only in the exterior contraction, right? So here I would like to give you an idea that every common disease have two common causes. One is exterior, one is interior. Now it is the case for the coughing. Remember, coughing is 100% related to lung, but coughing can be caused by the other 5 organs. That means other organs will also will be the cause. The other organs will also causing coughing, right? So coughing, I think everybody will know that it's really common. In our case, some people's coughing may be stimulated or because of exterior syndrome. Some may not, but in the clinical, always we can divide the coughing into different types. Some coughing contain phlegm, some coughing do not have a dry coughing, especially in this season. In the autumn and winter time, many people have a dry coughing. That means you cough without phlegm. Okay. So in this case, we try to identify coughing into 2 types. One is a coughing because of external contraction. The other is because of internal injury. External contraction always because of the exopalpitant, just like what we learned before. Because the wind bring up everything in the body, and wind can disturb the normal function of the lung. As I mentioned before, lung governs the qi. If the lung fail to govern the qi, the lung qi will go up as a rebellious qi instead of going down, and this is the coughing, right? And of course, the other cause is other organs getting disorder, just like liver, spleen, kidney, all those organs when they get weak, they also cause coughing. Yeah, questions.
If they say that the patient's main concern or main
yeah.
Should we, for this purpose of this, shouldn't we stick to the lung organ? Because I think they're going to have not a basic test, but that's not a it can't be too complicated. So don't get confused if they have other organs involved.
Sure.
Right?
Sure. So what I mean here is some is a new case, some is an old case. Rather, because in the test we just divide them into external contraction and internal injury. Usually, internal injury will not happen in one day. In one day. Yes, you guys read further, you will know that usually those internal injuries caused by the external contraction first. If you guys do not take care, then it will just develop into internal. That means just like exterior syndrome, we develop into interior syndrome and become coughing. You're right. And coughing, as I mentioned before, 100% related with the lung. If no lungs, no coughing. But what causes coughing is not only lung. Other organs will cause that, right? So this I mentioned before, is caused by the disorders in the function of other lung organs only. Yeah, questions?
Question. First one, we did the wind.
Right.
But when they give you an example is headache, blah, 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 cough. When you put your pinky
Yeah.
on the finger,
Yeah.
do you call it cough because they
Exactly.
lined up symptoms?
Yeah, this is a very good question.
Do you go with gun?
This depends on the qi complaint. Yeah, the qi complaint is usually people will not say, I suffer from 感冒, I suffer from common cold. No. When I was sitting in clinic, I will ask the patient, why do you come here? The chief complaint is I cough a lot. I cough for 3 days. I cough for phlegms. I think this is the main is the coughing. Or I cough with severely coughing with this dyspnea, and then you just write down asthma, right? So we seldom write down, the exterior, except when you get exterior without coughing. are just coming with some headache, and then with some shivering. That's it. Or some running nose. You will not just write running nose or write nose congestion there. No. So Gamma in this case, I think the exterior syndrome will be the main complaint. But when you get coughing, of course, coughing depends how long does it take. If more than 3 days or more than 1 week, of course, coughing will be more dominant than the Gamma. I will take in this case, right? So it depends on how long does it happen. In short term coughing, we won't write down as a coughing. No, we look at the main syndrome, right? Okay, thanks a lot. So I will try to match with the Chinese medicine name with the Western medicine name. So in this case, people suffer from what we call the URI. URI. That means upper respiratory tract infection, or what we call it the chronic bronchitis, and also sometimes some kind of the bronchitis, and all those, even pneumonia will have the symptoms at the initial stage, such as same as the exterior syndrome, right? Although some people even get the tuberculosis nowadays, and then they got the symptom of coughing. So remember, coughing will be the initial stage of the many symptoms, just like pneumonia, just like even some people get the lung cancer, they get a long-term coughing, right? So remember, for example, stomachache usually will be initial stage for people suffer from lung cancer or lung ulceration, and coughing is always the initial stage for pneumonia, for even lung cancer, all those things is indicator. So whenever people get coughing, ask him or her to seek for treatment. I think this is a more pay safe to him. Okay. So after introduction, we try to look at the etiology, and of course, as I mentioned before, coughing is because of lung. The lung cannot, get the lung qi cannot keep going down. It goes up. It's a rebellious lung qi. So rebellious lung qi is a cause of coughing, and this rebellious lung qi may be caused by external, the exopathogen. And of course, internally, get coughing, as I mentioned before, just because of what? Because of other organs getting weakness, which affect the organ. You know that organ and organ, they get many close relationship. Sometimes it's this organ getting worse, just like the spleen. If you get a weak spleen, of course, the spleen will affect the lung. How? Actually, you guys should remember, phlegm is produced in spleen, but stored in the lung. Don't think that phlegm comes from lung. No. How do you know that? Next time when you have coughing with phlegm, you try to eat more chocolate, you try to eat more candy, and then produce a lot of phlegm. You know why? Because chocolate, candy, cheese, sticky rice, all those things are very stagnated. Once you take into your spleen, it causes too much stagnation there. Your spleen cannot store for that, and then they just accumulate water. As according to Chinese medicine, in this case, spleen will produce more and more phlegm, but it will not store in itself. It will store in the lung. So, because I mentioned before, if the spleen deficiency will cause phlegm, and then the phlegm will be stored in the lung, it causes a lot of phlegm, right? And second is because the liver qi stagnation always the bad hand of many diseases. So liver qi stagnation will transform to fire, transform to heat, transform to anything, right? If liver qi stagnation transforms to fire, the fire inside body will consume all the body fluid. And when the lung loses the fluid, of course it will lose its function. It is unable to disperse and descend the qi. Of course, the water, and this is producing water and coughing. And the last organ is kidney. Kidneys are very important. Many people suffer from asthma, not because of the lung problem, because of the problem of the kidney, especially for long-term asthma or the chronic bronchitis. Always because of the weak in the kidney. Why? Because we know that lung governs the qi, but the kidney governs the lung. How do you know that? Because the kidney get one function, which is called the failure of the kidney to accept the qi, or what we call the failure of the kidney to perform the normal respiration. Those are the same thing making the kidney cannot perform its own function, so it cannot control the lung. Even you get deep breathing from outside the air will just travel the lung one time and then go out with the original oxygen content. That means if your kidney is weak, your lung is unable to exchange the oxygen inside the body while they expire the carbon dioxide outside. This is the function of the. This is why the function of the kidney is so important, because it will control the exchanging of gas inside the lung. Okay. So after finish the pathogenesis, we try to look at the differentiation of syndrome. How many types? How many patterns in coughing? Roughly, you can divide into two: one external, internal. However, this is not all. This is not all. One, externally, we can find the body will be invaded by the wind cold, wind heat, and also wind dampness. For those people suffer from the wind cold, of course, it will manifest in a way that it will export lots of phlegm, which phlegm is watery and also white and watery phlegm. Sometimes you guys want to distinguish whether this is wind cold or wind heat. Just look at the phlegm and also the nasal discharge. If you find the phlegm or nasal discharge is yellow, sticky, that is surely wind heat. If it is watery and clear and copious, this is because of the wind cold. But sometimes wind dampness will also have the copious and also the watery phlegm there. So they mix together. But wind heat is very distinct. And another way to distinguish wind heat is try to feel the pulse. If somebody get a wind cold, the pulse will be floating and tight. Tight means what? Tight pulse means either it is cold or pain. People getting pain, of course, it is a tight pulse, right? And as wind heat, as I mentioned before, usually you come with a sore throat, sweating, and also you can see the tongue condition is very different. For people suffer from wind heat, they have a red tongue, yellow coat, and the pulse will be rapid. Wind cold, the tongue will be light red, but with the thin white coat. But the pulse is always floating and slow or floating with moderate. What's the difference between moderate and slow? Moderate is actually midway between normal and also slow, remember, okay? And this is what we can. And besides external contraction, we also have some internal injury. As I mentioned before, when I answered Nima's question, that long-term coughing always because of internal injury. That means, first of all, you get the external contraction, but you do not take care about that, or still eat what you like, do what you do, and then stay up at night, and also go out without any coughing, and then without any coughing. Of course, it will lead to internal. So if internal coughing, of course, it will get lots of phlegm. And when you cough, you get the chest congestion. Whenever you get chest congestion, this is either the dampness or the phlegm. Okay, this is one type. You get more phlegm, what we call it the obstruction of phlegm dampness. And the second is because of the lung. So because of the liver fire. Because the liver oxygenation, the liver fire can burn up all the body fluid in the liver and the lung. And what you get is, you get little phlegm, the coughing, and the phlegm is sticky, very sticky in your throat. And how do you know this is because of the liver? In this case, you'll find the hypochondriac pain. As you guys know, the hypochondriac region is governed by the liver and gallbladder. Anytime you get here, you get pain, that means it should be liver, right? The liver. And the other symptom is your bitter taste in the mouth. Bitter taste in the mouth is also means that you get the liver fire or liver heat. Liver heat or liver fire will cause you bitter taste in the mouth and congest the eyes. And an atypical sign is when you ask the patient to take out his tongue. In fact, tongue condition is really, really clear. They see both margins or the tongue is red. Red tongue margin is a typical sign for liver heat or liver fire. Remember, okay? And also the pulse, typical cause for the wiry. W-I-R-Y, wiry. Wiry pulse is also another case. So this is many signs to show that this is because of liver, right? One, bitter taste in the mouth. Second, the tongue margins getting red, and the pulse is wiry pulse. All this can show this is because of the liver, right? And the last one is about the liver, the lung yin. What is a lung? As you guys know, when you buy a pig's lung from the butcher shop, you find that the lung is always appear pink in color. It's shiny. It's moist. Moist because what? It facilitates for exchange of oxygen. However, the lung get not enough water. The lung is not able to the exchange gas in this way. It will become hypofunction. So lung like moisture, lung like nourishment. If lung lack of water, of course, it will become coughing. Just like in this season, many people get dry coughing because their lung getting dry. So in Chinese people, we always like to boil some soup. You can just go to any Chinese restaurant. They always have the soup prepared, the soup boiling from pig's lung and with some almonds, with some figs together, because we think the almond is better for nourishment. The figs is also for nourishment with the pig's lung. Chinese people like to tonify themselves by the animal's organs. If you want to tonify your lung, you eat the lung. If you want to tonify your kidney, you eat the kidney from the animal. This is what we did. Okay? And of course, if the lung is dry, of course, you get the coughing. But how do you know that the coughing is due to the lung yin? Easy. One, you feel the mouth and the throat really dry, especially at night. When you cough, there's no phlegm. Sometimes the phlegm will contain some blood. What we call it is hypnotizes. Hypnosis, and this is because they were coughing with blood. And then the most important case is this kind of people will have night sweating. That means you will wake up at night and you find all your body get wet. Actually, night sweating is also a sign for yin deficiency. No matter if it's kidney yin, stomach yin, or kidney or lung yin deficiency. And your tongue is really typical. For yin deficiency lung, is always a red tongue with no coat. Like a tender red tongue, or tongue with a little coat. And the pulse is also rapid and fatty. So rapid and fatty tongue, rapid and fatty pulse, and also red tongue with no coat or little coat. Those are the characteristic pulse condition and tongue condition for people suffer from yin deficiency. Remember, okay? Yeah, this is a very important part for you guys to distinguish this type of coughing, right? So, are there any questions? No, I just be fast on the treatment. Treatment part, coughing, depends on external or internal. External coughing, of course, you just deal with the same case with the exterior syndrome. We are still looking for LI4, LU7, because LI4 and LU7 are all for exterior syndrome, right? And this time we add one more point, BL13, phase 2, because it tonifies the lung. As I mentioned before, lung will associate with coughing. So basically for coughing, we look for LI4, LU7, and also the BL13. Is it necessary to put in GB20? No, it depends on whether it's wind or not. If no wind at all, no need to put in the GB20, right? But if this people suffer from wind cold, we try to, wind cold with coughing, of course, we try to put some more points on the BL12, also the LU9. LU9 is where? LU9, be careful. It's in our radial artery. When you needle the LU9, don't needle the radial artery, otherwise you get the problem. So we just put it aside and then put it into the side here. And you know that LU9 is very important because it governs our lung qi. It tonifies the lung. It is also the point, for the for the infant point, because this point is govern our pulse, right? And of course, when people get wind heat, remember LI11? This is universal for heat releasing point, right? And of course, as I mentioned before, some doctors like to use the GV14 to release both heat and wind when you get coughing, right? Sore, of course, bloodletting in the 笑香, that means the LU11. So the explanation part explain why we use it. Usually connecting what we call the loop connecting point. So when you guys study point, category or point combination in your meridian study, you should know that what do we mean by the loop connecting point. Okay, loop connecting point, of course, we connect the loop and also the organs together. And sometimes connect yuan point. Yuan point is a source point, right, which is the qi yuan qi, always gather there. And as I mentioned before, why do we always find the LU, LU7, LU5, LU, the 13, I mean the BL13, all those because coughing, as I mentioned before, associated with the coughing. However, when you cough with other organs, you have to take care. One, if this coughing is because of flame heat, please take care of flame, which is the flame point inside the body. ST40, SP40, 风龙 is a flame point. Okay, and when you get too much heat in the lung, you just besides LI11, you will add one more point, LU5, here. This is a very good point to release the lung heat. LI11 is release the heat at any time, but specifically for lung heat, we get LU5, right? We also get 痰中 is here, between the tear. This is 痰中is a point. If you get the chest congestion, you can consider the 痰中. And also 丁泉 is this point, CV20, 22, CV22. This point is for during the coughing severity. Actually, in Chinese medicine acupuncture, we got 2 points specifically for coughing with dyspnea, coughing severely. You want to release it. One is a CV22 丁泉. The other is what we call it this is what we call it the 带坠 and 丁泉 here. And this is a 10 度. CV22 is 10 度, while 丁泉 is just 1 inch, 1 chen lateral to the GV14. If you got GV14 and both sides here, left and right, this is what we call the 丁泉, the special form for coughing. And of course, for phlegm, we have the SC40, right? However, some people coughing because of the liver fire. And this time, please look for the liver point. And in order to quench, to extinguish the liver fire or subdue the liver fire, we are looking for a very important point, either LR2 or LR3. LR2 we call it 行间, but 行间 is more scary, more painful. So you can just move 1.5 inch behind, which we call the LR3, 太冲. 太冲 is also a good point for releasing the liver fire. And some people coughing with blood, I can tell you guys, always bleeding disease, just like hematemesis, that means you are vomiting with blood, or you have no points for that, except for coughing with blood. That means hematitis, and then of course you can have 1 point, which is called the 孔坠, LU6. LU6 is a point to stop bleeding in your lung. Any kind of bleeding internally, we can make use of this point too. For example, you're vomiting with blood, you can also consider the 孔坠, LU6. You are breathing, coughing with blood, of course, this is a good point, remember. Okay, and this is explain why we use this point. Usually, we have not enough water, we use the 三阴交 SP6 to tonify our body, right? And also, when you are trying to subdue the fire, firstly, we consider using LR3, 太冲. Sometimes we can use KI3, water point, to help the lung to subdue the fire, or SP6, 三阴交 to subdue the fire. That means besides using the LR3, 太冲, to subdue the liver fire, we always use 2 other points to help it. One is SP6, 三阴交. The other is KI3, 太息, also can be used over there, right? Remember. Okay. And other treatment, sorry, I'm not used to get used to use this kind of external points. So this should not be an examination too. And conclusion, coughing as I mentioned before, deal with the lung. So 5 more lung points to deal with that. And for people suffering from long-term coughing, please get away from wind, especially now. If you get coughing, don't go out and blow. If you blow at the wind, of course, you easily get coughing. But for those people getting, allergy in their throat, you just wear the mask. Because once you wear the mask, one, you will not transmit the disease to other people. Second, you breathe what you breathe out. It will warm your nose and then warm your lung again. So this will decrease your rate of coughing. Of course, you have to take care about your diet. Get away from any raw food and also cold food, just like salad, just like ice cream, ice water. All those will cause coughing, especially for internal injury, right? Smoke, get away. Alcohol, no alcohol. And after even you get well, go to do some exercise and then to train your body to increase your body resistance. Okay, those are the end of that. Okay, how about the herbs? Well, the Chinese herb, of course, for the coughing, because of external congestion, of course, we have used one important formula, which is called 止嗽散. 止嗽散 is a very useful formula during for all kind of coughing, internal, external. So this is composed of, very simple herbs like that. And 山澳汤 is dealing with the cold. So 止嗽散 is universal for coughing, while 山澳汤 is for releasing the cold, wind cold. So this is the formula for the wind cold. For the wind heat, as I mentioned before, if you get fever, you get the 银翘散. But if you get coughing with the heat, this time we use 桑茱苓. 桑 is 桑叶, 茱 is 茱花, that means chrysanthemum. Chrysanthemum with the 桑叶 together, this is a very good herb to deal with the coughing because of the heat, right? And the third kind is some people coughing with dryness, just like at this season, many people have dry coughing. The only solution I can give you is 桑心汤. 桑心汤. Sang, as I told you guys before, is for stopping coughing, while 杏仁 is for stimulating your throat, stop coughing. So we are all using all sort of nourishing herbs, just like sasan, just like tiandong. All those are going to nourish because the treatment principle for dry coughing is nourishing the yin, lung yin, remember. And there are two kinds of dryness. One we call it warm dryness, one is cold dryness. Why do we have two types of dryness? Because it depends on the season. If you get the coughing in the autumn near to the winter, that is what we call it the cold coughing. When you get the coughing at the autumn time, or the autumn near to the summertime or the late summer, that will be called the warm coughing. Both of them using nearly the same herb. One is the 桑心汤, which have the similar ingredient, has the 桑苏饮, 桑苏散. 桑苏散 actually contain nearly the same, but you get more herbs for releasing the cold here. And number two, we deal with it internally. If the coughing is dealing because of the internal organ, so because of phlegm, we have a very useful formula for dealing with the phlegm coughing, which is called 二陈汤. 二陈汤 means two kinds of herb getting the 陈. One is a 笨沙, the other is a 陈皮. Orange peel is very useful for dealing with coughing, right? So 二陈汤. And the other is 三子养心汤. 三子养心汤 means three sons. Which sons? One son is a 苏子, the other son is the 拔芥子. The third son is what we call it the 来附子. So 来附子, 拔芥子, and 苏子, these three sons, we call it the three sons soup for that. So 二陈汤 plus the 三子养心汤 is the solution for coughing with phlegm. We can resolve the phlegm, we can stop coughing. And the coughing is due to the heat, the lung heat. Of course, we need to reduce the lung heat by a formula called the 清津化痰汤. 清津, that means what? That means you're going to purge the metal. Metal means the lung. To purge the lung and also resolve the phlegm. This is 清津化胆汤 in dealing with accumulation of phlegm heat in the lung. And also number 3 is the coughing because of liver fire. Of course, we are not going to deal with the coughing. Coughing due to liver fire, please go into the liver fire and deal with the fire. So what we are going to do is use 邪巴散. 邪巴散. 邪 means purge. 把 means white. You purge the white. White here means the lung. So you are trying to purge the lung fire by using the 邪巴散. And the other is the we call it 和代格散. But I seldom use this 代格散, so I'm not familiar with that. But the purpose is for releasing the lung heat by adding more the nutrient for that, right? And the last one is lung qi deficiency. Many people cough a lot. They are lack of qi in the lung, so they cough with very lower sound. So in this case, we will use a soup for the 补肺汤. 补 means tonify. 肺 means lung. This 补肺汤 means tonifying the lung, right? And of course, and when we have not enough the number 5, when we have not enough the lung yin, of course we try to use 沙参麦冬汤. 沙参麦冬 is really popular in the Chinese people. Whenever in the winter time or the autumn time, the household wife will go to the Chinese herbal shop, ask for 沙参 and 麦冬. Those two are good help in tonifying the lung yin. So whenever we will get scratching, dryness in the lung, of course the 沙参麦冬 are two important herbs to deal with that. Okay, I think that's the end of the number 2. I'm so sorry that I finished 2 within 12 o'clock. And I want you guys to have 10 minutes break, okay, before we come back. I would like to use this 1.5 hours to finish 3 more topics, number 3, 4, and 5, right? So we please give me 10 minutes break so that you guys can relax and get a coffee break, okay? And give some example in, the first chapter. And here is one of the examples you can see. We teachers try to give you guys some more example. For this one is about a student who suffer from exterior syndrome. And then you can see from the medical history, and he started to after getting bath, taking showering, he get the stuffy nose and also running nose, headache. Of course, in this case, the chief complaint should be what? Should be exterior syndrome rather than coughing, because he doesn't have coughing, right? And also other symptoms, just like body aching and other. And what you can get from his body is you can check his body temperature and tongue condition and pulse condition, right? So this is the question. And of course, we just copy the same pattern of the question, displayed by the college, that we are asking for the illness, asking for the reason for the diagnosis, treatment principle, treatment plan. Of course, no need to give the explanation. No need to give the herbal prescription, right? I mean the explanation for them. So this is what. So what is the answer? I just want you guys to do it when you have time. In the after lunch, just give you the more answer for that, right? This is what I suppose you guys have some example with that. So for each chapter, I prepared 2 or 3 questions. But of course, this is, as I mentioned before, this doesn't belong to the school, but belong to me, because I make it up myself, right? I'm not going to give you more of that. How about this one? Good. Yeah, okay. Coming back here, from now to the lunch, we're going to finish 3 more topics. And chapter 3 concerns about the 哮喘. 哮喘actually, in Chinese, 哮 have one meaning, 喘 means another meaning. I'm not going to explain the Chinese for you, but in this case, 哮喘actually means asthma. Asthma actually contains 2 meanings. One is wheezing, the other is dyspnea. I mean the dyspnea. And both this wheezing means the sound. That means when some people coughing, they etches, some chicken sound in their soul, and then we call this kind of characteristic to be sound. That means wheezing. And chuan, of course, it means the wheezing. I'm sorry, it means the dyspnea. And here, the textbook call them panting. But generally, we doctors like to say the dyspnea, coughing the dyspnea. That means concern about the breathing frequency. That means you breathe more frequency than as usual. So in this case, asthma actually contains two meanings. One, it means when patient cough, it can produce some sound just like a chicken in their soul. Second, their breathing get more frequency, high frequency of breathing. And then this is what we call the asthma. And this type of patient, they will have a characteristic of coughing with their opening their mouth and raise up their shoulder. So mouth open and shoulder raised is also a characteristic because they are thirsty for oxygen. They are lack of oxygen, so they will cough in this way. And of course, the pathogenesis will be because of the weather, mostly of the weather. People got the long-term asthma will be stimulated or get onset when the weather change. They usually get the exterior symptom first, and then this exterior symptom may develop into what we call the asthma. And the asthma, of course, usually will happen in the winter, between the winter time and also the spring, although it's all year round. But in my experience, I would like to say people suffer from asthma always get severe case in the season between the winter and also the spring. And the asthma in Western medicine, they can be explained as the bronchial asthma or bronchoasthmatic bronchitis, chronic asthmatic bronchitis, or sometimes even pneumonia. This one this disease in Western medicine called emphysema. And emphysema means what? Means the lung cannot, extend and also relax as usual. Usually our lung, when we breathe, we just contract, relax. But emphysema means the lung is not able to contract and relax in large degree, a small degree. So in this case, the breathing frequency will be, the breathing efficiency will be slow, and the oxygen intake will be less and less in this case. Sometimes asthma will also concern about the lung, so we call this to be cardiac asthma, right? And what is the cause for getting asthma? And many Chinese people think that asthma in kids is always called the diet disorder, because the Chinese people like to give their kids some kind of a tasty food before 1 year old. And many Chinese medicine practitioners believe that if children are fed with all those tasty food, especially the salty food, they will develop into the asthma easily. And this is one of the reasons. And so I advise you guys, don't feed the kids below 1 year old with so many tasty food, with so many seafood. Otherwise, it will damage their spleen, and will cause much phlegm in their body while they have the common cold or the exterior syndrome. And these people always, the people suffer from asthma also get very narrow, the trachea. In this case, every time they get the exterior syndrome, they will suffer from severe dyspnea and also asthma because they get a narrowed, flow. And if asthma happens in the adult, always because of the long-term coughing. And besides that, some asthma is caused by the emotional disturbance or even overstrain. I advise you guys that don't work too hard yourself, otherwise you will hurt lots of organs, just like the spleen, kidney, and others. And also, as I mentioned before, many times coughing are caused by the weakness of other organs, just like the spleen and kidney, and which will lead to coughing in the lung, right? And of course, this kind of coughing will sometimes divide into the time of onset and time of intermission. During the time of intermission, of course, most usually when the asthma happens, it always belongs to excess time when they onset. And this excess time will later on, if you do not take care about it or let it develop, of course it develop into what we call the chronic time. And chronic time, of course, will lead to the deficiency type, which will hurt about the lung and also the kidney. Okay. And after talking about the causes of disease and the pathogenesis, we try to look at the differentiation syndrome. We try to look at how many types, how many patterns of the symptoms do we have, how many patterns of the asthma do we have. First of all, roughly can divide the asthma into two types. One is the excess type, the other is the deficiency type. How can we distinguish whether it is deficiency or excess? Actually, the type belonging to the excess type will have the characteristic of have a quick onset, a short history of development, and also when you take the pulse will usually belong to forceful pulse. This is always happen in the initial stage of the asthma, and you feel the patient who suffer from this kind of excess type have breathing, exhaling more than inhaling, and exhaling he will feel happy, while inhaling he will feel difficulty, right? And this kind of excess type can divide it into several patterns, namely patterns of wind cold, patterns of wind heat, and patterns of phlegm heat. And of course, those three types are all common. For example, patterns of wind cold, of course, as I mentioned before, have all types of disease shared by the wind cold, just like the aversion with cold, coughing, with panting, headache, and also the thin white tongue coat, and also the floating type pulse. However, in addition, it has more phlegm, exploration of more white watery, and also the clear phlegm. And the wind heat, of course, is same, has the same characteristics, same signs and symptoms of the wind heat exterior syndrome, but with exploration, expectoration of the sticky and yellow sputum. And in addition, of course, you get a sore throat. So those are the characteristics of the wind heat pattern. However, when you consider the tongue coat and also the pulse is very different from the wind heat, from the wind coat. The wind heat, people got a red tongue tip with a yellow coat, while the pulse is floating and rapid. So rapid pulse is a characteristic for wind heat. However, when the wind heat develops into the phlegm heat, it will be different. First of all, you will find the obstruction of the phlegm in the chest. So kind of difficulty in expectoration of the phlegm and oppression in the chest. This patient also get what? Get the chest pain. Chest pain is also because what? You guys, do you know that what is the cause of the pain in Chinese medicine? In Chinese medicine, we always explain pain as obstruction. Anytime you get obstruction, you get pain. Once the obstruction removed, the pain will disappear. Remember. So chest pain because of obstruction of the chest by phlegm or by dampness. So the pain is also not also in the chest, but also in the hypochondrial region. That means this linked with the liver. The liver problem also will get in there. So this is associated with the flight fever and also the thirsty. And also the people who suffer from phlegm heat also get a red tongue. As I told you guys before, any people get heat, the tongue should be red in color. Red in color. However, this guy also get what we call the slippery pulse. What do you mean by slippery pulse? Slippery pulse, that means the pulse look like, some bits running down your finger. Many bits rolling down your fingers, right? Those are what we call the slippery pulse. Slippery pulse indicate that there is a stagnation. How many types of stagnation do we have in the Chinese medicine? There are 6 types of stagnation. Namely, qi stagnation, blood stagnation, phlegm stagnation, and then dampness stagnation, fire stagnation, and food stagnation. So any type of stagnation in your body will appear slippery pulse in your body. So in this case, is phlegm So flame heat will display what we call steeper pulse. Because it's heat, therefore the pulse is rapid. You understand? So it's easy to distinguish that. And besides the excess type, asthma is most of the time, 90% of asthma is because of deficiency type. So in excess type, we deal with the lung. In deficiency type, please deal with the kidney. Okay? How do you know that?
90% of asthma is
Deficiency, yeah.
So that's why they are.
Yeah, no, the thing is, yeah. Usually this is because in our practice in the clinic, always you find deficiency more than the acute type, right? Also, do you remember this one? And also, how do you know that this deficiency type when people come in or when you are the examination and you are given the asthma? How do you know this is deficiency or excessive? The distinction is whenever people coughing with a low voice, and then get a and also his pulse is forceless and feeble pulse, and this all happen in people suffer from long-term asthma for more than 1 month or 3 weeks time, and then you can just regard it as the long term. So long-term asthma with a weak pulse, with weak constitution, with a slow, not willing to talk or talking with a very low voice, that is surely because of deficiency. Why? When you answer the question, the reasons for diagnosis, why you say this is deficiency, you must say that because the lung qi deficiency. When you cough long time, your lung will become weak. The lung qi will deficiency leading to speak slowly, and also low voice, and even not willing to speak, right? And on the other hand, you will find this patient easily get panting. Little bit walking upstairs in your house for one flight of stairs, it's easily get shortness of breath. In this case, and this is what we call it in addition, these people usually get fatigue. So conclusively, people speak with low voice, people get shortness of breath upon exertion, people easily get fatigue, and also easily get sweating, expresses spontaneous sweating. All these signs and symptoms belongs to qi deficiency, right? So when you see his tongue, the tongue will not be red in color. The people getting weak constitution or getting deficiency always get pale tongue. Pale tongue, the tongue is not red. The pulse is fine or fretty and rapid and fretty. Okay, this is because of lung qi deficiency. For those people suffer from kidney qi deficiency, of course, you have, as I told you guys before, the kidney governs the lung. So the kidney qi deficiency, of course, the lung is not able to absorb the oxygen. So this guy always gets this continuous breathing. Sometimes he breathes frequently in order to get more oxygen. And always, these people get, besides more sweaty, this feet and hands are very cold. Cold limbs with profuse sweating. The tongue, of course, is pale and also white tongue coat, and the pulse is deep and also fatty. So deep and fatty pulse is the conclusion. So before I move to other pages, I can just tell you guys that deficiency pulse is a very deficient characteristic in having the pale tongue with the white coat, and also the pulse with fatty and fine, fatty and deep and fatty pulse. Of course, those are the characteristics of the. How can you deal with these people? By acupuncture. Of course, when you guys know how to deal with the coughing, of course, coughing in dyspnea and coughing in asthma will be easy. One, the major point is Li-Che, that means LU7 here. And if you got heat, of course, LU5, and also Tanzhong, LCV7, and also Fei Shu, and the BL13, and also the Dingquan, EXBI, that means the place where we get one chin lateral to the GV14. Those what we call it the tenchu, okay? And all these points are specifically Dingquan. All these points are specifically for treating people with the dyspnea. Wheezing and dyspnea. And if people get the wind cold, as I mentioned before, please say BL13. Heat, please add GV14 and also Li11. Phlegm, please go to ST40. And we forgot more severe dyspnea and wheezing, of course, please find CV22. This point is very simple. Okay, so for those explanations, I just want you guys to read yourself, right? And of course, okay, about the conclusion, and people said that acupuncture is good for people who suffer from the the asthma, but there's something called the dog days. The 3 dog days period, the 3 periods of dog days during the summer is easy for those people who deal with long-term dyspnea. And this kind of moxibustion during the 3 periods of dog day is very common in Hong Kong. Many people getting asthma, they would like to get the moxa in the 3 days of the summer, and then after that they find that in the wintertime these people will get relieved, even they get the asthma in the winter. So these are the other alternative treatment for the asthma, right? And of course, sometimes this asthma can will lead to other problems, just like the the heart problem, and sometimes the other organs. And acupuncture, of course, can be used to deal with those problems in other organs too. And the last sentence is it wants the patient suffer from asthma, and also warn the practitioner that the patient, if they got the asthma, should keep warm. They must get away from all cold and also raw food, just like the sesame, the raw oysters, or the icy food, the ice food, the cold nature food. Once they get it, they easily get the occurrence of this kind of the food. The other people, they will get allergic. The allergy in some food, just like the seafood, just like the greasy and also spongy food. Once they eat it, they will get the inducing the asthma. So as I mentioned before, Chinese medicine also emphasizes on the food diet and the food therapy. In that, if people obey that, of course it will increase the chance of getting recover and also reduce your chance of getting the occurrence, right? Okay, and now we move to the herbal prescription. For those people who suffer from asthma because of the cold, we use a very important formula called the 蛇干麻黃湯. 蛇干 is one of the herbs who used for reducing the phlegm and releasing the cough. 麻黃, of course, as you guys know, 麻黃in English is ephedra. Ephedra is used to stop the asthma and also to stop coughing. And if you study Jiang Zhongjing's Xianghang Lun, the first formula is called 麻黃湯. 麻黃湯 is what we call what we use in this formula to deal with the coughing, but we modify them into what we call 蛇干麻黃湯. That means we use 蛇干instead of using other herbs, and to add into the 麻黃湯. And second, somebody get the asthma not because of heat, but because of heat. In this case, we try to use the 定泉湯. 定泉飲 is always 定泉 means settling down or relieving the dyspnea. And this is also a famous formula for people who suffer from the frequent asthma. You use 定泉湯. And the third is coughing because of phlegm. Similarly, when you guys study the previous chapter, you remember this decoction, which is called the 二陈汤 and 三吉养心汤. That means we use 二陈汤 with the 3 sons, the 素吉, 来复吉, and also the 拔芥吉, in order to tonify the throat and also the trachea, right? And modification, of course, no. Coughing due to the liver qi, as I mentioned before, liver qi is the backhand of many diseases, including the asthma. So in this case, we are using a very popular formula, which you guys can also buy in the Chinese herbal shop, which is as a Chinese patent medicine. This is called 柴胡疏肝湯. Many people will know the function of 柴胡. 柴胡is a herb to dealing with the liver problem. And 柴胡疏肝, that means using 柴胡to soothing the liver. 柴胡 soothing the liver pills for releasing the qi stagnation. Once the qi stagnation removed, of course, coughing will be relieved. And also in the stage of remission, we try to use other herbs. Some people easily get exterior syndrome. For example, I got a patient who got the common cold this week and getting healed. Next week he get common cold again, and next week he get common cold again. That means when certain time we always get the common cold. In this case, we diagnose him to be exterior deficiency. That means his superior yang is really weak. So in this case, we try to use one formula called the 幽屏风散. 幽屏风散 means what? Use a barrier. A barrier means with the J. Just a barrier enclosing your body. And we use 3 types of herb. We use 黄芪, 白术, and also 防风. These 3 herbs can form a barrier in your body in order to stop or protect your body from the invasion of the exterior syndrome. So 幽屏风散 is a very good herb here in helping people getting a weak lung qi. And the other cause is because of the spleen deficiency. And for people who suffer from asthma, because deficiency in spleen, we can use 六进鸡汤. Actually, 六进鸡汤 is from the 4进鸡汤, the 西进鸡汤. That means the 6 gentleman soup is derived from the 4 gentleman soup. Anybody who major in Chinese herbal formula should familiar with the 4 gentleman soup. 4 gentleman soup is for 25 qi. While 6 gentleman soup is we add 陈皮 and 笨萨 into the 4 gentleman soup and become 6 gentleman soup. And 6 gentleman soup is very good at tonify the spleen and also getting rid of the phlegm. So 6 gentleman soup is good. And for people suffer from asthma because of the kidney deficiency, of course we can use a very important herb, which you also can buy it in the Chinese herbal shop. It's a Chinese patent medicine. We call them the 金龟生气丸. 金龟 is from the book of 金龟药乐. So this 金龟生气丸 is proposed by Jian Zhongjing in his book of the Golden Chamber book on 金龟生气丸. This is used for tonify the kidney. And okay, this is number 3. Okay, just give you guys 1 minute time to see those chapter in chapter 3. See whether you have any question or not about the asthma. No. Yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, for the asthma thing is you must do it every day.
Every day.
Yeah, every day for the acute one. But for the chronic one, of course, you can do 3 times a week. 3 times a week there. Yes, there's one correction in chapter 2. In chapter 2, we please open to page 22. Page 22. When we are dealing with the modification, page 22. Modification for pronounced dryness heat, add 石膏. Page 22, page line 1. Line 1. 石膏 SHIGAO. Instead of GAP, it's not shigap, but 石膏. Okay, can you get it? This is the point I can get it. I can just correct this one, please. Okay. So no problem. Let's move to page 4. Chapter 4. As I mentioned, chapter 4 is very important because in chapter 4 it's the only chapter we have the treatment principle. So as you guys know, the treatment principle is very important during your examination. So take care and take severe care for this chapter. Okay. So chapter 4. In chapter 4, I want to inform you guys that in the summary page, that means in chapter 37, there's nothing in the content concerning about 1 and 2. vomiting with cold symptom and heat symptom. You can't find any topic in the content. It's just in the outline. So another thing is 7 to 10. You can't find any solution for that inside your content. So remember, 1 and 2, 7 to 10. What you got the solution in the content is from 3, 4, 5, 6. That means in the content part, you can only find 3, 4, 5, 6. It doesn't mean that 1, 2, 7, 8, 9, 10 not important. But I can tell you 1 and 2 is least important. I will not take care about that. From 7 to 10, those are least important. So pay attention to 3, 4, 5, and 6 when you guys are taking examination. Okay? Those is the thing I can punch out to you. Okay? Good. Are there any questions? Good. Okay. If not, we move to the 呕吐. 呕吐 is a Chinese name. 呕 means vomiting with no content. Just a sound. This is 呕. 吐 is you vomit without any sound. Just vomit the content out. Questions?
Like treatment for children with asthma.
Children with asthma? Yeah.
Children.
Yeah.
So do you do different treatment plans?
You mean if in the acupuncture, of course, yeah, we will have different, because if the children, we will use less punch. We use less stimulation for them, because they cannot receive that, right? But you know, for when you guys study the pediatrics, you know that children, kids, have a more characteristic that they get a more severe liver, but they got a weak spine. The liver always strong, but the liver always weak. That's why children always easily get fever, because once they get inflammation in any part of the body, they will get fever easily. However, the spine is very delicate. A little bit thing will make them diarrhea. They're really weak in there. And kids can also easily to show all kind of manifestation. Just like adults, if you get sick, sometimes you can pretending, but children have no pretending. You can treat them really active. That means they are healthy. But one time sit there without any movement, of course they know that they're getting sick, right? So in doing that, children, the kids, when they get the asthma, of course you can get the points. Besides the principal points, you get more points concerning about his spine and also liver. Lower the liver fire and also to tonify his spine. This is what we are always concerned about. Okay, liver point, of course, you can just consider LR3, L-titration. And also for the spin, of course, you can consider SP4, which you will call it which P4 is called the 公宣, okay? Yeah, so let's consider the 呕吐. 呕吐, means vomiting. So in the Western medicine, we also find the 呕吐in the disease just like chronic gastritis, and also the a problem in the stomach, and also sometimes even concern about the gallbladders and also liver. However, in Chinese medicine, we always draw a line here in the diaphragm, right? Here in the lung. 呕吐 always the problem, or the vomiting. Vomiting always a problem of stomach, while diarrhea is a problem of the small intestine. Remember this one, right? So in this case, anytime we got vomiting, of course this is a problem of the stomach rather than small intestine. So in the etiology and pathogenesis part, we mentioned that if you guys don't know the function of the stomach, you will not know what's the problem. Why is there a problem of a vomiting? Why? Because the stomach chi always goes down. When the stomach chi goes up, it means it's vomiting, right? But what makes the stomach chi goes up? What makes the stomach go up? Of course, it is because the external, the wind, and also the wind cold and wind heat always cause vomiting. The other is because it's diet disorder. Diet disorder, you guys eat too much cold food, cold nature food, just like watermelon, just like banana, just like ice cream, and also greasy food, just like Kentucky fried chicken, just like French fry, all those easily. Some people get very delicate alimentary now. 6 people are now going to lunch, eat the same thing. But only you get it, and then you get diarrhea, get that vomiting. Why? Because your stomach is really sensitive to those things, which other people will not, right? Those the food allergy also a problem, right? And some people get the vomiting because of the emotional disturbance. Somebody get the bad news, somebody get the worrying, and then just vomiting. And of course, somebody get angry because of the liver qi stagnation. And some people get because of worry, vomiting. And cities like Canada, so cities like Toronto, Vancouver, Hong Kong, Beijing, many people involving in the business. They have no time to eat. Sometimes no time for lunch. Sometimes for lunch you take a big feast. When sometimes you just get a little bit food, and then this is a diet disorder and make their spin deficiency. And this spin deficiency, of course, will got vomiting. And sometimes they overload themselves. And hurt that in the wintertime, don't go out in the backyard to remove the snow yourself, right? Because after you exert yourself, after you overswing yourself, you come back with a very weak spin, and then maybe you are not able to eat. Maybe you get cold yourself, and then you get more phlegm, right? So all those are the reasons for vomiting. So actually, vomiting can have many reasons, including the diet, including the emotional, including the overstrain, and also including sometimes because of the weakness in the deficiency in the organs, besides the external exopathogen, right? So how can you differentiate? As I mentioned, for Chinese medicine, it's important to differentiate different syndrome. And if a patient coming into your clinic complaining about vomiting, the first thing you should know whether the vomiting belongs to exercise deficiency. And then in the exercise type, what does it belong to? And then you can offer the correct treatment, right? For example, the exercise type, how do you know this is exercise deficiency? You can ask the patient. You can just smell the vomiters. For people who have a very smelly vomiters, and also the patient complain about the sour taste in the mouth, and also the heat sensation after the vomiting, of course, it is surely because of the heat type, remember, okay? And the heat type, what's the cause of that? Sometimes because the invasion of the stomach by cold pathogen. Sometimes because of the pathogenic heat inside the body. So don't think that exercise type must be coming from the heat type. Sometimes exercise type also cause of the cold type. So when the cold pathogen enter the body, it causes the patient vomit, and after the meal, and also get aversion to cold. And these people, of course, if they are cold type, they like to hold the warm object. They like to drink the warm water. Those belong to the cold type. The heat type, on the other hand, should be, people like drink the cold water. They do not like have more clothing. They, have some, constipation. Sometimes you can just distinguish the cold type and heat type by the tongue condition. The cold type, they get the pale tongue, with white tongue coat, while the heat type with yellow tongue coat, right? So besides cold, wind heat, we also have the phlegm obstruction. I believe that many people get vomiting because of phlegm. You know why? Many people get coughing, and then they get the phlegm, blocking their flow, and then which is the main cause of the vomiting. However, in this case, you can find that the vomiters containing the phlegm inside there, and the pulse will also a little bit slippery pulse in that case, right? And vomiting, as I mentioned before, also caused by liver qi. If the vomiting causes liver qi, of course, it will be intensified when the people get some emotional disturbance. And also we will have an acid reflux with them and belching, and also you can see his pulse, you can find his pulse always get wiry. Okay, and lastly is the pattern with the cold. And this is because of the weakness in the spine and also the stomach. And this weakness associated with cold. And this coldness, when congealing in the spine and also the stomach, it will cause lots of disease, cause a lot of symptoms, just like loss of appetite, the stomach ache, and also lose stool, loose stool. All those will be because of the the cold congealing in the spleen and the stomach. And of course, if you feel his pulse is weak and forcedness. So this is very important. And how do you deal with this type of the vomiting? Of course, any people getting vomiting is about the chest. Any problem of having a chest, not including the chest pain or vomiting, we look for this point, 内关 PC6. PC6, although it belongs to pericardium, when you deal with any problem in the chest, like chest pain, chest oppression, or what we call the vomiting, we look for the 内关. This is 2 chin below our the wrist here. And besides that, coughing is due to the stomach, so we are looking for ST36 竹山里, and also the 中脘. Guys, I just advise you guys that any times you get the problem, first of all you look for the local point. Second, we look for the distal point, and later we try to find the organ. For example, here coughing, also here vomiting. Of course, we can look for the local point, just like 中脘 CV12. CV12 is stomach. And then you can look for the distal point, which is ST36 竹山里, is in the leg here. And also the other point is look for the area. Here we look for the 内关, that means PC6. And of course, in this case, you must distinguish whether this is the cold, because of the heat, or because of phlegm. And then because cold, of course, we can use 上脘. 上脘 is 1 chin before 中脘. That means CV13 is 1 chin above CV12, right? And besides, we can try to look for the best point, okay? And in besides the 分部 point, and the best point, the 胃腧. 胃腧 means the best point in the stomach. Whenever people get vomiting, we try to look for this point to deal with the cold. And the other one, some people like to deal with these 2 special ones, 金针 and 寓意. That means the special one whenever they get heat. Of course, this is to deal with the heat in the stomach. And if you find this is because of the phlegm, please add 痰中, that means CV17, and get rid of the phlegm. Of course, you must not forget the point ST40. That means the 丰隆, okay? And of course, if we get weakness, if we get the liver qi stimulation for the liver qi point. Liver qi, of course, we will have the water more than 太冲 LR3, in combined with another water point, we call it the Yangling Quan. That means GB34. GB34 sometimes used for releasing the liver heat, liver fire. And 太冲, of course, one is the gallbladder point, the other is the liver point. Both gallbladder and liver are responsible for the vomiting, right? And for people suffer from the qi stagnation, qi depression, of course, we can use these points. And whenever we got the spleen and stomach deficiency, please consider the best point for the spleen, which is BL20, 脾腧, and also BL21, the best one for the stomach, 胃腧. And of course, for food retention, this is very common. Those people will take the buffet or take too much, and then they get a food stagnation. The 2 points we are looking for is, one is a ST25, the other is ST21. ST25 is just 2 inch, 2 chin from your umbilical area. Umbilical area here. This is ST25 tin shoe, and ST21 is go up here. ST21. This is ST21, ST25, right? So these 2 points are able to relieve the food retention, right? No, food retention we are not going to moxa. Because moxa we will add more heat over there. For food retention, we usually relieve. We use the point needling, but needling with one student asked me about whether we can moxa during the food retention. My answer is moxa is going to add more qi to the body. So instead of MOXA, we can just use the needling, and needling with the reduction method instead of with the reinforcement method, right? Another thing is you can just MOXA the area which increase the function of the area, but in that case we seldom do it. We seldom use MOXA, right? And this is my experience. And on the other hand, if people get abdominal distension, of course we can use SC25, also the thin shoe, and also the SC25. And for pulverimus, that means the ringing of the gut. Of course, we can surely use the point for the 大肠枢, that means the best from the large intestine. And for acid reflux, giant vomiting, consider SP4, the 宫宣. 宫宣 SP4 is always used for tonification of the spleen. Whenever spleen deficiency, we already consider either SP3, the 太白, or SP4, 宫宣. So SPV and 4 are also commonly used here, right? But this explanation of why do we use those points. You can just consider whether they are which channel are concerned about. Okay, other alternative method, I'm not going to deal with that. And of course, as I mentioned before, as an acupuncturist or TCM practitioner, please advise the patient that if they got vomiting, please take it away from all those, all those sweet and also the spicy food, all those greasy food, and also cold and raw food. Those are harmful to their lung or their stomach. I will ask them, please give your stomach a break. Give him a break because you just let it rest for several times. What you're going to eat is some bland food, just like congee, just like fish, just like vegetable. I think that's it. No greasy food, no indigestible food, just like the defined food. All those will harm your stomach. And of course, you must keep your emotion, keep your emotion open and free from any physical stress. Okay, and of course, for the as I mentioned before, this is very important for the treatment. For example, in this case, when we are talking about the stomach attacked by the depressed liver qi stagnation, what we are going to deal with is to try to soothe the liver and regulate the qi. Those are the treatment principles. Okay, in regulating the stomach and lowering the reverse qi, and then this kind of vomiting will disappear. And of course, we are using the formula of a C-qi detection and also 左金丸. So 左金丸 is very important because for those people who suffer from upper heat and lower cold, that means you get vomiting because of stomach heat, but you get the deficiency in the kidney. We can use this 左金丸. So 左金丸 is a very important formula in dealing with that. And 左金丸composed of two herbs. One is Wang Qin, the other is the Wu Jiu. Those are always used. Okay, and the second type is what we consider is a deficiency syndrome. Deficiency syndrome, of course, also concerned about the spleen and stomach deficiency. Whenever you have this kind of disease, just like we see in the screen, just like the cold limbs and watery, the stool, and also vomiting. Of course, this is because of your spleen and stomach deficiency. So what is the treatment principle? Remember, anytime you get deficiency, please tonify. Okay, so this method is warming the middle gel and strengthening the spleen, regulating the function of the stomach and lowering the reverse flow of qi. For dealing with people who suffer from vomiting because of the spleen and stomach deficiency, please warm the middle energizer and also strengthen the spleen in order to regulate the function of the spleen. So what we're going to use, we use a formula called the 沙苯理中汤. Remember, 沙苯理中汤的中 is right, 理中汤. Okay, not exactly the zhong. This zhong is right, the other zhong is wrong. Okay, no problem. I just tell you this is another word. Good. And this is an explanation of the modification. I'm not going to explain more. And the second types of deficiency symptom in the vomiting is the insufficiency of stomach yin. That means stomach yin deficiency. And in this case, you find the tongue will be red and also no tongue cold, and the pulse will be steady and also rapid. And those are the symptoms for those people suffer from yin deficiency, especially the stomach yin deficiency. So this is the treatment principle. I want you guys to make sure anytime you got the stomach yin deficiency, the word is nourishing. So remember the word nourishing. N-U-R-I-S-H-I-N-G. Yin deficiency, nourishing the yin. While you nourish the yin, you can just lower the rebellious flow of the qi, and then the vomiting will be released. So which formula we're going to use? We use which formula? The formula used is Mai Men Dong Tang. Mai Men Dong Tang. If you guys familiar with the Chinese medicine, you know Mai Men Dong is a very efficiency herb to tonify the yin. He will provide the water to the lung and also to the kidney. So Mai Men Dong contains the Sha Shang, Mai Dong, and also Tian Dong and others. Okay. So in order to deal with the case, we know that when people get vomiting, ask them to calm down. Otherwise, the vomiters will go into the trachea and cause a lot of the problem. And after the vomiting stopped, we must advise the patient to take blank food and with the proper temperature, and do not take raw, cold, greasy, and food. And those food, the food must be in semi-liquid, so that easy for easy digestion. Okay, and don't make too much, because after vomiting, the stomach will get weak, and don't overload the stomach. Okay, and of course, no much exercise. And of course, if the vomiting is so severe, of course, we find that the people will lose too much food. Of course, this time, of course, we will send him to the hospital because of dehydration, right? So we can. This is also one of the solutions for that. Some people vomiting get high fever too. Of course, this time we have to release the fever, high fever, and we'll get rid of all the stuff in his mouth, and also get the treatment for him. Okay. So I think this will be the end of this topic of vomiting. And this chapter, as I mentioned before, pay more attention to the treatment principles. You know how to treat the different symptoms is important, right? The treatment is not good. Okay, so we have one more. Question. Yeah, go ahead. Exactly, you're asking the right question. Okay, one student asked me what is the when we have an insufficiency in the kidney, so insufficient in spleen and also insufficient stomach. Insufficient stomach, of course, we try to nourish it. While insufficiency in the spleen, we try to tonify. What's the difference? Okay, my answer is spleen and our stomach get different nature. Spleen hates dampness, while stomach likes nourishment. So in this case, if we got the spleen deficiency, the spleen qi deficiency, so we get nourish the spleen by tonifying. That means to get more fire, get more qi to the spleen. This is we always said it's tonify. However, the stomach itself dislikes dryness. It likes nourishment. It likes dry. It likes more water. So in this case, if stomach yin deficiency, of course we will nourish the stomach in order to get more water. Stomach yin can be expressed in the form of the peptic acid, a kind of the digestive juice. So if the stomach do not get enough digestive juice, of course it will get dryness. It will lose its function and get more qi and get more rebellious qi, and this cause the vomiting. Right? So you're right. Tonify is only for those people get deficiency, but tonify cannot be applied in yin. So stomach yin deficiency, stomach besides getting yin, of course, getting other stomach qi, and also you get the aspect, stomach yang also, right? But stomach yin is more important, right? So leaving this half hour, we are going to finish the last chapter and this morning, which is called the Bei Mi, or what we call it the constipation, right? So constipation means what? You want me to answer the questions? Yeah, thank you. Yeah. Okay. One student in the video conference asked me that in asthma deficiency, what is the best indicator of whether it is lung qi deficiency or kidney qi deficiency? Okay, this is easy. For people who suffer from lung qi deficiency, the onset is fast, and the history of the disease for the asthma will be short. And for the kidney qi deficiency, will be long term and also chronic one, right? And people suffer from the lung qi deficiency, suffer from panting and also the problem with the lung only. But suffer from those people suffer from kidney qi deficiency will have the problem of the panting and also the wick in the kidney. That means the problem on the kidney more than the lung, and he cannot lie down even in the supine position because of the kidney the kidney qi deficiency weak. He also have some kind of problem just like lower lassitude and also the a lack of energy in the lower leg and also the lower back. Those because the kidney also govern the position in the lower back and also the knees. Okay. Yeah. Thank you. So let's move to the problem of the constipation. For the constipation problem, we are talking about the large intestine problem. And here, I would like to advise you guys that there will be problems in the intestine more than the stomach. So here we got the introduction first. What do you mean by constipation? Constipation means there are 4 definitions. Constipation, 1 means a time. Every time you get 1 bowel movement every day, this is not constipation. But if you got 3 or 4 days once bowel movement, and then that is constipation. Second, we're concerned about the energy. When you get the constipation, how much energy you need? You need 15 minutes or 1 hour's time, and you get the stool out. This is constipation. The third is about the state of the stool, whether the stool is dry, hot, or difficulty. This is also what we call the constipation, right? And actually, all those we included what we define as constipation. And the Western medicine, of course, we just call them to result maybe from the bowel movement or irritable bowel movement. And also some people get constipation because of the weak constitution. And one thing about the elder people, most elder people get 2 problems when they visit my clinic. One is insomnia. The other is constipation. The reason why the elder people got constipation because they are lacking of qi and lacking of yin and qi deficiency. They think that the stool is now going to the anus, but they are not able to pull it out because they do not get enough qi. They seem the qi deficiency. The other thing is they do not get enough water. Body fluid inside their body. They get dryness in the mouth, dryness in the eye, and even dryness in the large intestine. Therefore, when they get the poo out, all those poo are really dry and hot, right? So those we call the constipation in the other people. So what is the etiology and the pathogenesis of the constipation? First, yeah. Yeah. One is the time, one is the energy, then yeah, this is confusion. I think I remember for one is time, and then the number of the bowel movement, per each day, or how many days for you get first, the time for you are sitting in the toilet time, the stage. The stage of the bowel movement. That means the state of the stool. And also the last one will be one of them. I got 4. Sorry. Let me check. Okay. Usually when I'm teaching, I always tell them 4, but you got 3 only. No problem. Okay. And okay, let's see the cause. The cause is always caused by what? You guys know that why do we get the bowel movement? Because it's the movement of the large intestine. The movement of the large intestine we call the peristalsis. If more peristalsis, more easy to get the bowel movement, right? If you stay longer, of course, the longer the stool staying in the large intestine, the drier it gets. On the other hand, the shorter it gets, the watery it gets. The watery state will be the stool. So according to the Emperor's internal medicine, that nothing can be excess, nothing can be deficiency. Don't make too more, not too much, not too less, right? So that's why constipation is because the time staying in the for the stool staying in the large intestine too long. So you lose all the water, become dry, become hard to get it, right? And the constitution also because of the constitution problem, because there are sometimes some people easily get heat. For example, I invite you to take the hamburger, and after you take the hamburger, you will become constipation. This is because your body is quite sensitive to this kind of a spicy and greasy food. Okay, and some people get constipation because they get the fever after the febrile disease. This is also because of the body fluid, but lack of body fluid, giving rise to the dryness and the heat. And some people get the emotional disturbance. I remember in 1972 when there's the stock market in Hong Kong get large fluctuation, and then many people buying the stock, they are not able to make bowel movement. They are they keep the stool inside the body for 10 days. After I ask them to sell off all the stock and the sharing, and then they will go to the toilet and get everything out. You know why? Because this is because of the emotion. They are really anxious about their money, and then they got this kind of the constipation, right? So the lack of movement can cause this kind of lung qi deficiency. And the other thing is the results because of the lung qi deficiency. Therefore, when treating people with constipation, I will give them the herbs for the relieving the constipation. On the other hand, I'll give one more herb for them for releasing their lung qi. You know why? Because the lung associated with large intestine. You know, just like the chimney of the house. If you get the chimney of the house get me full, of course the gas will go out. So in order to relieve the constipation, also take care about the lung. The lung qi gets moved, and this will facilitate the constipation problem. Okay, and of course, lung qi deficiency also results in large intestinal transmission. This is right. And the other hand is the blood deficiency. Many people get constipation because of the blood deficiency there, right? So in order to deal with the constipation, you take care of the blood, the qi, and also the yang. The yang always give energy to the body. And many people get constipation because of the yang qi, because it gets really cold inside the large intestine. Okay, those are pathogenesis. Okay, and there are several patterns for the people who suffer from constipation. One is because they got the heat. As I mentioned before, heat can consume water. That's why they got constipation. You guys may have experienced that when you're doing exercise in the hot summer with a profuse sweating, and that day you may have difficulty in your bowel movement because you just consume all your water, your large intestine will dry, right? The second, and these people, of course, you can find that they have bad breath, their urine will become dark and scanty, and also their pulse will be slippery, and this is one of the reasons. And the other reason is people getting cheese stagnation. And cheese stagnation also will show that people will have always sighing all the time, and then they do have enough qi. The problem is they will feel the chest get congested. They will become bitter taste in the mouth, and the most important part is they will find their pulse wiry pulse in this case. And for those people getting the constipation because of qi deficiency, they always appear to be shortness of breath. They especially after exertion, after exercise, they usually feel tired. And then, however, the stool is not hard. It's not hard. The only thing is they do not get enough strength and enough energy to push the stool out. So these people, you can see the face is pale, the tongue is pale, and also this is the coating is really thin and white, and the pulse will be flatty and also deep and flabby and deficiency. And for those who suffer from blood deficiency, you can easily see their face. Their face always appears pale, and always sometimes you get dizziness, blurred eyesight, and also tinnitus. All those are because of blood deficiency, right? And when people getting the constipation because of the heat congealing in the large intestine, always you will feel cold, especially when you use your hand. Put your hand on his abdomen, you find his abdomen is cold, and the face is pale, and their limbs and feet are always cold. It always takes them 2 hours time for their feet to feel cold before they sleep. So those people who suffer from kidney yang deficiency, the pulse will be deep and slow. Okay, and how to treat those people suffer from various types of the deficiency. Okay, the problem is when hit, of course, you will find out which organ getting hit. For example, if constipation is because of stomach hit, which point is still with the stomach hit, which is ST44, nating. Nating is a spring point of the stomach which help to release the heat. Some people ask me, why not ST45? ST45 is very scary and very painful. Nobody likes to do that. Instead, ST44 is good. And besides, and just getting this point is Hegu. LI4. LI4 is responsible for the heat in the stomach. Some people get stomach heat. Stomach ache will also press on the LI4 to release the pain too. For people getting much liver qi stagnation, of course, please consider LR3 Taichung, and also the Zhongwan. Zhongwan is the place where you get the vomitus, you get the stomach. So we're going to release the stomach and also the liver. And of course, for those qi deficiency, has just answered this gentleman's question with 25. 25 where? If you get qi deficiency, which point responsible for qi? RAM4, CV4, CV6. Also, this point, right? And now this is the GV20, and also this point, as you call it the Tanzhong, the CV17. I'll review once again. People suffer from qi deficiency, we consider CV4, CV6, CV17, and GV20. Those are for qi deficiency. And also, those people suffer from, the qi deficiency. Of course, if we can just add one more point on the spleen, because spleen is the place where we have qi and blood produced. And if not enough blood, you know which point is responsible for blood inside the body? 1SP10, 血海 SP10 for blood. And the best soup point, you get 格数 BL17. Repeat once again. Blood deficiency, we look for SP10, spin 10, and also 格数 BL17, means urinary bladder 17. And of course, for people who suffer from, this kind of the constipation, of course, we had know that I forgot to tell you the principal point. If any people suffer from the constipation, you consider the 2-point ST25 major point, because major ST25 is the fun move point for the large intestine, and the other 6 point is TE6. This is GCOW. GCOW is and also KI6, which does not state in the test. So TE6 and KI6 are both the symptomatical point for the constipation. So for me, I would like to do ST25, TE6, and KI6 for people who suffer from constipation. But the 2 points, which we call the local points for the constipation, is where you get down here, ST28. That means the 4 chin below the 听穴. This is what we call the 水道. And down below 归来, 水稻 and 归来 ST28 and ST29 are the local point for the large intestine, because anytime you get the constipation, you must look for the local point. And 丰隆 is for water. For water. 丰隆 originally ST40 is for the phlegm, but now we use this point to relieve the constipation. But for me, I seldom use this point. And last point is the cold congealing. Of course, you can just look for CV4 and CV6 in order to relieve the cold from the body. Okay, and explanation, of course, I just let you guys to read this explanation. I'm not going to deal with that. Other, of course, you if some people familiar with auricular acupuncture, which will not test you in the examination, and of course, I will not deal with that. And of course, the advice is to say people getting constipation. Of course, I advise to eat more fruit and take more vegetable with roughage, with the fiber in that. Some people have the experience if they got the constipation, they can drink some, grapefruit juice. Some people like to drink some kind of juice and also lemon juice. This is for individual. I cannot advise you. Everybody can do it, but get a toilet training is very important. I always advise my patients who suffer from constipation, please get a good toilet training. Regularly, you sit here for 15 minutes, see whether you get the bowel or not. If every day you get the situation, of course, get the habit, of course, it is good for you to have this kind of training, right? Drink more water, take more vegetable, and good more training, right? Okay, lastly, I want to use the last 5 minutes to finish this prescription, right? For people getting constipation because of heat, of course, we have a very vigorous formula which causes 大型气痛. But of course, 大型气痛 is very, very vigorous for people who are suffer from heat. But for those elder people or people with weak constitution, we can use one, we call it the 麻吉仁软. 麻吉仁软. 麻吉仁软 actually contains some, the hemp seeds. The hemp seeds. Although hemp is legal now, but the hemp seed, the leaf is for people to use medical use. The hemp seed is for relieving the constipation. And margarine is one of the solutions. And inside margarine, actually, you can find another formula inside there, which we call 小型气痛. 大王、博秀、好博 and 这是小型气痛 there. Okay? And if you got the qi stagnation here, of course, we look for some help for releasing the qi. Therefore, one important formula called the 六磨汤. 六磨汤. 六磨汤 is releasing the qi in the body, in the liver. So we are using this 六磨汤. 六磨汤 actually from the 细磨汤. It contains 6 herbs of that. And how about the yin and cold congealing into the body? And then we try to use the 大王附己汤. This is same as what you guys did. This is 大王附己, is not 麻王附己, because 大王 is a very important herb for releasing the constipation inside the body. Even Jian Zhongjing 2,000 years ago, we used this formula, 大型气痛 with 大王 to relieve the constipation, right? And how about spin qi deficiency again? Anytime spin qi deficiency was 25. Spin qi deficiency, we use Wang Qi Tang. Everybody knows Wang Qi is the herb for tonify the qi, raising the qi, especially the superior qi, the superficial qi inside the body. This is a very important herb because you can find this in what we call the 四全大补丸, Wang Qi. And number 5 is the pattern of deficiency of qi and blood fluid. If you're lacking of qi and blood fluid besides 麻吉仁软, we have another formula called the 润强软. 润强. 润强 means lubricate. 强 means the intestine. We are trying to lubricate the intestine in order to relieve the constipation, in order to let the stool out. So here we can use the 润强软 to lubricate the passage of the large intestine. And lastly, we got the deficiency in spin yang and kidney yang. Again, Anytime yang deficiency, please tonify or warm up the yang. So what are you going to do? We use Ji Chuan Jian. Ji Chuan Jian is also found in Jian Zhongjing's book because it is used for releasing the constipation by using the tonifier herbs, just like blood tonifier and yang tonifier. So you can find Liu Xi, Song Rong, and also Fu Zi, all those are for tonify the kidney. While the Donggui, the Donggui, and also the Rou Song Rong, all those things are trying to tonify the blood. Okay. Okay, I think this will be the end of this session. Okay, before I end, do you have any questions? For this, I'm not going to deal with the chapter 6 because we are going to have another 3.5 hours in the afternoon. We have to review chapter 6 to chapter 11. Okay? Do you have any questions? Yeah, go ahead.
Most of these that help you with the constipation.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, you're right. You mean not with diarrhea?
Yeah, no. These was for constipation.
Yeah.
But normally, if you eat them,
of course.
You will cause diarrhea.
You are right. Yeah, one student asked me the herbs for dealing with the constipation, will it cause diarrhea for normal person? Yes. My answer is for normal person. Don't take those herbs just like a 大型气痛, 小型气痛. However, for those formula, mild, just for lubrication, this is okay. I'll give you one example. Many people suffer from high blood tension. They will just go to family doctor to get those herbs for lower their blood tension, right? But accidentally, if some normal people accidentally take those herbs, they will get a blood pressure from 120 to 60 and then 30, and then always feel fainting and dizziness and consciousness, right? But if you take Chinese medicine, just like 龙骨、牡蛎, 天麻, 扣糖, all those herbs are trying to lower your blood pressure from 180 to 120, right? But if you accidentally take it by a normal person, your blood pressure will not lower down. This is what we think amazing and wonderful in Chinese medicine. We are tonify your body, but we are not going to lower your blood pressure mechanically. This is our treasure in Chinese medicine. Understand? So in your case too, somebody accidentally take some of the herbs just like 麻鸡仁 or 五仁 they will not get constipation. No, not diarrhea. But if you take 大王, 芒硝, 猴柏, you will get diarrhea because of the 大王. So we have to be careful. Some are vigorous herbs, some are mild herbs. Mild herbs is okay. Understand? Okay, those are for the this term for this morning. Okay, how about we have 1 hour's lunch? Come back before 2:20, 2:30. Okay, come back to 2:30. Okay. Okay. Yeah. So welcome back to the classroom. Yeah, lunch break 1 hour. I think everybody's getting your spirit, right? So as I promised, and during this time, when we look back to the case 1, and this case is developed by me, and personally, I would like to develop one case for each common disease, and this is one of them. I always show to my students. Okay, if you got it, you can just choose some of them, and of course, I get the answer here, right? And I will try to answer the question in this part too, and see how much you can get it, right? So first of all, let's look at the basic information. Everybody get it, right? This is a very common disease. The patient get aversion to cold, fever, and headache for 3 days. This is a chief complaint. Of course, he doesn't get coughing. He just shivering and headache for 3 days. No other symptoms. And then he came to your office and asking for treatment. And then you ask him, what happened? The thing is, he got showering 3 days ago. I don't know what happened during his showering, but after that, he started to have stuffy nose. May not be due to showering. Nobody knows. There are many reasons for you get cold, right? Sometimes you go out, without getting enough clothes, or you have a contact with your neighbor who's getting cold, and then you directly touch the not necessarily she's sneezing and then you get it. Sometimes she touch the table and then you touch the table again. You take your lunch without washing your hands, and then you get it, right? And anyhow, 3 days ago, started with stuffy nose and running nose, and later she charged. And until this moment, you do not know what happened to him. The only thing is you can know the name of the disease. Can you tell me the name of the disease? Headache, aversion cold, fever, common cold, right? Okay, you just say common cold. In the Chinese, you can say 感冒, right? And then when he came to your office, he complained that he had bodily aching and severe to cold, no sweat. This is a very important piece of information. Severe aversion to cold, cold more than fever. So it comes to your mind that this should be wind cold or exterior cold, right? And then head and body soreness. This is a very important indicator. Why he get folding and flight and tight pulse. Tight pulse means two things, cold and pain. So in this time you can see the body and head soreness. This is the pain. Coughing with phlegm. Actually he coughs, but of course the coughing is not so serious. This is why in his chief complaint doesn't complain about the coughing, but actually coughing with phlegm. But the most important thing, phlegm color. It's not yellow, not sticky, but clear and thin. And the most important thing, piece of paper is no thirst. Remember, no thirst is also a very important piece of information, right? If you get thirst, it should be wind heat. No thirst, wind cold. Understand? This is also not sweating. Okay, this is his subjective. Symptom. Again, what do you do? Actually, according to diagnosis, once he step into your clinic, you observe his action, his walking, his body posture, his body shape, right, his gesture, everything. And then many people mistakenly think that Chinese medicine is just traditionally just looking at the tongue and taking the pulse. That's wrong. That's wrong. Remember, we are doing 4 diagnosis method, right, including observation, hearing, smelling, and then inquiring, and then palpation, right? So information collected by you is he had a 39 degrees Celsius. Is it high temperature or high fever or low fever? 39. Nobody knows it. Oh, come on. Yeah, this should be low. This should be low because normal temperature is 36.9 degree, right? Or 37 degree, and 39 should be a little bit low, not really high, right? And the tongue condition pale red and thin. Usually pale red and pale red and thin. That means what? A little bit cold. White moist cold is cold, right? And also floating and tight pulse. Okay, guys, up to now you should conclude that this is the common cold, the name, right? The illness is in common cold. How about the differentiation of syndrome? Should be what? Being cold, exterior heat or cold? Exterior cold, soon exterior heat, right? Okay. Now tell me the reason. Anybody come up with one reason why you say this? Why you say this is exterior cold syndrome? Come with the reason now. The reason? Taking shots is no matter. I think the most important thing you must derive from his signs and symptoms. Yeah, no thirst is not important. The most important thing is, why do you say severe? Yeah, you're right. More aversion to cold than fever. This is cold syndrome. Second, about the phlegm and the nasal discharge. What is the color for that? Watery, white. You have at least 2 pieces of information showing that this is wind cold or exterior cold. How about the pulse? You started on the pulse. First, the pulse is floating, right? Floating should be exterior, and floating with tight should be exterior cold. So these 3 pieces of information telling you that this is exterior cold syndrome. Understand? Oh yeah, both of them will work. Both of them work because when we say wind, of course it's exterior. Everybody knows that. Okay. So when I say exterior wind cold or wind cold syndrome, I think those are the reason. So you get lots of information. And then you can see the answer I will going to give you. Of course, you show something like the reasons. For the reasons, this part of the reasons is actually the pathogenesis. You need not write down all these things just like invasion of lung by cold pathogen, blocking the flow of the defensive yang and Qi, causing headache. This is the result of headache, right? When you guys are taking the mainstream class, when I was teaching diagnosis, I will ask them to write down during the exterior syndrome why you get headache. Headache is because your defensive Qi and Vi cannot reach the head, and then your head get pain. As I mentioned, pain is because of obstruction of the pain, obstruction of the Qi and gut is the main cause of the headache, right? And also the conflict between the vital Qi and the pathogenic Qi. This is also the requirement you need to write, not in this examination. You need to learn for mainstream students. But for your examination, you need not write down this reason. This is for pathogenesis. What you need to write down is here, starting version to cold and white flame indicates cold syndrome. Floating pulse means exterior, right? And then, of course, what you need to do is you have to give me the treatment principle. Anybody knows the treatment principle, how to treat these people? How to treat them? Yeah, just refer to the book now and tell me how to treat the people with the exterior cold syndrome. As I just mentioned in the class that any people suffer the exterior syndrome, you should use one method, right? Remember, principle, method is method. Don't mix them up. Principle is releasing the exterior, or some people say dispelling wind. Okay, I try again. Either you say releasing the exterior or releasing exterior, and some people will just write down dispelling wind. Remember, this is a principle. Okay? How about the method? The method with diaphoresis, inducing sweating. How do you induce sweating? Of course, you can just disperse the cold, right? Okay, give me the points, please. Points. If some people suffer from exterior cold syndrome, then you need to treat them. What are the points you need? Yeah, lung 7, 1 score. And then, is that lung 7? LI 4, and then GV 20. Yeah, those 3 points you need to do it. However, this is for general for the exterior syndrome. And then you need to, the swing to BL. Yeah, BL 12, you're right. BL 13. BL 12, BL 13 can do it, okay? Yeah. And then this is the result. This is the treatment, the prescription in the acupuncture, right? You guys need not give the explanation. How about the herb? I know some of the students sitting here are going to major in the TCMP. So if you are asking the question, you need to give the representative formula. Either you can just write down Mao Huang Tang or Jin Feng Bai Du San. Both of them can work, but depending on where you will. If you are in Toronto, if you are for your practicing, I use Ma Huang Tang. This is very, very popular and very, very similar. Very, very simple. Very Ma Huang Tang. Okay, those. Okay, I think that's the end, right? So, questions? Go ahead.
The explanation for the treatment plan.
Yeah.
You have to do that on the exam as well.
Sure. In the exam, you also ask, besides the treatment principle, you choose the treatment plan. Treatment plan both in acupuncture and herbal prescription, right?
Other than just the acupuncture points, the explanation of why you're choosing the acupuncture points?
No explanation is needed, but you just give it the dosage.
Okay.
Dosage.
And for time, how long would you, for this particular case?
usually about for the releasing about 15 minutes later, yeah. But mostly they will not asking you for how long we stay, and how long do you ask you maybe which is reduction, which is for the reinforcement. No, but in practice, of course, if you're working in the clinic, I advise you guys to retain the needle for 15 minutes and take it out, right? And this usually for this case is for reduction rather than reinforcement, right? Great. So I hope you guys can apply this in. So today before you leave, I will just give you another exercise for your homework. So tomorrow, I'm so sorry that because I assigned another teacher coming, another beautiful girl, better than me, and then you can have a fresh look at her, right? And then I will come back on next Friday for book 3, book 4. So I'm responsible for 1, 3, 4, and then the 5, right? And this is what. I'm sorry. I will come back on Sunday. Sorry. So Friday and Sunday, and then next Friday and Saturday will be my turn. Okay. So be careful for that. Yeah. Okay. I think we should start. And if no questions, we should start at the topic on the. Yeah. Great. So before we have our lunch break, we have talking about the constipation, right? But this is, as I mentioned, constipation and also the this topic, diarrhea. Chinese people call 食泻, and also deal with the problem of the large intestine. So in the summary page, you can also find this kind of diarrhea can be divided into 2 types. One is the acute type, the other is the chronic type. And of course, we all got different solution. In the first and second page has a summary, right? Now let's move to the introduction part. What do you mean by 食泻? 食泻, diarrhea, means just opposite to the constipation, because it means the watery stool, and also means the time, the frequency. Usually, you have one bowel movement per day, or some people get 2 bowel movement a day. This is not strange. This is not the pathological changes. However, when you see that the state and also the stool, whether it's informed or not informed, usually for people suffering from diarrhea have the watery stool or loose stool. And of course, in this case, you can find that it means the stool doesn't stay long in the large intestine. And how can you get it? Easy. When you are sleeping, your mother will also put a towel on your tummy around this way. Why? Because their mother told them that if some people sleeping with opening the tummy or with their clothes going up, or surely they will get diarrhea. And they get them when they woke up, So this is one, because they got cold entering into the tummy, entering into the abdomen, so they get this kind of diarrhea. And of course, when the intestine, getting disorder, the only work you can do is on strike. When you go on strike, what does that mean? That means everything you eat, it retain its original form when it comes out. What you eat is what you get in your stool. This is because the time for the stool staying in your large intestine is really, really short. It passes through. Actually, all the stool is semi-liquid form when it is in the large intestine. But after a long time staying there, water being absorbed, so it become more hot and hot, right? So diarrhea is because the less peristalsis, literally peristalsis of the large intestine, and also the time for the stool to stay there really short, so it's a result in diarrhea, right? So as I mentioned before, diarrhea in the chief symptom, you can see that can be divided into 2 types. One is what we call the acute type. The other is the chronic type. For the acute type, of course, the hit is short. The onset is fast. While in that case, you get lots of the stool, lots of coming out from the anus, and with the addition of the little urination. That's why when we are dealing with the diarrhea, one way of treating them is to lead the water from the large intestine into the urine. Those we have a treatment principle to lead the water from the large intestine into the urine. In that case, the diarrhea will be relieved. Why we get little water in the urine? The reason is because the total amount of water intake in the water is equal to the total, outcome. In this way, if you get more water through the diarrhea, that means less water will come out through urine and also sweating and also respiration. That's why you get little water. However, in the wintertime now, if you will find that your urination will be more frequent than in the summer, because now you do not have to sweat, and then the water will be, will contain more in your urination. And on the other hand, the chronic diarrhea, of course, it will have a longer history, and of course, this usually comes from the acute one. From acute one means that, and then of course the frequency will be less than what we have in the acute one, right? And first of all, let's look at the patterns in the acute diarrhea. The patterns can be divided into about 3 types. The first type is because of the cold dam. Anyhow, dam sometimes mixed up with heat, sometimes mixed up with cold. When you mix it with cold, of course, it will cause some abdominal pain and borborygmus. Sometimes when it's cold, there is no thirst, as you guys just have done in your class exercise, that whenever no thirst, of course, that won't be heat. So as thirst will be one of the reasons. And sometimes you feel cold because the cold congealing in your large intestine. And when somebody gives you the warm object, you like to hold the warm object and put it in your tummy. So, and when you feel pain in the tummy, one way to distinguish whether your abdominal pain is heat or cold is to give you some warm object. If you like to put the warm object in your tummy, or you like pressing, that is cold. If you feel anybody pressing on your abdomen, or you feel putting the cold thing in your abdomen, that means it is the heat type. So this is easy to distinguish them, right? And in this way, you will find that the tongue condition will show that this is pale and thick, and also the coat will be white and slippery. Because anytime white slippery tongue always means dampness and cold. And the pulse, of course, slow. Remember, slow pulse means cold. On the other hand, if people suffer from diarrhea because of damp heat, there's different. First of all, anything coming with heat should be smelly. Remember, in the case of vomiting, and when people they got the vomiting because of heat type, their vomitus is very smelly. Now, in the diarrhea too, if some people get diarrhea, their stools really smelly, a foul smell. That means must become with heat. So in this case, we can conclude that this kind of diarrhea is because of the damp heat. And why do we say damp? Not only heat, it's just smelly, because you find that his stool not only contains stool but contains some mucus. Mucus always refers to damp. So if usually the stool contains 1 stool second, sometimes will contain some mucus, sometimes will contain some blood. And whenever we have a stool, mucus, and blood together, this is not only diarrhea, we call it a dysentery. Dysentery is a severe type of diarrhea containing blood inside the stool. Okay, and another way to tell that whether this is cold or heat is to ask the patient after diarrhea, what did he feel his anus? If the feel anus is really heat or heat sensation found in the anus, that surely must be the cold, the heat type. If you feel nothing happen after diarrhea, I feel nothing in my anus, this is cold type, right? And in addition, this patient also gets some irritability and light cold drink. And on the other hand, the urine will be short, scanty, and also the urine is scanty and also dark. And then this one coming with the red tongue with yellow and greasy tongue coat. And the pulse is soggy and rapid. So the last three sentences are very important. Remember, scanty and dark urine and red tongue with yellow and greasy coat. In addition, we have a soggy and rapid pulse. All that imply what? Damn heat. One is damn, the other is heat, right? And the third type, we call it the food stagnation. How come you get diarrhea? Okay, tonight I take you to the hotel and take the buffet, and then you overtake the food, overeat the food, and too much that your spleen cannot stand for it. So two ways you can do it. One, vomiting out. Second, diarrhea, okay, in order to decrease the workload. So in this case, if somebody gets diarrhea because of overeating food, because of food stagnation, so he will feel really, really full and also pain in the abdomen. And second, his stool will be very smelly, same as those people suffer from damn heat. And the thing is, after going to the toilet, he will feel relieved. Remember, this is very, very important. The other days when I delivered talk in a community center in Markham about the chronic pain syndrome, I asked the audience that whenever you feel abdominal pain, what will you do? They don't know how to answer. I say, first one, you drink some hot water. Because when you drink some hot water, that means you remove the obstruction. The abdomen becomes warm, and then you can relieve. If you drink the hot water, do not relieve, and then go to the toilet. After they go to the toilet, and after they poo, you will be relieved, right? Because what we say is the pain is due to obstruction. If the obstruction removed, the obstruction due to the stool, of course, it will be relieved. However, when after you go to the toilet and still you got the pain, sorry, this is not because of stagnation. This may be because of some cold stagnation there, right? So this is very important for us to know that if the pain relieved after going to the toilet, that should be the stagnation, right? And also we can find that some of the stool contain undigested food, just like the vomiters. If somebody get vomiting, the vomiters contain some undigested food that should be from the stomach. Now, if this undigested, that means what? That means you eat a lot. You eat a lot, too much. You eat too much that the spleen cannot stand for it, cannot accommodate it. Okay, and also the patient who got this disease also get very foul smell in the mouth, acid reflux, and is also unwilling to eat. Everybody has this experience. If you get food stagnation, you're not going to eat. You have no will to eat because it's too stuffy, right? And I can tell you guys, for those people who suffer from food stagnation, their tongue coat is very, very fantastic. What I mean fantastic is full of everything color, white and then yellow, sometimes red, sometimes other purple color, all sorts of color. Because when you get food stagnation, your tongue coat is thick and also is mixed of red, white, and yellow, and all sorts of color together. Because what? Because you get more stagnation. Remember, tongue coat is a reflection of your stomach. What your stomach have, you can see in the tongue coat, right? And the pulse, of course, as I mentioned, was slippery. Remember before the lunch break, I told you guys that every time you get slippery pulse, it means stagnation. Okay? No matter it's cheese stagnation, blood stagnation, food stagnation, or fire stagnation, or very, very, very. Thank you very much. Yeah, thank you very much. Can I show them?
Yeah.
This is stagnation tongue. Can you get it? What it is very, very fantastic, right? I have seen this tongue before. This guy suffer from stagnation. Can you see that? Tongue usually, you see your tongue usually is white, thin white tongue. But this guy, you get stagnation. You get all sorts of color, right? So I can see yellow, not yellow, it's pucky. It's a pucky yellow. It's a scotchy. It's dry. And the tip, we got the red. That means heat in the heart. While in the middle, we get too much fire in the stomach, which is very, very fantastic.
That person was fainting.
Fainting. Yeah.
Couldn't eat.
Yeah, you're right, because you get too much. You can see from the tongue coat, when tongue coat gets so thick, that means you get too much in the tongue, in the stomach. How can he eat, right? So it's a very good photo. Yeah, if you have time, you can just send to me. I give you the telephone number. You can just show me. No, the WhatsApp, and then you show me, right? No problem. Yeah. Oh, good. That is good. Yeah. Yeah, sometimes in the break time, you guys can see. Yo, thank you very much. Thanks a lot. Good. And, yeah, I got to show them. The last one. Yeah. The previous one. Yeah, the first one. Yeah, the original one. Got to show them. No. Yeah. No? Oh, that's okay. Got it. Yeah, that's right. I'm so sorry that, yeah. Can you see that? This is the picture shown by Our Lady. Yeah, thank you. That's right. Okay, let's move. So this is the one we got it from the acute type of the diarrhea. Another type of people who get diarrhea got long term. Of course, this is because of deficiency in the spleen and stomach. And of course, in this way, you find the patients also suffer from other signs and symptoms, just like loose stool, and also the eating because his face always get swallow face, and also he's always getting lacking of spirit. That means lassitude, and he's not going to eat anything. His pulse, of course, is soggy and also moderate, while his tongue is a pale tongue and white coat. This is because of the spleen and stomach qi deficiency. And some people get diarrhea not because of spleen deficiency, sometimes because of emotional. Anytime he got angry, he got stagnation. And people always, if you get the liver cheese, they always sigh. Not because they want to get more oxygen, but once he sigh, he will feel comfortable because he get congestion in the chest and also the hypochondria, right? So in this case, once he sigh, you feel comfortable. And of course, he got more emotional disturbance. He will go to the toilet, more frequently. My doctoral degree is on irritable bowel syndrome. What means irritable bowel syndrome? That means the people getting the irregular bowel movement whenever they get the emotional disturbance. But this result may not be only constipation, because there's three types. One is IBS-C, one is IBS-D, one is IBS-A. IBS-C means this one get IBS with constipation. IBS-D, that means whenever you get the problem, he will get diarrhea. IBS-A, that means alternate. That means when he get the problem, he get both mixed together. Okay, this time diarrhea, this time constipation, diarrhea to constipation, and this alternate series. And all those are the problem of irritable bowel syndrome. Okay, and besides the spleen and stomach deficiency, liver qi stagnation, we also have the diarrhea because of the kidney yang deficiency. Of course, people suffering kidney yang problem always suffer from the cold, either the cold limbs and cold hands, right? And also these people have a very famous disease among the TCM practitioners. We call those either called morning diarrhea or called it dawn diarrhea. What do you mean by dawn diarrhea or morning diarrhea? That means these people will get up at 5 o'clock in the morning and go to the toilet and diarrhea, and after that you go back to the bed. And next morning repeat the same. And in this case, it's continuous for about 1 week's time. And this is what we call it the dawn diarrhea or morning diarrhea. This is all because what? Because of the spleen and also kidney yang deficiency. First is spleen yang deficiency. Later on, it becomes kidney yang deficiency. And these people always suffer the problem of lassitude in the lower limbs, and also the loins and also the knees weakness, and obviously emaciated. And also a question that you can get a book. This book, yeah, you can get it. And in this case, you can find these people always get the blood compression. As it is common for us to know, any people get blood compression, usually because of the problem. Yeah, the red one on the bottom, red. Yeah. Further down, this is right. Okay, and people getting dark compression usually because of the kidney problem. Okay, and of course, its pouch should be deep and also flatty. The tongue, you know what does it look like? For those people suffering from kidney yang deficiency, usually they do not have enough energy to remove the water out, so the tongue always swollen and pale, and also the tongue goes white. This is because of the yang deficiency, right? So those are the what we call the signs and symptoms of those acute type and also the deficiency type. So how can we deal with those people suffering from diarrhea? As I mentioned before, diarrhea is a problem of the large intestine, same as the constipation. So we have to deal with the fun move point and the bad stool point of the large intestine. So the fun move point of diarrhea, fun move point for the large intestine is about ST25, the 10 shoe, and this is what we call it the local point. And we do have a distal point. You guys remember the lower Hishi point of the large intestine? This is in our leg Shanjishu ST37. If you guys know where is ST36 here, and then you can use your hand to measure down free chin down, and then this is the Shanjishu. Another free chin down is Sajishu. In Chinese, Shanjishu means the upper point, Sajishu means the lower point. So they are in the same line. One is ST36, ST37, and then down here we got ST38 and 39. And so Sajishu is ST39. And besides the ST35, ST25, ST37, we also got SP9. As I told you guys this morning that SP9 is two of the water points on our body. Anytime you get them or dampness, please look for these 2 points. One is SP6, 三阴交, the other is SP9. We got the Yang Chuan. So in this textbook, it just point out 3 points, ST25, ST37, and SP9. And one of the points is 水分. You know what is 水分? CV10, CV9 is our umbilical and the navel. And about 1 inch above, 1 chin above that, we got CV9. This is our umbilical point. And then go up 1 point, umbilical point is called CV8. So 1 chin above is CV9. You know CV9 is not for? What's CV9 for? CV9 is for those people who suffer from edema. You find any people suffering edema, CV9 is a very good point to relieve the water from the leg, from the body, from the lower body. They're the same, right? So these 4 points are for acute, diarrhea. And for those people who suffer from chronic diarrhea, of course, you guys know this is because deficiency. This time we have to tonify, right? So besides the CV8 and also ST25, we are trying to look for tonification point. As I told you guys this morning that ST30 is a very good point for tonification. Even you don't have any sickness, you don't have any pathological changes, you still can muster this point for preservation of health, for getting long life. So ST36. Another point is SP4. SP4 is for those who suffer from what? Spleen deficiency. Spleen deficiency, you look for the SP4, right? All those are the principal points for either the acute or the chronic diarrhea. And of course, according to the different syndrome, you can also find that all those people suffer from both cold and dampness. Please add CV8. And with dampness, of course, we can have a SP9. Besides that, we can have P6. But the textbook here at 1 point called it the ST44 nating. Personally, I do not agree with adding the nighting here, because nighting is a point for quenching the fire, putting out the fire in the stomach. If the diarrhea is because of the stomach fire, I can suggest use ST44. But here, if you get the damn heat there, of course, night thing is during the heat. The dam, of course, you can still add one more point, which is called SP6, Sanyin gel, getting rid of the water, right? And of course, for food retention, remember to get what? Get the 中脘. 中脘 is the point between the sternum and also umbilical point here. So in the middle of them, this is CV8, this CV16. And midway between the CV16 and CV8, it is CV12. This is the 中脘. Okay, 中脘, 上脘, and below is下脘. And all these are the points you guys look for. And of course, for the spleen and also stomach deficiency, we need to add, as I mentioned before, SP4, SP3. And the best shoe point of the spleen, that is the what we call the BL20, 皮书. Of course, if you got the liver cysternation, just look for LR3. Kidney is very important. When you get the kidney yang deficiency, we always look for one point. It's in the dew point. This is a GV4. Chinese people call them 命门. 命门 means what? Gate of fire. The gate of fire. It means you just needle the GV4 and then you get enough fire for the kidney. Because the kidney is an organ to supply all the fire or energy to other organs. So only you can muster this point, GV4, or needle this point, that you can get the energy to others. So 2 points you remember, BL23, 肾腧, which is the best shoe point for the kidney, and also the 命门, GV4. Okay, remember this. Other the treatment, you can use the auricular acupuncture. As I mentioned before, I'm not familiar with that, and you guys need not answer this question. And lastly, when you are treating the people with the diarrhea, as I mentioned before, please take care of your large intestine. Don't take so many, you must depend on the plain food, the blank food, and no cold, raw, and also the spicy, oily food. Otherwise, it stimulates your large intestine again, and then you will suffer diarrhea again. So for those who have diarrhea, after they getting recover, still you have to love, you have to take care, you have to protect your large intestine from being reoccurrence again, right? And this is a treatment plan. Okay, after getting the acupuncture, we try to look at some herbal formula for dealing with the diarrhea. As I mentioned before, diarrhea concerns about the large intestine. And then it depends, the treatment depends on the different syndrome. For example, the first time, we got cold and dampness blocking the middle energizer. Sometimes we can use other herbs to warm up the body, but in this case, since if you just warm up the large intestine, you will neglect the effect of the dampness. So one formula is very, very useful, which I always use them, which is called 活象精气散. 活象精气散 is a very good herb to deal with any kind of disorder in your alimentary canal. Even I go for trip, maybe go to Cuba or go to other country which you think is terrible. Sometimes when you eat it, you always suffer from diarrhea. I will bring with me a bottle of the 活象精气散, because anytime you get diarrhea, you get stomach pain and anything, this is a very good herb to deal with it. Even at home, even at night, if you get any disorder in your alimentary canal, you have no doctors, no family doctor, this is also a very good herb to guard to your door, right? Understand? You mean the 活象精气散?
I know only the name of
Yeah, Po Chai Wan. Yeah, Po Chai Wan is really popular in Hong Kong. But
is that similar?
no. 普chế散 I think is a composed of other herb, but火针金散 is very good for within that. 火针金散 I think specifically for the diarrhea, and also the stomach ache. Right, you're right. 普chế is a thing we use when we are young. About 6 years old or 12 years old we do that. But now in Hong Kong we don't have this one. And here I seldom find this for us. Okay, the second time is about the damp heat. Diarrhea sometimes because of damp heat. In this time we find a very good formula which is called the 葛根神莲汤. 葛根 is very, very useful. And Chinese people like to take this kind of 葛根 as a material for boiling soup. In the springtime, when we have a high humidity, we use 葛根 with some beans, just like as a 七小豆 or 扁豆. All those beans, 5 types of beans, boiling with this 葛根 is able to, resolve the dampness in our spin. As you guys know, spin haze doesn't like the dampness. So if you take this 葛根 with other beans together, it's all going to dry your spin, and then you can have more healthy spin. In that case, you will have a good appetite in that case, right? So 葛根神莲汤 is a very good. And also number 3, diarrhea due to the liver qi stagnation. Of course, this is the formula always used for people who suffer from irritable bowel syndrome of the the D type. This is called 痛泻药方. Originally, 痛泻药方 contains 4 herbs: 拔芍、拔熟、陈皮、防风. Those 4 very effective in dealing with people getting the IBS, irritable bowel syndrome, because of the diarrhea. Every time you take it, they will just stop the diarrhea, and also it will relieve the liver qi stagnation in the body. So this is a very good help for us to consider. And number 4, diarrhea because of spleen and stomach deficiency. Of course, there's a formula for most TCM practitioners. They like to use that. This formula is called 参苓拔熟散. 参苓拔熟散. 参 means what? Means ginseng. 苓means 茯苓, porous. And then 拔熟 is another herb. So 参苓拔熟 actually means 3 types of herbs. In that, actually it contains the ingredient of 4 gentlemen soup. And this 4 gentlemen soup, of course, is able to invigorate the spleen, and also absorb the dryness inside the body. So when the dryness, absorb the dampness. When the dampness in spleen is being removed, of course, there's no more constipation, right? And number 5, it means it refers to those diarrhea because of a kidney yang deficiency. As I mentioned before, this kind of diarrhea, we call it dawn diarrhea or morning diarrhea. This is simply because of a kidney and spleen yang deficiency. So you can find this formula called the 四神丸. 四神丸 means 4 spirit pill, and this 四神丸 is very effective in tonifying the spleen and warming the kidney. So actually, this contains 4 herbs in here, and others are modification only. And number 6 is about the deficiency of qi and yin. As I mentioned before the lunch break, that the elder people always suffer 2 problems. One is insomnia, the other is constipation. And their constipation always because of yin and qi deficiency. However, in this case of diarrhea, many people suffer from diarrhea also because of yin and qi deficiency, because they do not have enough qi to hold the sphincter of the anus. So whenever he got the stool, and then the anus will open and let go. So this is why if we do not have enough qi, we will suffer from diarrhea. So if people suffer from diarrhea because of qi and yin deficiency, we got 2 formulas combined together. One because of 三脉散, the other because of 六进鸡汤. That means the first formula, Summaizan, is the formula for rescue the people from reverse. That means some people getting unconsciousness, getting synchro, and then you can use this Summaizan to generate the pulse again. The second, we call the Liu Jin Ji Tang. Actually, this is a six gentleman soup. Six gentleman soup means the four gentleman soup plus Chen Pi and also Ben Sha together. So this combined formula has the advantages of one, you can just save the spirit, save the people from getting fainting. Second is also it's able to tonify the spleen. Okay, so this is what we call. Okay, I think that is the end of chapter 6 about the diarrhea. So just give you guys about 1 minute time to revise on the topic. See if you have any problem. It's got to be a long chapter, you know, but if let me see anything. Nope. Okay. Okay.
Like how do you treat that?
How do you treat that?
Diarrhea, you do diarrhea with a C type,
Right. 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 Actually, we cannot treat the IBS of ordinary type. The only thing is we treat with the liver. So what we're going to do, we are trying to use two things. Either I can use 泻油散 or 柴胡泻油散 or 柴胡疏肝汤. 柴胡疏肝汤in order to release the liver qi stagnation. But in both alternate type, it's very difficult to deal with that, you know, because of the contradiction. But some of them just is to regulate the spleen. So if you ask me how to treat the IBS A type, usually I use 森林拔除散. 森林拔除散. I think this is the thing. Yeah, number 4, you're right. 森林拔除散. I just take it as if it is deal with the kind of you know, the spleen deficiency. Okay, if you guys have no question, we move to another very interesting topic, which both the Chinese medicine and Western medicine always concern about. This we call diabetes. Diabetes. And diabetes in Chinese medicine, we refer them to be 消和. 消和. If you guys don't know what we mean by 消和, we have a good translation. We call it the wasting thirsty. Wasting thirsty. Very interesting name. 消和. We call wasting thirst. Very, very appropriate translation. Wasting, that means wasting something. Some people can make use of these resources, fully utilize them, but you can use half of them and throw it away. So you're not really conservative, right? Thirst, because this symptom concerning about thirsty, right? So this is what we call diabetes. And in Chinese medicine, you know, the name 消和 had been recorded about 2,500 years ago in the book called The Yellow Emperor's Classic Medicine, 王帝内经. It divides the 消和 into 3 types. One, we call it the upper cell, and the middle cell, and the lower cell. Upper cell means those thirsty happen in the lung. Middle cell, that means this happen in the stomach. And lower cell means the diabetes have been developed into the kidney. So usually this can be treated by this, and so you can here you can find even we try to divide them into different you know, symptoms. We also have the upper cell, middle cell, and lower cell in this way. Of course, other causes of the diabetes may be because of the yin-yang deficiency, or qi and yin deficiency, and qi and blood deficiency, and even some diabetes may be caused by phlegm stagnation and blood stagnation. Okay. So in the introduction part, most of Chinese medicine practitioners will say this diabetes is because of free axis 1 deficiency. I repeat again, free axis 1 deficiency. Free axis, that means the patient suffer from diabetes will have excess eating, excess drinking, and excess urination. This is free axis, right? What about deficiency? That means no matter how much he eats, he still get emaciated. So this is a free axis 1 deficiency, right? And of course, in recent modern medicine, it just referred to as diabetes. However, they do have 2 types. The test doesn't mention about that. One is diabetes insipidus. The other is a diabetes mellitus, and this is the division they got, right? However, when we refer to the etiology and also pathogenesis, we found that in Chinese medicine we always attribute the diabetes to the kidney problem. However, during its development, he usually developed from lung, stomach, and then to kidney, right? So he mentioned that it's also because what? Because the yin deficiency or dry deficiency. Sometimes the dry heat. That means your body in normal time you have normal yin and yang. However, when your yin is decreasing, in this time you will generate some fire, which is called the deficiency fire, which will consume all the waste, consume all the food in your body. So, what will the cause of the diabetes? And the cause, of course, sometimes is due to a diet disorder, sometimes it's due to irregular emotions, sometimes, especially the liver cheese stagnation. As I told you guys before, liver cheese stagnation always causes a lot of problems, especially fire, heat, all those. And it mentioned that this is caused by overindulging in fatty and greasy and spicy food. This is what we call the diet disorder. And when we overeat too much food, too much greasy food, too much fatty food inside our body, our spleen cannot stand for it, and we lose its normal power. What is the spleen responsible for? Spleen is responsible for 2 T's. 1 T is transportation, the other is transformation. Because our spleen is able to transform all the food intake into qi and blood. This is one of the functions. The other function is to transport this qi and blood to the food to other parts of the body. So in case the spleen is out of order, one, it cannot transform the food into qi and blood. The immediate effect is you suffer from qi deficiency or blood deficiency. The other is if it cannot transform the food into qi and blood, the food will stay inside the spleen. What happened? According to the Yellow Emperor's classic medicine, all the food we eat can be described as 2 things. The food you eat only contains 2 things. One is water, the other is the grains. Water and grains, the fine grains, right? So if our spleen cannot remove the food away from our body, and then what is the result is the water will accumulate in our spleen. We get lots of spleen and water that is dampness. Or sometimes as you go worse, you become the ascites. Ascites is the water accumulated in your abdomen. And this is the result of that. And this water, not only in your abdomen, it will transfer to other parts of the body, especially the lower limb. That means edema. So people suffer from long-term diabetes will have the edema in their body, in their lower limbs also, right? So those are the finally, besides the diet disorder, besides the besides the weakness in those organs, there is excess sexual activity and cause consumption of kidney yin and essence. This is the first time I told you guys. Whenever you read the Chinese medicine classics of the Yellow Emperor's classic medicine, he emphasized 2 things. Wang Di, the main character of this book, asked his minister, Zhu Bo, why do the people living in the old time can live up to 100 years old, but now we just live to 50 years old. And Juba answered him that because they do not live along to the change of the environment. Second, they suffer from two kinds of indulgence. One, they're indulgent in sexual activity. Second, they're indulgent in the alcohol. That means wine and sex are two things affecting the people now, making them short life, right? So over sexual activity will cause harm to our kidney. Kidney yin, kidney yang, kidney jing. Jing means what? Jing means essence. Remember, okay? And also, many people suffer from diabetes. Sometimes it's because overindulgence in sexual activity. It will cause them the weakness in the kidney. Chinese medicine always attribute the problem of the diabetes to the kidney deficiency. Although the Western medicine practitioners say no, this is because of insufficient secretion of insulin. Insulin is from pancreas, but Chinese medicine doctors say no, even if it's from insulin. But this insulin is also governed by the secretion of insulin is also governed by the kidney. So at the last, kidney is the most important thing. If you suffer from any diabetes, we just deal with the kidney. Okay, no others. This is our thing. Okay, okay. For the differentiation syndrome, how do you know that the people suffer from diabetes? One, as I mentioned before, 3 excesses and 1 deficiency. This is one. The second, the people drink, excess drink, excess eating, excess urination, and also become emaciated. The most important thing is their urine contain sugar. 2,000 years ago, we don't have the paper testing for the urine, right? How do people know that they get diabetes? Easy. Yeah, after they pee, the ants will come to there, attract the urine, attract the ants because the sugar is rich, right? So this is one of the indicators. So in Chinese people is really, really wise in here. They do not have any instrument, but they know that people suffer from diabetes. And also our kidney is very, very, really, really function very good. Normal person, the urine should not contain 3 things. The urine do not contain sugar, should not contain protein, should not contain blood. So in case you get blood in the urine, sugar in the urine, or protein in the urine, that means your kidney get failure in kidney, okay? And that means this is also one of the problems. You get the turbid urine, you get the urine mixed up with blood. That is also the problem in your kidney, right? So let's look at what are the upper cell, middle cell, and lower cell. Upper cell means what? Excessive drinking. You feel thirsty all the time. So those people suffer from long-term diabetes, you easily get thirsty. And they get the tongue is red in the tip and yellow coating and full and rapid pulse. All of them do not want one thing, heat. In which organ? Stomach. Remember, red tongue and then with a yellow coat, and then we get full pulse and rapid pulse. This is also because of the stomach heat. Therefore, I always mention that upper cell is because of the stomach heat. And when this thing excess, sorry, there's the lung heat. You're right, I'm talking about lung heat, sorry. Yeah, the upper cell concerns the lung. And the pattern of when this heat develops from the lung to the stomach, we become the middle shell. Middle shell is what we call it the lung gets much more fire. So the stomach gets more fire, right? Once you get more fire in the stomach, what happens? You're eager to eat. Always feel hungry. After you finish your lunch, you are willing to eat. However, no matter how much you eat, you're still so skinny. You know why? Because your stomach only digests the food. It's not going to absorb the food. What you eat is you just digest and then just take out the body, right? So this is the situation we got the middle shell. Middle shell, you get excessive eating, thirsty, but your stool is dry, and then because of the lack of the heat, because the heat in the stomach burn up all the body fluid. The pulse again is forceful, excess, and slippery. That means accumulation of heat there. When this heat extends from the lung to the stomach and then to the kidney, what happens? And at this time, you get excess urination. People go to the toilet for 1.5 hours, and then you will go there every half an hour. And then this is what we call frequent urination. This is because of what? Because of kidney failure, right? And also urine contains much sugar. And the sugar number is getting high. I get a patient in my student clinic in Markham who suffer from severe, diabetes. Her kidney get just 12% of the original function, and her P is turbid, right? And this, of course, you giving and her blood sugar at that time when she visit our clinic is 9, and then after treatment for 3 months it dropped to 6 now. So we can see that the blood sugar can be reflected by the in the whether you get sweat can switch in the urine or not. And of course, if this is caused by the problem, the weakness in the kidney, this patient should display some soreness and weakness in the lower part of the body, such as the loins and limbs, right? And in addition, if this is caused by kidney yin deficiency, she should suffer from 3 other symptoms: dizziness, tinnitus, and blurred vision. Okay, all those are because of yin deficiency. And sometimes the yin is so dry they will be itching. Sometimes itching, and some people get itching in the head and the scalp, and some women get itching in the private. The private get itching, and those are because of what? Because of lack of lubrication, right? The pulse, of course, since it's a yin deficiency, the pulse should be rapid and steady. Okay, so that's it. So this is what we call the upper shield extend the middle shield to the lower shield. That means the heat extend from the lung to the stomach and to the kidney, right? And besides these 3 type of wasting thirsty, we also got the pattern of what we call the yin yang deficiency. Both yin and yang deficiency, of course. Why? Like the woman in my student clinic, she was all originally suffer from kidney yin deficiency, but later on, she got edema in the leg. That means kidney yin deficiency always develop kidney yang deficiency, giving her edema in the leg and also cold, always feel cold in his body. This is kidney yang deficiency. So for long-term diabetes, patients will display both kidney yin and kidney yang deficiency. Remember this one, okay? And and then later on, he always develop something just like aversion to cold and cold limbs, and also the irregular period in the woman. And woman case, the tongue will be dry and white cold and deep, thirsty and weak pace. Okay, so there are 2 patterns. One is a kidney yin deficiency. The other is both kidney yin and kidney yang deficiency related to those problems. Okay. There's a lot of symptoms, a lot of patterns, right? But how can you treat them? Actually, you guys remember that many diseases we don't have specific form to treat with them. For many diseases we don't have specific form to treat with them. What I'm looking for is the organs. Which organ is going to be responsible, and then we look for that organ points and do it local point, distal point, organ point, right? However, for the diabetes, we find one point which is very important. We got the 胃稳下数. What do you mean by 胃稳下数? 胃稳下数is a point which is below the TH. And you know that in our backbone, right? We got C1 to C7. This is our neck, right? Another we got the this is the cervical. This what we call the cervical the cervical vertebra, right? And then we got the thoracic vertebra, right? And then T1 up to T12, right? Where is 胃滚下数? 胃滚下数 is the one below TH, and just away 1.5 chin from TH, below TH, this 2 points. Actually, in T7, we got all the best 2 points. Like what? Like we got the best one for the liver, gallbladder, and then we down here we got another point, right? For those Gashu, this is Gashu. This one should be BL17, and this one the BL18. This T9. However, there's no point here, and in the history, our TCM practitioner or TCM doctors will not assign any point here. Just leave it over. But nowadays, people find that actually 1.5 chin from the below TH, we call it 胃管下序 or 胃管下序. This two sound for that, okay? Two pronunciation. However, this is the point is for what? For diabetes. People suffering from diabetes will look for the point called the 胃管下序. And besides this 胃管下序, others we will just look for the organs. So you can see in this chapter, besides 胃管下序, other points are also related to the best shoe point. For example, BL13, best shoe point for the lung. BL20, best shoe point for the spleen. BL23, best shoe points for the kidney. Well, BL6, no, they don't have BL6, those are, and then those 3 points are still with the organs only. That means the diabetes will concern with the lung, the spleen, and also the kidney, right? Get it? And what are the 2 points here? No, not stomach, of course.
But
yeah.
The middle cell is for excessive.
You are right. Why not BL21, right? Yeah. Okay. The problem is, the question is, you may ask for BL21, but in Chinese medicine, spleen get 2 meanings. One is a narrow sense, the other is a broader sense. And here, of course, tissue itself is governing the whole, the spleen. One meaning means everything from the esophagus down is the anus. This is the whole alimentary canal we call spleen. In narrow meaning, it just means the small intestine. So if you needle the tissue BL20, that means you are tonifying the whole alimentary canal instead of only the stomach. Of course, you can just add 1 more point on BL21. This nobody will object you. But principally, our TCM practitioner, traditionally we use BL20 instead of 21, right? Good question. Thank you. Okay, why do we use Sanjiao, SP6, and also the Tai Chi Ki3? Because these 2 points are governing the kidney yin. So we are going to tonify the 3 organs and also the yin of the body. Okay, and then of course you can get the supplementary points. For example, if you get the Xiang Xiao, you can get the Tai Yin, LU9, HTH. HTH is for what, HTH actually is a spring point for the heart. This is going to subdue the heart fire. And of course, it's easy now. I'm trying to answer this gentleman's question. Is in case of middle shell, you will look for the 19, which is ST44. 19 is a very good point for subdue or quench the fire from the stomach. And the other point is DG. DG is what? DG actually, is a secret point for the spleen. You also can tonify the skin, the spleen here. And when it's down to lower shell, of course, we look for 2 points for the water. One is Fuliu, Ki7, and the other is LR3, which is deal with the liver. That means we can deal with the fire in the kidney by looking for Ki7 and LR3. That means the relation between the kidney and also the liver. We can use this point, right? So in case of yin and yang deficiency, we try to use the those point for the kidney yang, just like GV4, Mingman, and also the Guanyuan. Those points are also important, right? So we try to look for this point, and then of course we try to see if we got the in case of restlessness, thirsty. Of course, we try to look at the Jinjin and Yuyi. Those are the 2 points below the tongue here. And these are for secretion of more fluid. And of course, for those who suffer from excessive eating, I mean, we are not going to deal with the stomach itself, but we're going to deal with the distal part of the stomach. Whenever people eat more, you want to stop its appetite, you can just put some part of Senju, that means ST37 and ST40, and also the Zhongwan, this then CV12, right? Excess eating and desire for food. And again, for night sweating, and when I was in the thinking, I found that when people have more sweat, profuse sweating, we are looking for 3 points, profuse sweating. One is the Hegu, Li4. The other we are looking for is the Yin-C, that means the HT6, okay? And also the third point is the KI7, Fu Liu. I'll repeat once again. For people getting profuse sweating, we are using 3 points. One is Li4, second is HT6, third is KI7. Those points help to reduce the secretion of sweat. And a nice sweat, of course, you can use this point too. Okay. And for those people who suffer from blurred eyesight, of course, please tonify his eye. And this 1 point in the body for during the eye, which is GB37, we call Guangming. Guangming in Chinese means bright eye. And the other Tao here is STH. And the other is Jianzhu. That means for the eye problem, one dealing with this point, this is STH. The other dealing with this one is Jianzhu. We call it BL2. If you got blurred eyesight. And I always use acupuncture to deal with those people who get glaucoma and also get short-sighted. Of course, the reason there is just stimulate those eye points in order to increase the circulation. And after they get either acupressure point or either use acupuncture, and then they will increase the circulation around the eye. So it will help in resolving the eye pressure and also to increase the circulation there, right? Last of all, if you get itching, you know why we get itching? Because of wind. So what we're going to do is to remove the wind from the body. So that's why we use GB20 and GB14. Those are getting the wind. And the other golden statement in Chinese medicine saying that if you want to treat the wind, you must treat the blood first. Because when the blood is treated, your wind will disappear. That's why in the last sentence, you show that besides using the wind point, just GB20, GB14, and also LI11, we still use the Xiahai SP10. SP10 is a point, generate the blood. And also Jiaohai KI6. KI6 is for 25 the kidney yang. So for itchy skin, of course, we need to supply more water, more blood in order to quench the wind so that no itching happen again, right? So these are the explanation. This explanation will tell you something about the information about Wei Wen Sha Shu. So where's Wei Wen Sha Shu? He just mentioned that this is the 8th thoracic vertebra and also 1.5 inch from the left way to that way. So this is the place where you can get the Wei Wen Sha Shu. Are there treatment? Of course, no. And then, of course, let's see some of the lifestyle advice. It mentioned that those people, when they get the diabetes, when you apply the needle, you should be very careful. You know why? Especially those areas will get edema. People suffer from diabetes easily get infection. So when you get the acupuncture, please make sure that fully sterile, okay? And disinfecting the area, and then before you apply the needle. And after taking out the needle, you should be also sterile the area. Otherwise, you will easily get the infection. On the other hand, the places where you get edema, when you get the needle in, it will leak some fluid and blood outside because the pressure is so high. So be careful, right? This is the thing you should care about, the skin infection. And of course, for those who suffer from diabetes, you must care about their diet. When you visit your family doctor, he also give you the same advice: don't take too much starch, don't take too much sugar, right? Chinese medicine, we do the same thing. Please take more vegetable, grains, and limit the consumption of fatty acid. The more fatty acid, of course, the more sugar you get. Okay, get away from sugar, get away from smoking, alcohol, and keep yourself relaxed. Don't overload, don't overwork, don't exhaustion, and limit the sexual activity. For those people who suffer from diabetes, are not allowed to do too much sexual activity. Otherwise, they will consume their kidney essence. They will intensify their signs and symptoms. Right? So, of course, you get more exercise for that. Okay, lastly, we try to look at some of the formula for dealing with different type of the symptom. One, we use 消和方 and 二冻汤 to deal with the lung heat. If the heat is in the upper jaw, we use this. Second, we have stomach fire, and this is a very important formula called the 玉女剑. 玉女 means what? Means a beautiful lady, a fair lady. Fair lady decoction. And this fair lady decoction is able to deal with the stomach fire. And I always apply this 玉女剑 in people who suffer from teeth pain, teeth ache. When teeth ache, and then I will, because of the stomach fire, I will also use this formula to deal with people who get the teeth pain because of the stomach fire. And for kidney yin deficiency, of course, this formula you can buy in any Chinese herbal shop, especially 同仁堂. Beijing 同仁堂 always have this formula. They call it 鹿味地黄汤. 鹿味地黄汤 actually composed of 6 herbs together. There's no modification. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, the modification is 几几, 九几几. Others remain the same formula. So remember, 鹿味地黄汤 is very useful in dealing with the symptoms arising from the diabetes. And number 4 is a deficiency qi and yin. And again, we use the same formula before 三麦散. 三麦散, it composed of ginseng and 麦冬. And also the other is the 正一汤. 正一汤 is also able to tonify the body which suffer from yin deficiency. This is very 正一汤 composed of 3 things. Which 3? We got the 玄参, 麦冬, and also 桑地. And also the 三麦散 also combined with 桑地 and also the the 己参, 人参, ginseng already. Number 5, we got the yin and yang, both deficiency. And this time we use a very important formula by 郑仲景, we call the 肾气丸, 金匮肾气丸, same formula. Okay, 金匮肾气丸 actually is made of 鹿味地黄汤 plus 附子 and also 桂枝. This is 金匮肾气丸. And last one is a qi and blood deficiency. And with the 星鱼汤. I will forget 星鱼汤, but 桂皮汤 is very, very popular use. Later when you guys study this problem of insomnia, depression, and also palpitation, we always use the same formula. So this is the first time you guys see this formula. We call it 桂皮汤. 桂皮汤. Actually, it's very useful for dealing with insomnia, palpitation, and depression. So we use this to deal with the diabetes first. You got to see it. And as I mentioned before, sometimes you may not be aware that diabetes may also be formed because of the phlegm stagnation, a blood stasis. In this, we have a very good formula called the 桃衡西乌汤. 桃衡西乌汤 is a very famous formula for removing stagnation, blood stagnation from your body. And 温膽湯, of course, is to deal with the phlegm. So this formula, 温膽湯 with the 桃衡西烏湯 has 2 purposes. One, resolving the phlegm. Second, is remove the blood stagnation. Okay, this is the representation of that. Okay, I think this will be the end of this chapter 7. Yeah, go ahead.
The other ones, when we have the acupuncture, the same
Mm. Mm.
And same thing with the
Mm.
herbal stuff.
Yeah, you're right.
But here, it seems that the division, different category of different syndrome
You're right.
pattern, it seems a lot more in the herbal.
You are right.
And I mean, there's a deficiency in both Qi and blood, there's a deficiency in Qi and Yi, whereas in acupuncture, there's a deficiency in Yin and Yang.
Mm.
And there's a lot more, and there's also deficiency stagnation
Mm.
blood that we don't see it from acupuncture.
No, no,
Why?
no. I think because it went
It's better to treat it herbally.
exactly for my because I come from Hong Kong. Whereas in Hong Kong, we treat all the internal medicine and also gynecology, patriarchy, mostly by herbs. And we just use acupuncture to deal with the pain syndrome and also arthritis and all those things. So if you ask me, I will prefer using herb more than using the acupuncture. Acupuncture, the effect of acupuncture may not be as good as in using herbs. This is what I prefer. So I think the order of this book, when it select the materials, I think has a prejudice that using herb to deal with the diabetes, because diabetes is a long-term disease. All we call it is a consumptive disease, right? In that case, I prefer using herb than using the acupuncture. Understand? And also, yeah, thank you very much for your reminder. When I revise this one, I find that the book is not in the right order. I mean the content of that. For example, you can see that in the herbal prescription, we get the 1, 2, 3, 5, and then up to the 4. Deficiency of both qi and yin, you get 5. The order are not the same. And also we got the qi and blood deficiency and the phlegm deficiency. You're right. Mostly they depend on the herbs more than the acupuncture. Acupuncture is just very, very simple, right? And also less information can be found in the acupuncture, and just mention about what is the principal points. And then we have a very little passage on those situations, just like xiang xiao, zhong xiao, sha xiao, and you also about the how can you the prevention and also the itching, but not on those large topics, just like the phlegm, stagnation, and also the deficiency chamber, right? So I admit that this is his deficiency, but this chapter is not the worst. What I can tell you is chapter 8. Chapter is really worse. The arrangement is really, really confusing. Now let's look at chapter 8. You can see that. Now according to the yeah, go ahead.
So since this is a chronic condition, how long did you, as far as herbal stuff, do they take this one?
For long. For life. I can tell you for life. Just like many diseases because of aging, I always honestly tell my patient that you will not get bad. You got well, get well. The only thing is you will not intensify your situation. Just like the aging problem, lower back pain or other arthritis, just like. So for me, I think this kind of diabetes has no chance to get well. You cannot get rid of all those symptoms. And most of the time, it will even get worse if you do not seek for treatment. I never seen a case suffer from the diabetes getting well. No, sorry. Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, all of them. You're right. Okay. Yes. Okay. Let me finish today before we get the break, because I find that today is a very long and very confusing chapter. And on the other hand, I can ask you guys to neglect chapter 8. You know why? Because in my knowledge, during my study of TCM for the past 30 years, I haven't found a name called Chaojia. There's no name called it, no medical name called it gastric upset. Gastric upset means what? You just feel discomfortable in your stomach, right? Anyhow, we can just use other name to replace it. But this is not the formal name I use. So this is one problem. Chaojia is not the name in my mind. I haven't seen any book concerning about internal medicine. It has the name gastric upset. Either you can say stomach ache or you can say the epigastric pain in either in chapter 1, in book 3. In book 3 you get epigastric pain, or the chest pain, or abdominal pain, but nothing got the gastric upset. So this is one problem. The second problem is in the summary part. This is quite, agree with the content in 1, 2. This means stomach heat and also stomach deficiency. However, after the stomach deficiency, we get 2A, 2B, 2C, and then we got 3. 2A is what we got the cold and deficiency of stomach. 2B, we got the heat and the heart blood and spleen qi deficiency. And 2C, we got the phlegm dampness. That is equivalent to the 3. So this is 2C. And after that, we go to 3, blood deficiency. So in my mind, I would just want to remind you guys to write in this way, right? So see whether we can get the arrangement. Okay, yeah, of course, I can tell you why. In this way, this one will follow strictly with the book 1, 2, right? Is a stomach deficiency. However, there's a 2A. 2A, according to the book, should belong to cold and deficiency of the stomach. Cold and deficiency of stomach belong under the category of stomach deficiency. And then 2B, of course, you get another thing which we got the heart blood and spleen qi deficiency. Heart blood and spleen qi deficiency. And the number 2C actually means a phlegm damp. That means this 3 should be 2C. Phlegm dampness. Okay, so phlegm dampness here should belong to 2C. And then we have 3. 3 means blood deficiency. So we don't have this one, sorry. We just have 3, number 3, will be blood deficiency, according to the content. So the arrangement here is very lousy. I can't find, okay? So you just follow this pattern and see. We don't have a qi deficiency. Whether you get qi deficiency, whether you get a gastric upset because of qi deficiency, in my experience, sorry, I didn't have this experience. So what you get is 1, 2, 2A, 2B, and change 3 to 2C. While there's no 4. Under 3 here, we get a blood deficiency. This is according to your... No, cheesiness, no, nothing outside, nothing. Can you see cheesiness in the back? It's a very lousy arrangement there. I don't have time to rewrite, recompile again. Sorry, no. Stomach and spleen qi, guan qi. Yeah, just 6. The 6 is liver and stomach yin deficiency. We got number 6. Number 5 is the stomach. Yeah, actually, you can just say this is number 5. It changed the name to qi. It changed the name to spleen and spleen and stomach qi deficiency. And this topic, of course, they changed to spleen and stomach qi deficiency. As I mentioned before, qi deficiency means overall qi. There's no stagnation. No stagnation here. Stagnation is number 6. Number 6 is not a concern about stagnation. Number 6 is concerns about what? Number 6 talk about means yin, stomach and liver yin deficiency. This is number 5. And number 6, it mentions about stomach and liver yin deficiency. So this is why I say this chapter is fully organized. And if you just want to put everything into the summary page, you have to rearrange and copy some of them and then put it in the back, in the front. And number 4 is food stagnation. Food stagnation. It's not cheese stagnation. This is number 4. Okay. I just give you my observation here. Okay. So this is a long chapter, but I want to make it short before we take a break, right? Oh, no problem. Okay, let's look at the first one. Oh, sorry. Just give you some time. Yeah. So I want to finish this within half an hour so that we can get the break at 4:30. And after coming back from the break, we have 3 more topic to share about that. Okay. So finish there. Great. Okay, let's go. Okay, this is a topic which I'm not really familiar with because I don't have an idea, but you know, the content inside we have learned before. Okay, 吵架 in English we call gastric upset. What does that mean? That means you feel discomfortable in your stomach. This is the meaning. And of course, associated with the discomfortable feeling, you get the acid reflux or dysphoria in the chest. It includes everything, okay? So guys, if you feel any discomfort in the chest, it will associate with 3 organs, either because of heart, or because of stomach, or because of gallbladder, right? All those will account for this kind of discomfortable. And of course, this will be because of what? Because of even the stomach heat, stomach deficiency, or the blood deficiency. All those will be the cause for that. First of all, let's consider the stomach heat. And stomach heat, of course, because what one maybe people have some discomfortable meaning on the stomach, and this is because of what? Maybe overeating or too, deep frying food, and also sometimes because of the liver cheese stagnation, and cause this kind of discomfort feeling. And of course, the associated symptoms will include dry mouth, preference for cold, and red tongue, yellow coat, and the treatment. Now you got the treatment, right? So it's very good for us to know that in chapter 8 here, also got some treatment. The treatment principles will be what? Curing heat. Now, guys, I would like to, although this is a very, very, poor organized chapter, but I appreciate one point here. Besides chapter 4, chapter 8 also provides some treatment principle. So you can see when the last slide here, treatment should be clear heat and regulating the middle jaw with modified, or what we call it, the 红莲, 黄连, 味胆, 黄连味胆 decoction. This is the solution. Of course, in this chapter, you deal with the Chinese herb first, and later on, it will just give the acupuncture point for that. Okay, so I just want you guys to concentrate on if we got heat, the solution is heat curing. If we got heat in the stomach, of course, heat curing in the middle jaw. Okay, this is the formula for the what we call 黄连汤. This one. And modification, of course, we are not going to do. And besides the modification, of course, we surely get some Chinese patent medicine. And those are like a CAO and also 保和丸. For people getting the gastric upset with the lung heat, with the stomach heat, of course, we tried to use some needling some points for the needling. And of course, there's 中脘. That means in the middle. 下脘 2 chin from the 中脘. That means between these 2 points you get 中脘 here, and about 2 chin from the 中脘 is 下脘 here. So these 2 points we get it. And also 劳宫 is here, the finger, because here is 劳宫 PCH, and also 内庭 is in the leg, in the foot, and 合谷 xinjian, that means the LI4, LI2, LI11. And sometimes at one point I want to tell you guys is LI11 is here, right? But you know, 2 train from the LI11 is LI10, which we call Soushanli. In Chinese, it bears the same name with ST36. ST36 we call Zhushanli. That means the foot, the Shanli in foot. Well, this is the Shanli in the hand. So actually, I can tell you guys, ST36 actually work closely with LI10. LI10 is the point, the stomach point in the hand, while ST36 is the stomach point in the leg. So when you tonify the stomach by using ST36, don't forget LI10, which is also used for tonifying the stomach. Okay, and he mentioned that if severe heat, we use the ST45. ST45 is scary. Okay, don't use that too much. And yeah, constipation, you use TE6 and also ST25. If anybody get nausea, we add the PC6 in 内关. 内关, although it's a point for the pericardium. However, any discomfortable in the chest, you can make use that. Discomfort in chest, like car sick, like vomiting, you know, like people have a vomiting and car sick, and also the chest distress, we can make use of this PC6 point. Okay. And of course, I'm not familiar with the ear point. Sorry. Second, we just mentioned about the stomach heat, right? And the second reason for the gastric upset is the stomach deficiency. Stomach deficiency, of course, we need to tonify that because the patient suffer from this kind of syndrome may have the tasteless in the mouth, and also will be feeling tired, and also it will feel, the tongue is pale, while the with pale tongue, and also the white coat, and the pulse, of course, is weak and sweaty. Now, be careful. This part also provides the treatment principle. You look at the last point, the last line on this page. How can we deal with that? The treatment principle is strengthening the spine and regulating the stomach. So this chapter, although it's poorly arranged, you can give the treatment principle. In case of people getting stomach deficiency, please strengthen the spine and regulate the stomach. And using what we call the 鲜沙六进鸡汤. 鲜沙六进鸡汤 actually is the 6 gentlemen soup with the 木香 and 砂仁. So it's also tonify the spine and alimentary canals. And those are modification. And also there's a modification too. And besides what we got talking about the stomach heat, and there's stomach deficiency, right? And stomach deficiency, as I mentioned before, 2.1 is a cold and deficiency of the stomach. That means the stomach containing cold and deficiency. And in this situation, the patient will feel vomiting with water. That means those water flow out from the stomach into the mouth. And the patient will feel cold and with little bit appetite. And some people always have some, migraine at the head. And how can we treat this for a patient? Of course, at the last slide, I also give the treatment principle. It mentions that the aim of the treatment is to warm the liver and stomach. Any people who suffer from this kind of cold and deficiency of the stomach, our solution is to warm the liver and stomach and direct the liver qi downward. Okay, why do we get so upset? Because the liver qi going up and tend to vomiting. So we have to warm the liver and stomach and also direct the stomach qi downward. This is what are we going to do? We use Wu Zhu Ru Tang. Wu Zhu Ru is a herb which can warm the stomach. Especially when I mention a kind of disease called the morning diarrhea or down diarrhea. And this Wujuyutong is able to help those people who got the both spin yang and kidney yang deficiency. And some students may remember, why don't we use Sisentong? Sisentong actually contain the Wujuru inside. So Wujuru, either in Sisentong or in Wujurutong, they also add the same thing. As the same purpose is to warm the spin yang, right? And the second subtitle of the second subtitle of the stomach deficiency is called the high blood and spin qi deficiency. So in this case, we find that both the high blood and the spin qi is not enough inside the patient. And in this case, you can find that the patient will suffer from situations like palpitation because of high blood deficiency. He also have a problem of dream disturbed sleeping. He's get forgetfulness, poor memory, and also shallow, the shallow complexion. It's also its face and also the nail getting pale. You know why? Because all this because of the blood deficiency. So how can we deal with those people who suffer from high blood deficiency and spin qi deficiency? So the treatment is anytime we got deficiency, please use the word tonify. Tonify. For the blood, we can tonify the blood. Qi, tonify the qi. So in my method, I just to say that we need to tonify the heart blood and also tonify the spin qi. Okay, which formula is famous for tonify both heart blood and spin qi? This formula is mentioned before, 桂皮汤. 桂皮汤 again can be used the second time. The first time we apply 桂皮汤 in diabetes for those people who suffer from spin and heart deficiency. And second, here is a gastric upset. No matter in which disease, if we find that any disease caused by heart and spin deficiency, we can still use 桂皮汤. Okay, and those treatment principle is to, supplement we need to supplement and also to strengthen the heart and spin deficiency here. And those are the patent medicine. Of course, you can buy the 桂皮丸 in any Chinese herbal store around the Chinatown, and even in Tonglintang. It's easily get it. Okay, and this page I want you guys to change one word, to correct one word. This word. 你中文 should be Z instead of T. Okay, Z. Can you find this word? Page. Oh, thank you. 93? Yeah, thank you. Yeah, please, 83. Thank you. Yeah, 83. Which find 83 in the middle? 李中文. The 中 should be Z instead of T, right? And when we are dealing with those people who suffer from heart and spin deficiency, just acupuncture, please first of all consider the spin. So we get the CV12 and also ST21, and also ST36. All these points concerning with the local point of the stomach and also the distal point of the stomach. And Sanyin gel, of course, SP6 is for regulating the water. And the best shoe point, just repeat what this gentleman mentioned before. When we want to tonify the spin and also the stomach together, and please find the point BL20 and BL21. See? And of course, tonification is not only by needling. You can use the moxa. So moxa, putting a mortar box in the epigastric position is very useful. When you put a moxa box in the stomach, of course, it will be warm the stomach, right? And ear point, of course, I'm not going to do. And this is number 3. So far, we consider 1, the stomach heat; 2, stomach deficiency; and 3 is a blood deficiency. And blood deficiency, as I mentioned before, you can see the face getting pale, and the patient easily get dizziness, and also the tinnitus, blurred vision, and always he get the insomnia with so many dreams, and the skin always dry. And what is the treatment principle? The therapeutic principle is to tonify the qi and blood. But however, since it's a blood deficiency, we tonify the blood first, and we use a little herb to deal with qi. However, in the formula of the Gui Pi Tong, it also contains both qi and blood tonics. And there's another formula called the Dong Gui Xin Liu San. Dong Gui Xin Liu Tong can also perform the same function. Okay, those are Gui Pi Tong and Dong Gui Xi Wu Tong. They always serve the same purpose of tonifying the blood and a little bit qi. And those are modification. Those are patent medicine. Okay, for people suffer from the blood deficiency, please remember what are the blood points. SP10. And also the other point is the blood sugar point BL17. And one more point, some doctors will neglect. This is GB39. GB39, what we call the 玄重, also can tonify the blood. SP10, 血海 can tonify the blood. At the back shoe, you get BL17, which is the 葛舒, also can tonify the blood. Anytime you do not have blood, okay, please make sure that you have this point. And of course, if you get the gastric upset because of blood deficiency, please consider the points for the stomach, just like the CV12, ST21, ST36, all those you need to do that. Why we use BL18? Because BL18 is govern the liver. This is the best one for the liver. So in this case, the liver blood can be tonified. In this case, right? So the Sanyin gel SP6 is also used to regulate the lung, the liver qi, and also the qi and blood there. Okay. Others modification I'm not going to mention too much. Okay. I think this will be the end of the chapter 8. This is a very, very complicated chapter, but I want you guys to master the thing. Just like any gastric upset will be because of the lung heat, so the stomach heat, stomach deficiency, and qi and blood deficiency, right? And those are the topics. We are not cover all the topics in the summary. Okay, so let's have a 10 minutes break. So we come back in about 4:30, and then we're going to finish the other 3 topics before we leave today. Yeah, question. You mean this chapter? I mean,
Like stomach upset. They won't say that.
No. Sorry. During my private practicing for past 33 years, I didn't use the word gastric upset. No. You either say, the epigastric pain, or the stomach ache, or some other. But gastric upset, we don't use that.
But down further in these books, you will find the epigastric pain.
Yeah, in book 3.
Yeah.
Then instead, write epigastric pain instead of writing gastric upset.
So it would be the copy of what we just went through, or
Different. I think because it's specifically on the gastric pain, but this line is on the feeling. You're feeling here, the stomach.
one of the 52.
Yeah,
notes.
you're right.
So how do I know to write gastric upset as diagnosis?
If I were you,
The major
yeah.
complaint I look for.
But you're right. This belongs to one of the 52, right? But for me, I truly believe that this is not the proper name. But I don't know who put this name into this 52. But for me, and also for other professional acupuncturists and also TCM, we won't use this term. So I advise you guys don't use this term, although it's put here. I don't think they will just put it as a model answer. For example, you think a case here, and then they ask you to fill out the name gastric upset. No, I don't think so. No. Honestly speaking, I will not. Okay? So take a break for about 10 minutes. Okay, welcome back to the class. Let me finish these 3 topics so that we can leave early, I hope. Okay, I'm sorry to keep you guys long, but I just in my schedule. We may leave maybe 15 minutes or 10 minutes earlier before 6, okay? But before that, I would like to make an announcement. Please open to page 93. 93. While I was revising this book, I found that there's some mistake in this book. In page 93, you can find in the middle, there's a column of Chinese word over there. And without any translation, I want you guys to cross those Chinese characters above 1.2. 1.2 with frame above this column. Okay, can you see it? Yeah, this one, this is page 93. And this column, cross it because it's no use. People put it there without any translation. I would rather put them away, right? On the other hand, please cross out the last word of this page, worse. Worse. And next page, 94, the starting two words. That means worse for N. I think this is not the correct translation. Okay? So I think this is, I review once again. Page number 93, cross out the Chinese passage in the middle, and the last word there, worse. And page 94, cross out the first two words for N there. I think this is what I want. Great. Thank you very much. Okay, let's go. Okay, yeah, of course, you can use Chinese. Yeah, it's helpful. But if you cannot be Chinese, I will ask you to cross it. But of course, you can see this is a kind of a production of the herbs. How can you produce, and make it into powder? I don't think you guys need to do that, right? Of course. Yeah. How do you make it into powder? I mean, in powder form, no. Okay. Chapter 9 concerns about 吐酸. 吐酸in Chinese, in English, it means it's acid reflux. I think acid reflux is a very, very popular disease, even in the clinic around here. You know why? Because when people are eating too much, the other is always affected by the emotion. And I know 2 patients, at least in my student clinic, suffer from this kind of acid reflux. The first one is because she gave birth to the baby, her baby. And after that, she also got always, the emotional disturbance after giving birth to the baby. And then this will always, with affecting the function of her stomach. She always get acid reflux. And I try to use some Chinese medicine to cure her, but in vain. The problem is she also suffer from some kind of, liver qi stimulation. So in this way, I have to deal with her liver qi, lower down her liver qi, and then her acid reflux will also decrease in this way. So sometimes we have to find out which is the root problem, which is the associated problem, right?
Something to do with the emotion.
Yeah, you're right. The most important problem is also some related with that. You know, some women, in mainland China, after giving to a baby, they will get crazy. Yeah. They cry up to the tree and then jump down with their baby, right? Those because you know why? Mostly because they got the lochia, the lochia inside the body. After giving to a baby, we have to let 12 days for those abnormally fluid, Chinese people call it lochia, to flow over the body. If those lochia do not flow the body, they will go up to the different part of the body. If it go up to the heart, it will just mist and also cover the heart and also can disturb the mind, and this women will become what we call it a kind of depression, postmortem depression. This is because of that. So Chinese medicine doctor explain this situation by what we call it those lochia, those waste blood going up there, right? And this blood, of course, it will have a very quick effect to the woman. Sometimes the emotion, sometimes to the lung problem, sometimes to also the liver problem, all those things, right? So you're right. So when we consider about acid reflux, it concerns about the liver qi, concerns about the liver disharmony between the liver and also the stomach, and also sometimes it's caused by phlegm. And concern about phlegm, I will tell you something about that, right? Yeah. Okay, first of all, acid reflux, we can have many names. Some people call it the gastrointestinal acid reflux. Somebody get the gastric reflux. That means the gastric acid. That means the peptic acid arising from the stomach up to the mouth, and then esophagus up to the mouth, and which is accompanied by the sense of sour being felt in both mouth and throat. Okay, and in which sometimes it brings up the hot sensation in the mouth and chest. This syndrome is called heartburn. So many people mix up with acid reflux with heartburning. Why? Because when the acid reflux go up, it will burn the esophagus and burn the throat, and sometimes they got the acid feeling, the acid sensation in their teeth and their tongue and also in their throat, right? So this is a kind of problem. We call it to be, the heartburning. And first of all, let's look at the acid reflux through the Chinese herb side. First, differentiation syndrome is called the liver qi invading the stomach. This is according to the 5 elements theory, what we call it the wood interacting with the earth. Because wood means the liver, earth means the stomach. When the wood interacts the stomach, that means the liver will affect the stomach. This is very, very common for us in Hong Kong to see somebody suffer from stomach ache for over 1 year's time. And then he went to see the family doctor. Family doctor prescribed him with the herbs for the stomach, but after 1 year, he tried to find a Chinese medicine practitioner. And Chinese medicine practitioner told him that this is because he got the liver qi stimulation. After removing the liver qi, of course, his stomach ache disappeared. So he was really, really angry with the family doctor because he was forced to take those herbs for 1 year, but remained. Right, so this is according to Chinese medicine. We call this one to be liver qi invading the stomach. And the prescription here we use a sinusan. Sinusan, I tell you guys, it is not for releasing the stomach qi. It's what for people who suffer from shock, suffer from syncope, and with the symptom of the both hands and leg get warm. And so both hand and leg get cold, but the chest get warm. And this time we give him sinusan. Because sinusan is trying to release the heat in the liver. Is instead of in the heart, right? So this is one of the application of what we call the sinusan here. And this is the modification. So I'm not going to deal with the modification. Yeah, go ahead.
In the previous chapter,
yeah.
you always tell you the pattern.
Yeah, all right.
But now we're going into the principal treatment.
Yeah.
How do we differentiate the liver qi and the other one, the stomach and liver?
You are right.
I mean, what is the symptoms?
Exactly. Thank you. Thanks a lot. Yeah. This is why I'm going to edit this chapter. This chapter is having some shortcoming. Because, first of all, we have to differentiate which symptom first, right? But, since the author cannot find this, he just put everything here and then tell you all the treatment. Right? I think, yeah, you're right. We don't have a differentiation treatment in chapter 9, right? I will write this down. Thank you very much. Yeah, you guys get really clear on mind and also the critical iron that in this case. For me, I'm not satisfied with this chapter 2 because we don't have differentiation. How can we offer the treatment without any differentiation, right? Okay, thanks a lot. Please bear with me all this situation. Okay, so let's look at it again. So first of all, you guys see that they just give the name of the disease and then give the treatment, and no treatment principle and no differentiation syndrome, right? This is the problem. And of course, when we move to the variation of that, we find that this kind of, the acid reflux may be because of the weakness of the stomach, and also maybe because of the liver problem. Here, as I mentioned before, if we get the qi stimulation and spleen in the spleen and also the stomach, we are going to use one formula which is called Yujuan. Yujuan is going to reduce the 6 kind of stagnation. Here you can see the 6 kinds of stagnation include the qi, blood, dampness, fire, food, and also phlegm, and all those dampness. Those 6 kinds of stagnation. So I just want you guys to notice the treatment principle. Whenever we have the qi stagnation, we try to look at the treatment principle the treatment mission is to remove the stagnation. Okay, so anytime there's stagnation, we need to remove them. This is the keyword for us to use. So this chapter, I think, is concentrate on the treatment principle rather than the suspension syndrome. As I see. Okay, so this is the part we need. Okay, the second type of the second symptom of the acid reflux is because of phlegm. And whenever we got cheese stagnation, Chinese people have many special name called the pumping qi or pump stone qi. You know what does that mean? Pump stone qi. Similar pumping qi. What does that mean? It means something in the throat which you cannot swallow down. You cannot, throw it out. And this situation we call it pumping qi. You know, like a plum with a pit in here. You cannot go up and down, right? And in this case, in my experience, I will do it in two ways. One, this pumping qi may be due to the qi stagnation. Stay here. And then what you're going to do is dissolve the qi. The other reason may be due to the phlegm. So you have to use some formula just like 奔沙喉婆汤 to remove those phlegm. So in this case, when we consider the acid reflux, one of the reasons may be because of you have a phlegm. And this phlegm, will cause some stagnation in your flow. Then you cannot either you throw it out or you swallow it down. And something like, it's going up or down. So this one, we call it the stomach heat. Because it's a stomach heat, and the acid will go up and cause what we call the acid reflux. Okay? And sometimes you have this kind of problem, just like you cannot swallow, you get the bloating, sometimes you get burping, or sometimes nausea. So in this case, the main symptom is you got some either cheese stagnation or you get the phlegm. So how can we deal with that? Some people can just relax themselves, and then the chi will disappear. This is because stress, right? So the treatment purpose is to regulate the chi and transform the phlegm and direct the chi downwards. So I want you guys to concentrate on those terms, right? Is to regulate the chi and then to transform the phlegm and direct the chi downward. This is the case when we consider the pumping qi may be because of the qi stagnation. Of course, if a phlegm, we can get another, a formula for that. So this is another type of symptom, causing what we call it the acid reflux. This is because of phlegm. And besides the phlegm, we have a stagnated heat. That means, especially for women who get the menstrual cycle. Before the menstrual cycle, they always have this kind of feeling that they get acid reflux. And this is also because of the heat in the in the stomach. And the stomach heat also will cause the acid reflux, and this will be intensified when the woman get emotional disturbance, when she get the stress in that. So it will be accompanied by some feeling of restlessness, irritability, and also insomnia. All those will give the woman the kind of feeling of the acid reflux. And I want you guys to concentrate on the treatment. Any woman just have the acid reflux with the premenstrual heartburning. Our purpose is to clear the stagnated heat in his liver. So what are you going to do? There's a very famous formula called 逍遥散. All people study, Chinese medicine will be familiar with this formula. This is called 逍遥散. 逍遥散. 逍遥 means what? Means relief. Okay, relief, leisure. And what does that mean? Actually, 逍遥散 is for releasing the qi stagnation because of not sufficient blood in the liver. However, most of the Chinese practitioner, medicine practitioner, will use this series to deal with the irregularity of the menstruation cycle. So on Sunday when I return with the on next Friday when I return to share with you guys on the cases of the women disease, we always focus on this formula called the Seriosan. Yeah, so Seriosan is a very good formula to deal with the irregularity in the menstruation cycle. And the woman, they have the irregular menstruation cycle with heat. Of course, we add 2 more herbs into it. In Hong Kong, in China, we call it 单鸡 Seriosan. That means we have 单皮 and 鸡子. But here in Canada, they call it 加味 Seriosan. Anyhow, 加味 Seriosan in Canada is same as the 单鸡 Seriosan in Hong Kong and in China. There's both used for removing stagnant heat in the liver and also to release the problem in the irregularity in the menstruation cycle. Remember, okay? So this is the solution for that. I want you guys to remember the treatment principle, okay? And those are the Chinese patent medicine. You also get another formula called the 财务疏肝丸. 财务疏肝丸 and Seriosan, they serve the same purpose. This and this. Okay, if you ask me the difference, of course this one get more blood, and this one get more qi. You want to release more qi, use 财务 Seriosan. If you want to tonify the blood, of course you got Seriosan. Those are the difference, okay? And how about the acupuncture? This is the first time you guys see if we got the acid reflux, what we're going to do. I'm so sorry, there is no point for stopping the acid reflux, like other disease. So what we're going to do is look for the organs only. Since acid reflux is from lung, from stomach, so we can see all the pancreas, CV12, CV13, all of them deal with the stomach, okay? And also the Tanzhong CV17 also release the qi there. And Naiguan's PC6 is for vomiting. However, the point for vomiting is same as the point for acid reflux because we find that the stomach qi is going up. We try to release descend the stomach qi. So we use CV17 and also PC6. And Zhusanli and Sousanli, as I mentioned before, ST36 and LI10, they're brothers. One is in hand, the other is in foot, right? And then, of course, you try to tonify the basal point of liver, so you get BL18. The basal point of gallbladder, you get BL19. And then the basal point of the stomach, so you get BL21 to deal with that, right? And of course, those are the modification points, just like if you get headache, and then you get some more GB34. If you get the gallbladder involvement, of you get the GB24 and 40. All those are the modifications. I'm not going to deal with that. But one point you guys know that if you get dizziness, of course it is because of wind. If you got dizziness, of course we know we have to remove the wind. The most convenient to remove the wind is to put the needle in the GB20. And then of course you remove the wind, right? Some people will get, disturbing of the mind or foggy head. Of course you can just either use in yin tong here, or you can use in the taiyang, those area. Okay, so this is the ear point. And besides the, stomach and the stomach heat, and also the stomach and spleen deficiency, we got the liver and the stomach heat there. Heat again. So what kind of heat? The heat in the liver, stagnated heat. Of course, we can use the 单肌 Seriosan. And here, this symptom is called the stomach and liver heat, both together. So what we're going to do is we try to use a 化肝剑. 化肝剑. That means we are using the resolve the liver. Of course, we mean the liver heat. So transforming the liver decoction, right, in this way. So modification, sorry, no. And the change of the the formula will depend on the symptoms, and sometimes when the acid reflux, the acid will affect the esophagus. In this case, if we find the acid is too much, which will affect the esophagus and making it a little bit, erosion or damage it, of course, we need to use the 左金丸 in order to deal with the damage caused by the acid reflux. And the purpose, of course, you settle down the reflux acid. And also, this is common for the stomach. Stomach heat, as I mentioned before, always cause bleeding, low speeding, and heat, and also high temperature. Sometimes it causes irritability. In this case, the most common time I consider the lung heat is for you getting the teeth problem or the gum problem, either swollen red gum or they get loose teeth, and this is the time I will use this kind of the principle to deal with that. So in this case, we are using 鱼女剑. 鱼女剑 is another choice, but the textbook here, I teach you guys use the 清胃汤. 清胃汤 means a clear stomach decoction. Actually, as I can tell you, 鱼女剑 and also 清胃汤, they are also similar to each other. Both of them is 石膏, that means ginseng. This one is very effective in reducing the heat in the stomach and the lung. So whenever you have stomach heat, of course, you will make use of ginseng. So ginseng both appear in 鱼女剑 and also the 清胃汤 here, right? And besides the stomach heat, we got the damp heat in the stomach and spine. This is what. Why do you get the damp heat in the spine and stomach? And usually it's because you eat too much, too much deep-fried food, greasy food. And the symptom here always show that the acid reflux, and also we got the bloating, we got the dry mouth. Sometimes the pulse will be rapid and also slippery. And sometimes this also applies to those people getting their face problem, just like a clean in the face, or sometimes they get some of the mouth sore. Sometimes the skin will get, some kind of the odor and sores in the skin. As I told my students and also patients that many skin diseases are related with the intestine. So if you want to get rid of the skin disease, you can just clear off your intestine, just purge all the garbage, purge all the greasy from the body, and then this is the solution. So no matter you get the psoriasis, no matter you get the acne, or no matter the eczema, all those, you just use strong purging agent. And the strong purging soup here is called the 泻心汤. 泻心汤. 泻 means purging. 泻 means hot. So purging hot soup is the most favorite choice for people dealing with, the severe skin problem. Okay, and of course, 泻心汤 is very vigorous for those people who got, the weaker constitution. To be careful in using this. And of course, if people get severe skin problem, what is the treatment principle? So the treatment principle here is to clear damp heat. Clear damp heat. This one. So severe skin problem, clear damp heat in the spine, and also regulate the qi and harmonize the stomach and the liver. Is one of the treatment principle for these people. So now, up to now, you guys should be aware that we get many diseases, but we get a few symptoms. If you can just master the symptom of all those diseases, no matter this is vomiting, no matter diarrhea, no matter this is acid reflux, if we get this, we can grasp the correct, symptoms, just like damp heat. Of course, you can use the correct treatment method and treatment principle for that. So remember, okay? And also, 2 and 3 concern about the complex of cold, heat and cold, okay? I'm not concerned about the deficiency. So in your book, I rather just write down complex of heat and cold. and nothing concerned about the efficiency, right? And in this case, if we find both heat and cold inside the same organ, this is very, very troublesome. You know why? Because it's very difficult to deal with heat and cold at the same time. But in this case, we tried to descend all the stuff, all the stagnation down in order to harmonize the stomach. So when people getting this kind of heat and cold, and usually they will get heat in the stomach, bloating, heat, and also abdominal fullness. However, when they touch the abdomen will really soft and no pain at all. And these people will also get the diarrhea and poor appetite. That's why I say this is heat and cold together. That means if we mix up with all the heat and cold symptoms together, the pulse sometimes it is soft, slippery, and also wiry. Soft means what? Dampness. Slippery, accumulation. Wiry means the liver and also stagnation, and rapid means heat. So there's sometimes heat and cold together, right? So this also, okay. Soft means dampness, and slippery means accumulation or stagnation. Slightly wiry, of course, it means it's related with the liver problem, and rapid means heat. And also, in case when you got going to write down the explanation, you must make use of all these three to support your diagnosis, to support your decision. Okay, so this pattern is always a mixed pathology. That means it's not only one; there's a mixed heat and cold, right? So be careful about this kind of situation when you get the acid reflux. I mean, not only because of one, and this pattern, not only because of one symptom, some heat and cold together. So what we are going to do, of course, we can have a very good formula to support it. We got the 笨沙咩心汤，笨沙咩心汤，泻心汤，笨沙泻心汤。Okay, this is the wrong word. 笨沙泻心汤，笨沙 this was wrong. XIE. Say means purging. We use 笨沙 to purge the heart. So not 笨沙咩心汤，笨沙泻心汤. This is the soup, the caution that you can using to deal with the mixture of the heat and cold and deficiency together. The treatment principle, of course, is to harmonize the stomach and direct the qi. And please underline this treatment principle, which is very important. In case you get the cold and heat together, we're trying to harmonize the stomach, direct the qi downward, and clear the damp heat. And this is what we are going to deal with this case. So from now on, I hope you guys will be familiar with this kind of processing. First, you look at the case, and then see some signs and symptoms, and try to make up your mind on the differentiation syndrome. And after get differentiation syndrome, of course, you can just get the treatment principle, just like the harmonizing the stomach or the direct the qi downward, and also to clear the damp heat. I think those are the methods you need to do it. And number 2.4, we are going to discuss more about the phlegm. The phlegm, sometimes you get the phlegm will develop into the body to different species, different situation. This is why I said phlegm is very, very troublesome. Do you know why? Phlegm can become phlegm dampness. Phlegm will become phlegm heat, and as it gets worse, it will get the phlegm fire. Once you get the phlegm fire, it will disturb our mind and become crazy, become many mental disease, just like schizophrenic. Many diseases just like epilepsy are because of the phlegm fire. Okay, so if phlegm just develop the phlegm heat, congratulations, it's not too worse. So you get phlegm heat, of course you get the acid reflux, vomiting, insomnia. So phlegm heat can cause a lot of problems. But if you develop phlegm fire, this is a very severe case, right? So anytime you get a phlegm heat, the Chinese medicine practitioner will use a formula called the 温胆汤. 温胆汤. 温胆汤 is to solve the phlegm heat and lead the qi down, and also is to stop the acid reflux. So in here, I want you guys to understand this general principle. We solve flame heat, we solve the flame, hot flame, and direct the chi downward and stop the reflux. This is the way we deal with the acid reflux. We only stop the reflux is no use because the root problem is the flame, right? So we solve the flame, and when you go up, of course, you lower the chi, and this formula, of course, is able to perform the job of these three jobs, right? Because it's happening what in Yangming, the reflux arises from the illness, febrile disease in the Yangming syndrome. So we can use this what we call it the Wen Dam Tong to deal with that, right? Wen Dam Tong for me, I will always use that. Even when I was in student care, I always use that to, remove the flame, and also one woman always sleeping with all the flame in the floor. While he's sleeping, he can just hear the flame arousing here, right? But in the daytime, nothing happens. So I use this Wen Dam Tong to deal with a flame here in order to, lessen the situation. Of course, this is very effective in removing the flame, especially the flame heat. Okay, those are the patent medicine. Of course, it's the same thing. 加微逍遥丸. As I mentioned before, 加微逍遥丸is same as what we call it the 单机逍遥丸. They are the same. The second is Wen Dam Tong, Wen Dam Wan. This removing the flame heat, right? Okay, those are the. Okay, for acupuncture, as I mentioned before, acid reflux get no point at all. Please, in this case, deal with the stomach. And since this is because of the flame heat, please removing some heat from the heart and also, from the from the body. So you can see all those from CV12, CV13, and CV7 deal with the local area. Lao Gong is a PCH here. During the heart heat, and lighting of the course is to ST44 is going to deal with the heat in the stomach, and Xinjian, that means LR2 is going to deal with the heat in the liver. Zhusanli, of course, the ST36, as I mentioned before, remove the dampness and supplement the qi, and here, Jiqi, universal point for any kind of heat inside the body, no matter excess heat, deficiency heat, or other type of heat. This LI11, right? Okay, those are the modification. That means if you more heat, get ST45. If you get constipation, of course, as I mentioned before, ST25 and TE6. Lung heat, LI5. Okay, vomiting, PC6. From up to this time, I want you guys have a quick response to this kind of disease, right? Constipation, remember this. Lung heat, remember this. And vomiting, nausea, remember this. Okay, this is the assignment for today, right? You can just get a response to all these symptoms, and by giving the points, I think this is very important, right? So next time on Sunday, I would like to test you guys whether you remember all these points whenever you get constipation, lung heat, and nausea. Those are very simple and also crucial points for you guys to remember. Okay, try to remember them, right? Those. Oh no. Yeah. The lung heat, of course, LU5. Oh, right, for vomiting and then nausea, right? And then PC6. Those, yeah, nausea. I think this is very important. Remember them. Always appear in the examination. Always ask you this modification problem. Okay. Flame, as I mentioned, your flame becomes flame heat, and much more flame becomes flame dampness, right? Flame dampness means they got too much flame in your spine. As I mentioned before, spine is a place where flame is produced. So in order to stop the spine producing flame, we are using one formula called 平胃散. 平胃散 composed of the 4 herbs only.陳皮, 蒼樹, 荷薄, and 甘草. All those others are not important. And this one, modification, and also the patent medicine. Okay, whenever we're getting more frame, anybody suggests a very important point. Which point is that? Which point is going to remove the frame? ST40, you're right. So you can forget all the point here. But this point, Feng Long, remember, okay? This is very important because now we are talking about the flame dampness, right? Even flame dampness, flame heat, or flame fire, you should not forget the ST40. But since this is concerned about the flame dampness, that means you're going to deal more with the spin. So what are you going to do? Spin free. Any point replace spin free, spin 4. Okay? Spin free is Tai Ba. Spin 4 is Gong Xuan. Anyhow, those two can work, right? So those are especially for removing the flame dampness. Okay? If you find the dampness too much, of course you consider 2 more points, just like SP9 and SP6 can also remove too much dampness inside the model. But if the dampness comes from flame, of course you can consider using the flame to remove that, right? Okay. If you get spin deficiency, of course it's ST36. Liver cheese stagnation, all those are very, very good for you to remember. But for the time being, I just want you to remember the previous 3. These are additional, okay? Liver cheese stagnation, Tai Chung, LR3, right? This point is very useful, but for time being, I don't want you to remember. This is more complicated, right? Headache, foggy head. Of course, you can get the Feng Qi because you want to remove the wind from your head. However, Chinese people always say that we are not dealing with the head and headache, right? So you find this is a good example. Foggy head, we are dealing with the Feng Qi, right? However, we're going to find the BL62, right? We are going to what? To find the angles here. This is another example for you to know that whenever we have we find the point in the leg. Find which point? PL62. You know PL62 is what? It's the important point for what? For the 8 conference point. 8 conference point. Because this is semi 62 is a point linking up the urinary bladder and the yang qiao. That means the yang linking point, yang heel point, the yang heel channel. Okay, and if you got the frame, of course, remove the you can just muster the BL12 and BL21. Of course, you will get the muscle pain. Which organ responsible for the muscle? Spine, yeah. So the spine is responsible for 4 limbs. Spine is responsible for muscle. Muscle pain, of course, you find the SP21, which we seldom use, but this is also a good point. And water again. This is why I always ask you guys to remember the 2 water points, SP9, SP6, which deal with the fluid retention and edema. One more point, CV9, edema, SP6, SP9, and also the CV9 here. Okay, remember that. And if you are going to sleep, too sleepy, please tonify your kidney yang. And tonify kidney yang, you will not be sleepy, right? And if you get too much abdominal bloating, try to use the ST25 and SP15. Remember, they're on the same line. I'll teach you how to remember this one. Middle here, CV8, and then ½ inch here, KI16, and then 2 inch here, we got the ST25, and then other 2 inch here, we get SP15. So remember 8, 16, 25, 15, and then this is CV, KI, and then we got ST, we get SP. So in the same line around the umbilical point here, umbilical area here. So remember, this is not difficult to remember that. Okay. So the 4th reason why we get this kind of acid reflux is because we eat too much. This is food stagnation. One formula you guys should remember: food stagnation. Here you can just buy in anywhere, any Chinese herbal shop around Chinatown. Not only the 同仁堂. This is called 补和丸. 补和丸 for what? Remove food stagnation. 补和丸 contains 7 herbs, but these 7 herbs, half of them is for removing stagnation or increasing digestion. 补和丸. And 补和丸 is very, very popular. Okay, and whenever you get stagnation, you just take it, and it will relieve stagnation. Of course, in the patent medicine, you also contain 补和丸as the first, the patent medicine. Of course, others are also popular. Whenever we get food stagnation, we are looking for which point? One, 兩文, ST21. Second, ST25. Do we believe that? And then, of course, the ST36. If you ask me, I will consider these 2 points. One, 竹山里. Second, the lemon ST31. And the other point will be ST25. All those points can help in resolving the food stagnation. Of course, 竹山里 also, because as I told you guys, these 2 belong to the same family, right? One is hand, one is in foot. And this one. And the others, I'm not sure. Okay, those are for reference only. And again, if you get the spleen deficiency, consider SP4 and SP6. If you get the constipation, again, should be T6. Yeah, this constipation. And sometimes you consider the essential, which is the lower He point of large intestine. Okay, the last one for the acid reflux is a spleen and stomach deficiency. And this is for what? And this can be solved by a formula called the 香砂六菌鸡汤. As I mentioned before, this is a 6 gentlemen soup with 木香 and 砂仁. This is trying to increase or boost up the spleen and stomach qi, because it contains the 4 gentlemen soup and 6 gentlemen soup in this formula. This is one. Modification? No. Trading medicine? And yeah, if we get the spleen and stomach deficiency, of course, we should strengthen the qi. Which point is going to deal with the qi? One is the 痰中, CV17. The other is the 竹山里. Those 2 points increase the qi, of course, right? And other, of course, you can use the best point of the stomach and also the spleen in order to increase the stomach qi and also the spleen qi there, right? And if we got phlegm, of course, ST40. It's a must for the ST40. Either it's a phlegm dampness, phlegm fire, or phlegm what, you can use it. If this spleen deficiency, again, you can use a muscle box. Muscle box to put in the upper part of the abdomen or epigastric region. It's good, right? So the last one, stomach and liver yin deficiency. And this formula, I always use them for those people who suffer from irritable bowel syndrome, suffer from IBS-D. Yeah, for people who suffer from IBS-D, that means irritable bowel syndrome because of the C, IBS-C. That means, yeah, for people who suffer from irritable bowel syndrome, mainly, because of the constipation, or use 衣冠健. 衣冠健 is able to relieve the constipation, but on the other hand, it can soothe the liver, release the liver qi. So when people suffer from, for example, you are going to get the presentation, and because going to presentation, you must go to toilet. Every time when you have presentation, you go to toilet and get the constipation. And then this 衣冠健 is very useful for dealing with this kind of getting stressed because of stage fright getting the constipation, because of the worry, and this is a good formula for that. Okay, and of course, those are the modification. And if people getting the the kind of acid reflux because of the liver cheese stagnation, of course we are going to look at the different points just like CV12. And now we got LR13. This is a very special point. Actually, LR14 is what is the fundamental point for the spleen, and the liver is for the LR14, but the spleen. So we're concerned about the stomach, spleen, and also the stomach, and also the ST36. And this point also is a conference point. 主邊 KI9. KI9 is usually communicate with the kidney channel with the the extraordinary vessel, right? And this one is going to Yang Qiao Mai. This is also a Yang Hill Mai here. Okay, I think this will be the end of chapter 9. Okay, do you have any questions? The following 2 chapters will be short. So I planned to use 40 minutes to finish these 2. Chapter 10 is common. Have you ever met a patient with depression? And depression, Chinese people call them to be 郁症. 郁症 means depressed. So whenever we get 郁症, there will be 3 possibilities. 1, this patient suffer from liver cheese stagnation. Second, the liver cheese stagnation, transforming to fire. Third, 郁症 is always caused by phlegm qi, or qi phlegm binding. That means qi and phlegm bind together. So those are the 3 causes. Okay, let's look at what's 郁症 first. And of course, it's caused by the deficiency. And deficiency sometimes causes people some kind of severe schizophrenic, or some kinds of the problem, just like the mental disease, neurosis, or psychosis, also because of 郁症. Okay, let's look at what's depression. Depression, of course, HWO, so WHO, World Health Organization, defined the the health in the 3 types. One is the physiological health, and then second is the psychological health, third is the social health. And this kind of depression belongs to what we call the psychological health. That means you can't find any bacteria, you can't find any pathogen inside the body. This is also the body of the psychological problem. And this, when the patient suffers from this kind of depression, of course, he will have a negative mood. They have a pessimistic thinking. Anytime you just think of the negative side. And of course, in severe cases, these people will commit suicide, right? Because they lack of payment. Sometimes always, the lock of himself. Some people, they are accompanied by some symptoms such as headache, and also some kind of stomach fatigue, and some kind of diarrhea, and also sleeping with the nightmares of have a dream disturbed sleeping. Okay, as I mentioned before, this kind of people very pessimistic, and sometimes even commit suicide. And of course, it sometimes relates to their personality. Some people born with the inborn nature of pessimistic, and they easily fall into this kind of depression, right? And of course, most people, they're not extrovert. They're usually introvert. That means the people always have the intention to stay alone, to lock himself in a room, and this kind of antisocial or sentimental problem will appear. So what will the cause? Nobody knows. Some of it because of inborn. Some people because of external trauma. Some people call PTSD, right? Post-trauma, post-trauma stress disorder is also one of the problem for this kind of people suffer from stress. Okay, and also this kind of problem caused by problem in the cerebral cortex. That means because of disturbance in the inside of the body. So as I mentioned before, sometimes we cannot find out the reason. Inborn, sometimes we get some by accident, and some of people, they be struck by some, trauma, that stress disorder. All those may be the cause of this one, right? But we don't know. But the thing is, when this patient comes to your clinic, you got to deal with him. Okay, so first of all, we just try to divide them into different symptoms. Okay, and any kind of symptom bear the same thing. Any kind of symptom bear the same symptoms. That depressed mode, feeling sad, insomnia, and also sleeping with much dreaming and poor appetite, and these are the common symptoms. However, when we divide the pattern, we find one is a liver qi stagnation. Second, the liver qi transforming to fire. And the third one is the qi flame, binding together. And the last one, some people will say, the last two, it doesn't show it before. One is both heart and spleen deficiency, and also the liver kidney deficiency. All those belong originally to the causes of insomnia, but now we put them into this pattern again. So actually it contains 3, but now we add to 5 because the last 2 it doesn't belong to the stress, but since it's a cause for the insomnia, they put them here as one of the 5 there. Okay. For the first one, if people suffer from liver qi stagnation, of course, sign and symptom, the chest and hypochondriac region will get fullness and bitter taste in the mouth sometimes, and of course you get easily get angry, and also this is what we call the liver qi. And if the fire, one thing is distinguished between the liver fire and liver qi. Liver fire will get bitter taste in the mouth, while liver qi, the patient have no bitter taste. This is an easy way to distinguish. Okay, and for people getting the fire, of course, they get red eyes, constipation, red tongue with yellow coat, wiry and rapid pulse. All those symptoms you guys have seen before this morning. And this is the second time. And the third time we call it the qi and phlegm binding together. And this is very important. I just mentioned the symptom called the plum pit qi. The plum pit qi actually is the qi and phlegm bind together. Sometimes you don't know whether it's qi or phlegm. The only thing is notice is there's something in your frame, in your throat. You cannot swallow or cannot spill out. In this case, of course, we try to use both methods. We treat them as qi and phlegm together, right? And of course, the pulse will show that if this is the qi stagnation, the pulse will be wiry. If this is the phlegm, of course, the qi, the pulse will be slippery. Okay, and later on, those 2 patterns, as I mentioned before, just belong to the insomnia. One is the heart spleen deficiency. Of course, that means you do not have enough heart blood and also the spleen qi. And then we result in symptoms just like palpitation, insomnia, acute fright, and also thinking too much, worrying about all those because of the heart and spleen deficiency. The pulse, of course, is steady pulse, while the tongue will be pale. And the last pattern also belongs to the symptoms of the insomnia, which we call pattern of both liver and kidney deficiency. We will say kidney and liver yin deficiency. Okay, and in this case, you always find 3 symptoms: dizziness, tinnitus, and also blurred eyesight. Or some people add some more, just like the photophobia and palpitation, restlessness. All those symptoms just show that this is yin deficiency. In yin deficiency, you got 2 important symptoms. One we just mentioned this morning, night sweating. Another symptom which you guys first meet because of 5-pound hit. 5-pound hit. Some people say 5 center hit. Some people will say this is called 5 heart hit. What does that mean by 5 pound hit? That means inside your body, your chest, your 2 pounds, your 2 souls. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. These 5 points you get hit, and you get really hot. But when you go to see the family doctor take a thermometer into your mouth. Sorry, you just get 99 or 98.9. You are not fever. I have nothing to do with you, right? You just told him that, yes, I really feel discomfortable. I really feel hot here. Sorry, I have nothing to do. If you want, I can describe you some help. But according to our knowledge, we don't have this thing. However, in Chinese medicine, we have this problem. Whenever people have the yin deficiency transform into fire, always have this kind of a 5 pound hit there. And within 5 pounds, you always a nice sweat, and also you get dry mouth and dry throat. This is what we call the deficiency hit. And of course, the pulse will show that you have a steady and also rapid pulse. Remember, okay? So remember this also a characteristic for people suffering yin deficiency. Okay. So how do you treat this one? If people suffer from this kind of, the stress or distress, of course, you 神会、百会、GV20 and 水扣 here. However, 水扣 GV26 is only for saving people from urgency. For example, people from unconsciousness, you can just put a needle here, right? Otherwise, I won't use that for urgent. On the other hand, people suffer from face paralyzed. That means for the deviation of the eyes and mouth, you can use this point GV26. Otherwise, I won't use that. Okay. So for people suffering from the depression, we use GV20, we use HT7 here, PC6, and also the Tai Chung LR3. The reason we use HT7 and PC6 because we want to the heart. This is PC6. This is the HT7 Shenmen, both for the heart and both for the settling the mind, tranquilizing of the mind. Why we use LR3? Because usually people getting depression concerned about the liver. So using LR3 is to soothe the liver and get it, relief. And for the supplementary points, of course, if people get much more liver cheese stimulation besides LR3, you still also get a point here. This is what LR14 in order to release the cheese stimulation, right? And also Tanzhong, these 2 points will help to release more cheese stimulation. In our clinic, sometimes some people will come complaining about the stress. There's nothing wrong with the other parts of the body. So what I'm going to do is just get some point in the liver point, just as LR3, and then get the Tanzhong, then also the Qinmen, LR14 and LR3 release the stress. And something more just like Yin Tang and also Taiyang. I think that's it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then just let him lie down for 1 hour, and then get up, and then you get a stress relieved, right? All those points is not for the pathological change, just for releasing the pressure, right? So for those people who get phlegm, of course you get ST40, just you mentioned, and also the SP9. And if you get more coughing, of course you get the Tindu. That means actually Tindu CV22 for me just for coughing. For phlegm, I will not use that. Okay. And of course, for those people who have both heart and spleen deficiency, this is very important. Look for the best point, just like BL15, BL20, and also SC36. And people suffer from the kidney yin and also liver yin deficiency, please look for the organs just like BL18 for the liver and also BL23 for the best point of the kidney and also KI3 for the kidney yin deficiency. Okay, those points. And those are the explanation of the acupuncture, and this one is for other alternative method, right? So the most important thing is to combine with the psychotherapy. So if you got some people who have a psychotherapist, of course, besides using the herb, I will advise them to that. When I was in Hong Kong, my wife is a psychotherapist. I always refer him to the next door, and then he will come. Yeah, the patient will get some kind of relief from after talking with the counselor or the physiotherapist. I think this is another way to solve the problem in the in those people who got the depression or to get the stress there. Okay, when I move to the prescription, again for people suffer from liver sheath stagnation, there are two formulas. One is the 逍遥散, the other is 柴胡疏肝汤. But for people who don't have the blood deficiency, I refer them to the 柴胡疏肝汤 only. So here's 柴胡疏肝汤 for releasing the stagnated qi but without blood deficiency. Okay. And the second, if the stagnation of qi transforming into fire, now this time we use more severe type, use the 逍遥散. But 逍遥散 is the same with 柴胡疏肝汤. So what can we do? If we get more fire, please add two more things into 逍遥散. One is a 丹皮, the other is a 枳实. So combine 丹皮 and 枳实 together. We call it 丹枳逍遥散. Okay, this is the second case. The third about this blood stagnation. Blood stagnation case transforming into the depression. We can have another formula called the 血府逐瘀汤, 血府逐瘀汤, which will remove the stagnation and also the relief the mind, also clear the mind. If this is caused by the phlegm, retention of phlegm, as I mentioned before, this soup is very important. What 笨沙猴婆汤, 笨沙猴婆汤. Relieving the phlegm, and also for those people who get the pumpkin chi because of phlegm, we also use the same formula. So this formula is to get rid of the stagnated phlegm. Of course, we can. It's a very, very useful 笨沙猴婆汤. Remember. Okay. Oh, this is more severe. When the 笨沙, when the phlegm become the fire to disturb the mind, these people become mental disease or become crazy, and then you will deal with that. When I was in Hong Kong, many people ask me, can you treat the people getting schizophrenic or the mental disease? I say yes. There's one formula in the 兼中景伤寒论, which is called the 干妈大枣汤. 干妈大枣汤 composed of certain, and this 干妈大枣汤is going to deal with those people who always scared, frightened because of the, acute fright because of sometimes they're afraid of the ghost, somehow being haunted by the ghost, and then we can use the gamma dijaltang to deal with that. And the sixth pattern we call the deficiency of heart and spleen. Again, this is the third time today you see this formula, 桂皮汤, 25 both qi and blood. For people suffer from insomnia, suffer from depression, and also some palpitation. So tomorrow, when the new teacher coming to share you guys with palpitation, I think she should also tell you the same formula, 桂皮汤, to deal with that, right? And of the heart yin deficiency, there's a soup called the 天王补心丹, and the Canadian student like to call this 天王补心汤 to be the heavenly king. They also ask me, do we have the Heavenly King soup? Yeah, this Heavenly King is 天王补心丹, going to deal with the people suffer from the heart yin deficiency, right? And the liver yin deficiency, of course, you can use 积水清肝yin. I seldom use this one because I'm not familiar with that. In case people suffer from gan yin, some liver yin deficiency, I will ask them to take herbal formula, which is called the 杞菊地黄汤, and which is more common than this 积水清肝炎. Of course, you guys can take this one. There's no harm for you to remember. Okay, I think this is the end of the second last one. And as I mentioned before, the two chapters are similar to each other. So if you guys know how to deal with the depression, you should know how to deal with insomnia. Right? So insomnia, what does that mean? Insomnia, that means unable to sleep, unable to fall asleep, right? That means, one, either you cannot sleep the whole night. Second, first of all, you didn't fall difficulty in falling asleep in the first session, and then you can sleep in the later. And the third one is you always wake up at night, maybe 3 or 4 times a night, and this is what we call the insomnia, right? So how to deal with that? Of course, first of all, you find the cause. Why do people get this one? Sometimes I advise you, don't. People like us over 55 cannot get any disturbance before sleeping. If we receive a news, receive any sad news, and we cannot sleep. If we watch a television program which is really exciting, we cannot sleep, right? And this is very serious for us. So that's why I told you guys, insomnia and constipation are 2 common problems for the elder people. And here you define what do you mean by insomnia: unable to sleep or difficulty in falling asleep. Sometimes even you sleep for 8 hours, but when you get up, you feel that you didn't sleep at all. What does that mean? It means that sleeping quality is bad. Bad sleeping quality, you always do not get a good sleeping, right? Either you get dream-disturbed sleeping, or your sleep is disturbed by other people. So in this case, and Western medicine, we also have the term for insomnia, but they call a more severe case, what we call it is neurosis. Okay. In order to prevent you guys falling into the trap of the insomnia, I advise you don't eat too much before you sleep. Don't make emotionally disturbed before you sleep. Okay, and don't work too hard. In order to, if you have overstrained yourself, of course you cannot fall asleep too, right? So there are many reasons for your insomnia. One, emotional, diet disorder, and also overstrain, and sometimes because of a weak constitution. Sometimes you're too weak, or long-term disease or prolonged disease making you weak, and you cannot sleep too, right? So many people suffer from diabetes, always get insomnia, or when they get up at night, they get pain in certain areas, they cannot sleep. Right? So anxiety, or also these overstress, because you're unable to sleep, right? So those, and as I mentioned before, overindulgence in sexual activity also cause you kidney deficiency, which is also a cause of insomnia, right? So imbalance in kidney and also the heart and kidney disharmony, and also weak constitution also cause you a lot of problem in sleeping.
Yeah, just before the short break, we are talking about how to treat those people having the problem of insomnia. Actually, in the clinic, if somebody complain about the insomnia, we'll use several points, just like the 内观, that means the PC6, and also the 神门. Those 2 points are very popular. And some people like to suggest the point in the GV20. However, according to the textbook, you can use 4 more points instead this GV4. This is what we call the 四神冲. 四神冲, that means the point before, after, and left and right. 1 tune from the GV20. From GV20. That means right, left, up, down, and totally. We got 4 points around there. We found that the effect of using this 四神冲will be more effective. We just needling the GV20. Okay, and besides that, they also suggest use KI6 and also BL62. But among them, the most important point is what we call the Anman. Do you know what is Anman? Anman is the point just between the GB20 and also TE17. C17 is Yufeng here, right? This is the GB20, and midway between them here, midway between here. This is the Anman. Anman in Chinese means what? Means sleeping better, good sleeping. So that's the point between TE17 and GV20 in the midway between them, and then with this muscle here, right? And people believe that when you needle this Anman, then tonight you will get very good sleeping. And this is a special point for that, right? And the supplementary point here, of course, if people suffer from heart and spleen deficiency, of course you can look for the best shoe point for the heart and spleen. That means BL15 and BL20. If people suffer from heart and gallbladder qi deficiency, of course, we still look for the heart and the gallbladder. That means BL19 for the point. Okay, and in heart and also kidney yin deficiency, please look for. And whenever people suffer from kidney yin deficiency, we should surely take Ki3. Ki3 is the point for the kidney yin, and of course heart again for the BL15. And if any people suffer from the insomnia because of liver fire, please look for LR2, which is Xinjian. And also LR2 is not enough because it just quench the fire is no use. We must give the body more water. So in this way, we can use the GB43. So we use LR2 and GB43 as a group to, stop the fire or to descend the fire of the liver. And in case of a flame fire, of course, don't forget ST40, which try to deal with the fire. And the pattern of disharmony between spleen and also the stomach, we try to use Gongshuan and also Zhuzani. Those two are very good points. Whenever we get spleen deficiency, I always advise my students use SP4 and ST36. Okay? And neurosis, of course, that means Qi deficiency. Of course, we try to use ST36 and GB4. And for emission, of course, we try to tonify the Qi and blood. People getting the night emission or the seminal emission always because of Qi deficiency or kidney yang deficiency. Right? If people don't get enough sleeping or sleeping disturbed, of course, you consider the BL42, which I seldom use. BL42 is try to settle down your mind. And Li Dui, ST45, this is very scary and very sensitive. I will not use that, right? So sudden and calm, of course, you use Yin Tang, and the Feng Qi to deal with that. Because those are the points for people getting foggy head and also the dizziness. I think this is one. Okay, this is explanation part. I'm not going to deal with that. And other, dealing with the insomnia, because besides using acupuncture, you guys can consider use some stem needle and also the cupping. Also it's the same effect on doing that, right? And the conclusion is, if people suffer from insomnia, of course, mostly concerned with the emotion. You can just ask the patient to keep calm, and do not get away from any emotion disturbance. And of course, the lifestyle should be regular, and don't drink concentrate tea. Many patients, they get insomnia because they drink coffee after 12 o'clock, after noon, and then they drink concentrated tea at night, and which also disturb, stimulate their cortex of their cerebellum, and which will intensify the insomnia, right? Okay, I think this is the time for us to use 5 minutes to finish this all. One, if people get heart fire, this is a very important formula called 安神定居丸. 安神定居, that means you're settling down your spirit and also to calm down your mind. And second, if you got the liver qi stimulation, some people heard about 龙胆泻肝汤. 龙胆泻肝汤 is very important in dealing with all kind of liver heat, liver dampness, and liver problem. And this is one to settle down the heat. And also women always get, sometimes some women get some, abnormal vaginal discharge, which is smelly, and we always attribute them to be the liver heat. So 龙胆泻肝汤 is also one of the solutions for treating women have a vaginal discharge with smell. Okay, and if you get the phlegm, of course, we consider using the 温胆汤 to deal with that. Okay, see you later. And last one, when we talk about the yin deficiency generating fire, of course, this is common for us to use 六一地黄汤. But if the fire is too much except we try to use 黄连阿胶汤. 阿胶汤, this is another formula to deal with the heat. So we try to nourishing the yin and also the tuning the fire, getting rid of the fire. And this is again the third time for us to see this formula. When dealing with any heart and spleen deficiency, remember Gui Pi Tong. Gui Pi Tong is always workable in this time. Okay, whenever there's heart and also the gallbladder qi deficiency, we use 安神定剂丸, but this time we use 宣主人汤. 宣主人汤 this soup is very effective in dealing with the insomnia. We always use 宣主人. 宣主人汤 actually is composed of 宣主人 and also other herbs which are really effective in dealing with the insomnia. And I think those will be the end of this course, okay? And this class. So we have more 5 minutes left. Do you have any questions? I'm afraid that using 7 hours to explain, 11 cases is really hurry. But this is, as I mentioned before, this is also a review, right? So do you have any questions? No. Okay, then.
The 6th day, we don't have book. So is it going to be review case studies only or?
The 6th class, yeah, we don't have book. We not review cases. We have a mock examination. In the past, we have 4 cases in the morning and 3 cases in the afternoon. But now I think we have 3 cases in the morning, 3 cases in the afternoon. You use about 45 minutes to finish 1 case, and then we just discuss those cases. So we got about 7 cases for that. Don't worry.
But the rest, all the first 5 days?
Yeah, all the 5 books.
We will not have discussion of 4 cases. We will just go like this.
No, today you get the class work, right? So this is 1 case we're going to discuss, and we discussed the first case already, and also with some sample cases. But now I would like to give you the homework, and then you have a discussion. But tomorrow I don't know what the teacher, the instructor will give you. But this is for the 3rd lesson, and then you bring it back for Sunday, and then we can just discuss this question. I'm trying to give you 1 more cases for each day. That means on Sunday we get 1 case. On next Friday we get 1 case. Next Saturday we get 1 case. Okay? I promise each time we get 1 case. But of course I will not relieve all my 40 cases for you. This is for my property, right? Can't do it. Okay? Okay, thank you.